7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com.
Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network. Welcome to Insights into Tomorrow, where we take a deeper look into how the issues of today will impact the world of tomorrow. From politics and world news to media and technology, we discuss how today's headlines are becoming tomorrow's reality.
Welcome to Insights into Tomorrow. This is episode 11, The Trump Legacy. I'm your host, Joseph Whalen, and my co-host, Sam Whalen. How you doing today, Sam?
Doing good. It's been a little bit of a while since we've done a podcast, but looking forward to another great show.
Yeah, we took a little time off over the holidays to redo the studio and so forth. In the process, we have a new president. So I thought it would be interesting. We had originally discussed doing a podcast on the insurrection on January 6th. And I thought that was probably, while it was a worthwhile topic, it might be a little too focused. I think it would be probably more interesting and more helpful to look at the Trump legacy in a more general sense. I don't want to, I'm trying to be as fair and impartial as possible. I don't want to just look at the negative stuff from Trump. And I think the insurrection reflects very poorly on him. So today we're going to look at what some of his notable accomplishments were over the last 4 years. We'll look at some of his failures. And then we'll have kind of an open discussion about what the lasting effects of Donald Trump on the U.S., the world, the presidency, and so forth are. And then just a candid talk about where we think the future is under Joe Biden for the next 4 years. So, ready to get into it? All right. So, I wasn't even going to do the plugs because I think this is going to be a long podcast. We'll do the plugs at the end of the show. Notable accomplishments. I kind of broke these down into a couple of key ones that came out of the whitehouse.gov website prior to the changeover. And the first one, and one that I think really is probably the biggest, is the reshaping of the federal judiciary. So everyone knows that Trump appointed 3 Supreme Court justices that are life terms, but he also appointed 220 judges to lower courts, which are all lifetime appointments as well. 25% of U.S. Circuit Court judges that are in place today were Trump nominees. And Trump's influence as a result of that will live on through the judiciary for the foreseeable future. Do you think that is a good thing, a bad thing, indifferent thing? What are your thoughts?
I think it depends on what these judges are going to be ruling on in the coming years. And especially since it's impressive as a president to be able to do that in only 4 years to appoint that many judges and 3 Supreme Court justices as well. So whether or not the judges will, rule on certain things in the coming years, it's still, it's something that'll be in a history book looking back at the presidency of one of his accomplishments.
Absolutely. And I think the one thing that we've seen so far is the 3 Supreme Court justices did not tip the balance of power in the Supreme Court at this point in time, given the number of cases that Trump brought to the Supreme Court during the election phase that did not go in his favor. So I think, if nothing else, the impartiality of the Supreme Court seems to still be intact, which is a good thing. The next thing that we look at is Space Force. Space Force is the first new branch of the U.S. military since the U.S. Air Force was created from the Army Air Corps after World War II. It's supposed to be a more centralized version of the military missions in space. Now, that's not fighting aliens or anything like that. What they do is they handle satellite surveillance. They handle all the military satellites. They're responsible for the GPS system that's both civilian and military use. They're monitoring the various debris that's in space to make sure that it's not dangerous to future missions. What do you think? Do you think, I'll be honest with you. When I heard that we were creating Space Force, I couldn't help but chuckle. Mm-hmm. And I wasn't the only one, because it spawned a Steve Carell comedy series, that came out of this. What are your thoughts on Space Force?
Well, I think space exploration is important. And I know over the years, the public has sort of waned away from that, and there's not as much interest as there was like in the 80s and 90s and stuff. I do think if Space Force is going to actually do something, and it's not just a dumping ground for money like a lot of other of these types of programs, they spend a lot of money, especially when it comes to the military. There's a lot of money put into that. But I think if they do monitor things like the debris around the Earth, which is getting really, it's becoming a real problem, and satellites and things like that, I think that's a good start. And maybe they'll segue into actual exploration missions in the future, hopefully.
Yeah, we don't really know what direction they're going in right now. They really inherited a lot of things that the Air Force had already been doing. They're not doing exploration at this point. Yeah. That is still the domain of NASA. But, we have missions up there. You have an International Space Station up there that occasionally needs to be moved so it doesn't get hit by a refrigerator-sized piece of debris that brings it down. So that's really what they're working towards.
And you also have private companies like SpaceX that are going a lot more in, they have a little bit more of a budget than NASA does for the funding, so they're able to do a lot more missions into space.
Sure. Yeah. In fact, speaking of space junk, one of the things that's really starting to crowd the low Earth orbit are these new internet-enabled satellites. SpaceX, Elon Musk is putting a huge constellation of satellites, some 400 or 500 satellites up there. All of which are moving obstacles that are flying at 17,500 miles an hour. So it's not a small job monitoring that stuff for safety. What's the next thing that we have?
So next up, we have the tax reform. It was the biggest overhaul of the nation's tax code in 3 decades. It slashed corporate tax rates from 35% to 21%. Some critics argue it was a windfall for massive corporations at the expense of the middle class. Administration officials predicted GDP boost by 3 to 6%.
Now, we haven't seen the GDP boost that they expected so far. However, I can say, at least in my experience, that slashing of the corporate tax was enough of an incentive for my company to give more back to its employees. I think my company is an exception to that rule. I think a lot of companies take that as a windfall and they absorb the profit themselves. Right. This kind of goes back to the early 80s with Reagan economics of trickle-down economics, where, give the rich people more money and then it'll trickle down to other people.
Which I don't think that worked then, did it?
That has never worked in the history of mankind,
Yeah.
actually.
Turns out the rich just get richer.
You don't get rich by spending it, that's for sure. So the tax reforms definitely are there. A lot of those went in place before the COVID pandemic happened. And I think a lot of the benefits that happened from that tax reform are largely wiped out because of the debt the country has incurred as a result of a lot of these COVID relief packages.
Yeah, but that tax plan, that corporate tax rate is going to stay in place until the new administration could put something together to overturn it. So it's something to think about. That's
correct. Yeah. So the benefits will still be there for a lot of that. Let's talk about the reform of the justice system a little bit. So one of the things that Trump tried to do was address the mass incarceration in the federal prisons. For several decades, they've been severely overpopulated. A lot of it had to do with lower level drug arrests for minor infractions. But he also overhauled the federal sentencing to reduce the minimum mandatory sentences. And that's kind of a concept that a lot of people aren't familiar with, is that the federal guidelines for sentencing for just about every crime out there, there's a minimum amount of time that you can sentence someone. And even if it's an insignificant issue, but you have to sentence someone, they have to get that minimum amount of time. And that was largely done to try to preserve fairness in the penal system itself so that you couldn't have people buying judges off and stuff like that. So one of the things that Trump did do was he reduced those minimum sentences so that even though you may be going into jail for these offenses, you're getting out sooner. He also tried to shift focus from punishment to rehabilitation and more job training opportunities. One of the problems that convicted felons have when they get out of prison is they lack the skills to get jobs and employment. As a result, they become a burden on society. So the focus kind of shifted to try to prepare these individuals to get back into the workforce and become producing members of society again. And what's the last thing that we have to talk about for his accomplishments?
Defeating the ISIS caliphate. Trump has falsely claimed ISIS is totally defeated. Though territory has been lost, there are still an estimated 18,000 fighters between Iraq and Syria. The U.S. was successful in killing ISIS leader, I'm probably going to pronounce his name wrong, Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi. I apologize if
That's
I
actually pretty good. We'll go with that.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, it's no different than when George Bush landed on the aircraft carrier with the big giant banner and said, "Mission accomplished."
Right.
Progress has been made. More progress has been claimed than has been made, I think. At this point in time, ISIS is lacking territory, but they're not lacking support. They're getting support through other countries like Syria and Iraq and Iran. So they're being funded by these countries, but they might not have the territory that they once had.
Yeah, I think conflicts like this in this area of the world are always going to be this messy, and they have been since the U.S. began to get involved way back in the 70s and 80s. It's always been a difficult, not war, but difficult conflict to manage, whether through proxy or through direct involvement from the U.S. And I think that this is no different. I think, and it's going to continue to be this way because it's too difficult of something for us to manage and certainly not fix.
Sure. Yeah, no, I agree 100%. One of the things that I didn't put in here that was related to this was the drawdown on troops in Iraq and Afghanistan, which Donald Trump has made significant progress there. He had wanted to get us out of that area completely, but because of the sensitive nature of that territory, we couldn't pull out entirely.
Yeah.
But the number of troops that are in that area have been reduced, ironically enough, to the point that we had more people in Washington, more soldiers in Washington for the inauguration than we had in Afghanistan and Iraq.
Wow. Yeah, it's difficult because I'm obviously not like a general or anything, but it seems like we make the progress with the troops, and then the second the troops are gone, all that progress is lost, sometimes overnight. So it's a difficult call. It's easy to say we're going to get everybody out of here, but it's a sticky situation. It's not that easy.
Yeah, and when you think about it, you figure this is the longest war the United States has ever been involved in. You know, the closest one to this was Vietnam, which was roughly 10, 12 years. But figure we've been fighting this war in that territory, this war on terror, since September 11th attacks.
Yeah, and we could probably do a whole show comparing that to Vietnam. I mean, they're somewhat similar in terms of a difficult terrain, the language barriers, things like that, guerrilla tactics, and all that. It is just a mess.
Absolutely. So that's some of the notable accomplishments that Trump had in office. Let's take a break. We'll come back and we'll talk about some of the failures that I think a lot of people have focused on.
Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Talking to real teens about real teen problems. Explore issues from braces to puberty, social anxiety to financial responsibility. Each week, we talk about the topics concerning today's youth. We look at how the issues affect teens, how to cope with these issues, and how parents, friends, and loved ones can help teens handle these challenges. Check out our video episodes on youtube.com/insightsintothings. Catch our audio versions on podcast.insightsintoteens.com or on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Welcome back to Insights into Tomorrow. Today, we are talking about the legacy of Donald Trump. We just went over some of his notable accomplishments. I think it's prudent for us to talk about some of his failures at this point in time. So the first one that I have here is the incident in Charlottesville related to George Floyd. So during this entire process, Trump really blamed, quote, many sides for the violence at the rally for George Floyd. And at the time, he claimed that there were, quote, very fine people on both sides. One side being the Black Lives Matter group who were protesting the death of George Floyd. The other side being made up largely of white supremacists and the KKK. This statement itself really stirred up a bit of a hornet's nest here when he was describing these white supremacists as very fine people. And he took criticism from both Democrats and Republicans, including traditionally staunch supporters like Lindsey Graham. What are your thoughts on this particular failure of Trump's?
I think it seems like such a simple thing, right? You see white supremacists and KKK leaders on one side. You just have to condemn them. And he couldn't do it. And he was directly asked, I remember multiple times by reporters, to just condemn them. And he wouldn't do it. And it makes you wonder why that is and what is going through his mind and his administration's mind, why he simply would not come out and condemn them. And you saw that again recently with the insurrection at the Capitol, where he said, go home, we love you. Very kind words to people that were attempting to storm and succeeded in storming the Capitol building. And it just makes you wonder.
Yeah, well, and the thing is that when this happened, there was a lot of research that came out about Trump's history and the Trump family history, and information came out at this time that his father was a member of the KKK. He was arrested in the early part of the 20th century at a KKK rally for crimes that were committed at the time. So it was very disturbing to see this side of a president come out where he was openly endorsing white supremacists. And that was a pattern of repeated alarmist type behavior that we saw the last at least 2 years of his presidency where we've had these issues. What was the next thing that we're pointing out here?
So we're taking a look at America's global image under the Trump presidency. America's global image has declined significantly under Trump. I think that anybody that reviews the last 4 years can probably put that together. Trump repeatedly insulted key U.S. allies while cozying up to dictators. Trump pulled the U.S. out of key international agreements like the Paris Climate Accords. Surveys show the majority of citizens from 32 different countries have an overall lack of confidence in Trump to do the right thing on world affairs. And finally, Trump's handling of the coronavirus pandemic has left the U.S. embarrassed on the world stage and created a void in global leadership that China is rushing to fill in currently.
Yeah, I mean, he left us really in a bit of a predicament.
Yeah.
So much so that immediately after the election, before the results were certified, you had allied nations that were reaching out to Joe Biden to congratulate him on the win before it was even official.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure what the long-term implications of that are, because I think a lot of the damage that he did, at least as far as our allies go, are things that can be built back fairly quickly with him out of office.
Mm-hmm.
My concerns center around more the relationships that he had with the adversaries of the United States, like the Putins and North Korea and so forth. You know, I mean, he really took the country in a direction that it never went in the past. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, there's multiple instances of him talking about how he admires Vladimir Putin and things like that. And it's not a great look, right? I mean, on paper, Americans supposed to be like this bastion of freedom, which obviously in practice is not necessarily the case. But when you're on the world stage cozying up with known dictators, borderline admitted dictators who have, of course, never been proven, but have, eliminated political rivals through, various means or subjugating their own people. When you see the leader of the free world being friendly with them, it sends a disturbing message to other countries, not to mention the people of America as well.
Yeah, absolutely. It's kind of scary when we get to that point. So the next thing we talk about is immigration, which was one of the things that Donald Trump had campaigned on. His promise to build the wall, to stop illegal immigration coming in, to deport the people that were in the country already that shouldn't have been here, in his opinion. Trump has been accused of human rights abuses and violating international law by the UN for his treatment of undocumented immigrants. I couldn't tell you the last time an American president was accused of human rights violations. Trump policies had led to the separation of at least 5,500 families and saw children placed in cages for the world to see, which was another embarrassing moment that the press really hammered him on. 445 of those children still are left separated from their parents. So it's a continuing problem where they can't find these parents for the children. The president of the American Academy for Pediatrics labeled Trump's policies nothing less than government-sanctioned child abuse.
Yikes.
What are your thoughts on his immigration policy? I mean, we've got a lot of the wall done, right? So is that a good thing or a bad thing?
I don't think the wall was a great idea. I mean, it for people that think that we should take a strong stance on immigration, I think it's a very good physical thing to see. But I think in practice, I don't know that the wall really works. And not to mention, speaking back to the ICE situation, we actually talked about doing a whole episode on ICE. But doing the research, we found it would be better to just lump it in with this. But the fact that 545 children don't have their parents or any real person to take care of them still, and for this long is horrifying. And the fact that it's still happening.
Yeah. Yeah. And Trump tried to defend his actions by claiming that a lot of these children were not brought over by their parents. They were being brought over by criminals and mules and, people that were trying to get into the country illegally and using the children as a means to get into the country. And there just wasn't any facts to back that claim up. As with a lot of the things that we deal with Trump, there's a lot of misinformation. There's a lot of what the Trump administration has labeled alternative facts. And I think you have a difficulty in sifting through. There's so much misinformation thrown out about these things that it takes an effort to sift through that you shouldn't have to make such an effort to do.
Yeah, I think that, I mean, we'll probably touch on it more later in our concluding thoughts, but I think that's part of the plan, is to put as much false things out there that you question what is real and what is true. And then from there, you can make your reality whatever you want.
Right. So what was the next thing that we're going to ding him on here?
So the handling of Iran, Syria, and Afghanistan, we touched a little bit on this with the troop withdrawals. Trump's decision to withdraw from the U.S. from the 2015 Iran nuclear deal induced chaos throughout the Middle East. It remains one of Trump's most unpopular decisions in the global arena. Trump has failed to thwart Iran's aggressive behavior through his maximum pressure campaign. He exacerbated the situation by ordering the killing of Iran's top general, another name I'm going to probably mispronounce, Qasem Soleimani, which was huge when it happened. I remember we talked about it on one of the previous shows, about how insane that was. And it's almost like we forgot it happened, but here it is again, looking back at everything. Iran has since abandoned the nuclear deal and is actively working towards nuclear weapons. Again, Trump pulled U.S. troops out of Syria, abandoning U.S. allied Kurdish forces. I remember that was extremely controversial too, especially with, I saw a lot of veterans on Twitter like talking about that when that happened, about how that was wrong to do because you left these people hanging to dry. The withdrawal induced a humanitarian crisis in the region and the security vacuum that Russia, Iran, and accused war criminal Syrian President Bashar al-Assad benefited from. Trump started a massive pullout of U.S. troops from Afghanistan, essentially surrendering the country once again to the Taliban. And finally, Trump dismissed published reports that Russia paid bounties to Taliban-like militants to kill U.S. troops. So we're getting a little bit of the cozying up with dictators again in this section as well. And overall, it's not a great look.
Yeah, no. And if you look, at the big picture of weakening our position in the Middle East by all these troop pullouts, by pulling out of the Iran nuclear deal, which is just going to incite additional chaos. It's going to rile the Israelis who won't stand for Iraq having nuclear weapons. So they're going to act unilaterally on their own if we do not maintain a coalition in the area. You're basically lighting the fuse on a powder keg. And I look at what he did and I can't fathom why you would have done that. He claims that he doesn't want America tied up in these long-term wars, but we're almost like the control rod in the nuclear reactor there. And if you pull that control rod out, the nuclear reactor is going to melt down. Yeah,
it's kind of like what we talked about before. Like it's easy to say, I don't want America involved in these situations. But when you've got nuclear deals signed with these countries, that's more than just a war. There's larger implications there on both the world stage and for that local area. And it's like you said, it's lighting a fuse that I guess the new administration is going to have to deal with.
Yeah, and it's a headache. I mean, not only is it weakening the U.S. position and our allies' position in the region, you're directly strengthening our adversaries' position at the same time, which makes you wonder what team Trump was really playing for at the time. So the next big one that Trump has been trying to take care of since day one was the repeal and the replacement of Obamacare. Trump lost the vote for a full congressional appeal, thanks to, at the time,
Ruth Bader Ginsburg?
No, Senator McCain.
Oh.
That was like one of the great acts of defiance that Senator McCain had against Donald Trump, was to turn that vote down. He's managed to dismantle parts of it, including the rollbacks on tax penalties for those that are not enrolled in health care. But in the meantime, he's failed to offer anything close to a replacement. He's been questioned several times on this, and his statement has been, it's ready. We're going to roll it out in a couple of weeks. A couple of weeks never got here. He never rolled out a replacement for it. The Supreme Court, as a result of that, did not allow it to be repealed because there wasn't a replacement for it. But he's weakened it significantly. And this is another problem that he's generated that the current administration, the new administration, is going to have to deal with.
Yeah, I'm not sure if the Biden team has said what their plans are to deal with this, but you'd imagine they're probably just going to reinforce it and kind of build back up where it was.
You have to. You have to at least put in the stuff that was pulled out at this point, because it's kind of silly to not have these in.
And it's unfortunate for people because this was one of his big things when he was running for president, was that he was going to get rid of Obamacare and put something new into place. It's unfortunate that all these people that voted for him were promised that, and unfortunately simply never got it.
Well, and the ultimate irony is that he didn't want to get rid of Obamacare. He wanted to get rid of Obama's legacy. And Obamacare, being a large part of that legacy, was one of the things that he targeted.
Right.
What's the next thing we have?
So we have the twice impeachment. This has been obviously in the news recently. Trump is the first U.S. president to be impeached twice while in office. Trump's first impeachment was for abuse of power when he attempted to solicit outside foreign interference in a U.S. election. I believe that was Ukraine, correct?
Correct.
Trump withheld $400 million in congressionally approved military aid from the Ukraine to pressure them into investigating Joe Biden's son for corruption. His second impeachment revolved around his attempt to incite an insurrection of his supporters when they stormed and breached the U.S. Capitol in an attempt to stop the certification of the 2020 election.
Yeah, we're not talking about flimsy things here.
No.
We're literally talking about two treasonous acts that the President of the United States, who's sworn to uphold the Constitution, has been accused of. Now, the first impeachment that we had, he was not found guilty. He was not convicted of the impeachment. But that was largely because the Senate was controlled, majority of the Senate was controlled by the Republicans at the time, who, for whatever reason, whether it was fear of repercussions or what, would not go against Donald Trump despite the overwhelming evidence. You know, the large accusation in that first impeachment was that he solicited outside interference in American elections. If that wasn't enough, based on this phone call that came out, during the whole process of this, when it came out, he later, on public television, on news networks, stood in the driveway of the White House and further solicited China to interfere in the election by investigating Joe Biden's son. So you could throw out that first allegation where he was trying to hold money over the Ukraine's head. He's publicly inviting an aggressor nation to interfere with our election. How he didn't get convicted of that is really just mind-boggling.
Yeah, it's stuff like that we'll touch on most likely later, but it sets a dangerous precedent for future presidents of what it means to be president and what you can do and what you can get away with. And this is another example of that.
Yeah, and he, is unique in that he's the first to be impeached twice. Mm-hmm. Not sure that's something I'd want to put on my resume.
It's something I've been thinking about a lot, especially with going back and looking at this legacy that will certainly come up. But like my generation and generations around my generation we're living through history for better or worse. And these are things that if I ever have kids and they go to school, the teachers are going to say, go home and ask your parents about when the Capitol was stormed and when the president was impeached twice, like things like that. And I don't know if I want to talk about that, like it's interesting to think of these events. You just see it on Twitter, you see it on the news and things like that, but it's documented history that is going to be in a book someday.
Yeah. And we were there for it. And it's scary. It really is. We were also there for the COVID-19 pandemic. We're still there for it. Trump's handling of COVID-19 will likely go down as one of the biggest disasters in U.S. history. By the time he left office, over 400,000 Americans have died. Trump admittedly downplayed the virus in an interview. He later ignored it completely as he struggled with the election. I mean, from the November election until the day he walked out of office, Trump ignored everything to do with the pandemic, and ignored a lot of his responsibilities as president, because I really think he just had a breakdown at that point. More U.S. citizens have died of COVID than all U.S. soldiers killed in combat in every war since 1945.
I saw that when I was looking over the notes. That is insane.
Yeah. More are dead from COVID than from Vietnam. And Trump completely and repeatedly downplayed the virus. He contradicted top public health experts. He flouted recommendations from his science advisors and his own White House coronavirus task force. He refused to accept responsibility for the pandemic, blaming it even up until his farewell speech on the 20th on China, calling it the China virus. He still won't accept responsibility for it.
Yeah, I mean, at that point, it's like you just got to commit, right?
Right.
Because at that point, if you're going to admit that you had any fault, you admit to one thing, you got to admit to it all. But I think, and this is a discussion that's happened a bunch of times by now, but every president has like one or two really big crises in their administration, right?
Yeah.
And this was definitely one of his, and his handling of it was poor.
Yeah.
Regardless of how you fall on the political spectrum, it's hard to disagree with that his handling was terrible and lives were lost because of it.
Well, and it's almost like had he done absolutely nothing, that would have been better than what he did, because he contradicted medical professionals' advice. He made fun of and mocked people who were taking advice from medical professionals to wear masks and social distance. He deliberately exposed his Secret Service detail when he himself contracted COVID so that he could have a publicity stunt driving around the block for the press. Then he returns to the White House, still infected, and makes a show out of taking his mask off and working in the White House with everybody else and exposing everyone else.
Yeah. It's, and I don't know if we have it here, but also pulling out of the World Health Organization was really bad in the middle of a pandemic. Yeah. And I think we talked about that on another show as well. We're repeating ourselves, but like just the headline makes itself, right? Trump pulls out of World Health Organization in the middle of a pandemic. Like, why would you do that?
Exactly. Well, and he wasn't taking anyone's advice anyway, so it wouldn't have mattered if we stayed in there. So what's the next thing that we have? Because it sounds like we got a lot more bad than good here, but
yeah, this section is a little long in the tooth, but I feel like we're doing our best here. So the next section is about the U.S. economy. Trump took credit for a robust economy that he inherited when he took office and had shown nearly 10 years of steady growth prior to his election. The U.S. now faces one of the worst economic crises in history, linked to his disastrous response to COVID-19, which we just talked about. Over 22 million jobs were lost. Unemployment is at 7.9%, more than double the 3.4% of the pandemic. The national debt is at the highest level since World War II. And the economic growth of the U.S. will average just above 0% for the first Trump term.
Trump made it quite a measure of success by citing the growth of the stock market throughout his presidency. And the funny thing is if you look back over the last 10 years, if you look back over the last two administrations, the Bush and the Obama administration, we had the recession that hit during President Bush's term. And then you had all the bailouts, the controversy over corporations that were too big to fail and the government bailing them out and so forth. But then we went on a steady increase in the economy that grew at a pretty consistent pace year over year, despite what Trump did. You didn't see any spikes in growth under Trump that would mark something significant that he did. But what you did see was all the controversies that came out with Trump. The economy continued to grow. And it grew not because of Trump, but in spite of Trump. Because typically any other president who would have gotten tied up in some of the controversies that he did would have had a direct impact on the economy. And it was almost as though the economy and the world expected this sort of thing from Trump. So they sort of shook it off and it didn't affect the economy. But even then, what you had was the pandemic hit. Your unemployment soared. The country shut down for a period of time. and the country never fully recovered from that. Our unemployment today is more than twice what it was before the pandemic hit. So if there's a measure of success to look at here, it's what the recovery looked like after the crash. And after the last recession that we had, there was significant growth. We've yet to see that in this case here. So the economy, even though the Dow Jones and the stock market's up and that's all great, the economy itself, the jobs themselves that were promised, that Trump has touted over and over again, just haven't materialized.
Yeah, and again, we go back to the we go back again to the incoming administration and how they're going to, you still have all the negative impacts of the pandemic, which is still going on, and how they're going to deal with that and how they can come back from that. It's a complex thing that is not as easy as, oh, I was president for 4 years. Everything that happened in those 4 years is cut off from what was before me and what is after me. This is what I did. It doesn't work like that.
Right.
And especially when it comes to the economy, which is obviously one of those hot button issues that people love to talk about when they talk about who they're going to vote for or who is a successful president. But it's not as black and white as, some people would like to think it is.
Absolutely. So the last thing that we wanted to kick Donald Trump for here is damaging democracy. So Trump consistently eroded democratic norms during his tenure. Trump's constant attack on the media led UN experts to warn of raised risk of violence against journalists. He's threatened to deploy U.S. troops to American cities and demanded poll workers stop counting ballots to sway the election in his favor. Trump's constant dissemination of disinformation on the electoral process have led historians to draw parallels between him and Benito Mussolini. Trump has refused to accept the clear-cut results of the election and failed to provide any substantial proof to his claims for election fraud. The president is charged now with inciting insurrection at a rally and attempting to prevent a peaceful transfer of power. So now, since I wrote these notes up earlier in the week, additional information has come out that shows not only did Donald Trump incite and encourage his supporters to storm the Capitol, he also has financial ties to several organizations that were part of that shows he's financed those groups to do exactly that. I don't think democracy has ever been threatened like this since the Civil War. What do you think?
Yeah, no, I completely agree. And the difficult part is these are all facts, right, that we've just stated, but I can still guarantee you that there's somewhat half of the country that would disagree with this. And that's where the real damage is, the erosion of a common reality that we all have, right? Because, and I think that is, and I mentioned it before, but I think that that's part of the tactic, is to put so much information, false information out there, and to do all these things that for any other president, any one of them would have got them out of office, most likely, or a terrible scandal. But to just keep doubling down and to keep, moving facts around, it has eroded just average people's way of thinking. And I've seen it in my own life personally, people I know, that we can't even talk about it because we don't agree on the facts and what is real and what is not. And just because I have facts, it makes me, I'm only saying that because I hate Trump, but it's not that's not what is true. And I think that is a thing that we're going to see in the coming years, is this difficulty of telling what is fact and fiction. Even if Trump is no longer in office, I think that stain is going to remain with the country for a while.
Yeah, you could have your own opinion. You're entitled to your own opinion, right, but you're not entitled to your own facts. The facts are the facts. And regardless of how much effort is put forth to disseminate misinformation, to skew those facts, the facts are still there. It's unfortunate that we have to go through the effort, almost like an archaeological dig, to get through all of the lies so we can get down to the facts themselves. And even then, the diehard supporters of someone like Trump still just simply refuse to accept the facts. Whether or not you choose to accept the truth doesn't make it any less true. And there are people out there that are having a very difficult time accepting that. One of the networks we stream on here, we stream on a network called Vaughn Live, and there's a lot of Trump supporters that watch that particular service. And there's been a couple of instances where people, during our replays there, have directly questioned, what are we talking about? Trump won the election in a landslide. And it makes me stop to wonder, despite all of the information that's out there, none of which points to a Trump victory, how could somebody possibly think that he won when not a shred of evidence has been produced, despite there being dozens of court cases that have been shot down by the Supreme Court, mind you, which has a majority of conservative justices that he put on the court, have shot down so many of these lawsuits that he's brought. How could people still think that he won just because that's what they want?
Yeah. And I think, and it's something that I've noticed a lot too, there's a lack of accountability in that mindset where, especially when we had the insurrection at the Capitol, immediately people, the conspiracies from that side of politics were trying to blaming on Antifa and things like that, where in reality, that's not the case. I don't think there was any evidence for that. It's a lack of accountability where it can't be me. It can't be my fault. And I think that's what you see a lot. And especially now, Trump has made himself out to be a martyr, especially with the election results. And I think that just feeds more into the cycle of a lack of accountability and, Trump can do no wrong. And, it was robbed, it was stolen from him, which none of that is true.
Yeah, I agree 100%. Well, let's take another quick break. We'll come back and we'll have a kind of an open discussion about the lasting effects of Trump and what the future under Joe Biden is going to look like. For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com. Welcome back. We are talking about the legacy of Donald Trump. And then we're going to talk about what the lasting effects of Donald Trump are on the world in general. And I'm going to throw a couple of these categories at you, and I want to get your thoughts. So the first thing that I have here I'd like to hear about is, what is the future of the Judiciary and the Supreme Court thanks to Donald Trump?
Well, like we've talked about, he had the 3 Supreme Court judges and what was it, 150? 250 other judges appointed. So that's definitely a lasting impact. I think it's really going to come down to, which is what I said during that segment, was how these judges are going to come down on a lot of decisions. I mean, we saw they don't always just toe the party line like you'd expect with certain things that Trump was trying to get them to do. We just talked about it. I forget what it was, where they
well, for the election.
Yeah. So something like that, if the fear is that they would just follow his orders, that was proven to be false. So I think that shows somewhat of a hopeful thing where they are impartial, which is what you want from your judges. So hopefully we'll see that continued impartiality.
The one thing that does concern me, though, is you have a man who appointed several hundred judges to lifetime appointments that will affect the judiciary moving forward. And this is the same man who was such a terrible judge of character appointing cabinet members that he had a revolving door on his cabinet and couldn't keep cabinet members. And he had positions where he had 3 and 4 replacements over the course of 4 years. which makes me wonder, how competent and qualified is he to choose a justice that's there for life? Is that something that concerns you at all?
Yeah, I mean, that's a fair point, and hopefully, yeah, he has not been great at picking people, but based off their character. But hopefully, out of those 250, we'll get like, a third that are good at their jobs, like, best, for the hope. But if not, then hopefully the system will do its job, and they'll resign, or we'll find replacements. Hopefully,
that's being very optimistic. Okay.
Well, we're always so doom and gloom, I try to think positively.
How about foreign affairs and our allies? What do you think the lasting effects are going to be on that?
Well, I think initially it's probably going to be negative, but luckily we have the benefit of Joe Biden already having a working relationship with a lot of these people, most likely because of his time as vice president. So I think that is going to help rebuild a lot of the ties that Trump might have severed or damaged or tried to sever. And I think, having Joe Biden as the president might, the rest of the world will see America sort of back on track, hopefully, as having a functional government, a more, not traditional, but a more professional government. And I think that'll hopefully be a good thing for, our allies. And
I agree with you 100% on those points. About the economy and taxes, what do you think we can see long term for that?
Well, we talked about that corporate tax slash. Hopefully that is at least adjusted. I think that's way too much of a slash for corporations. I know you had mentioned that your company, things like that get benefits, but I think big picture, I do think it negatively impacts the most amount of people. For the economy, I think it's probably going to get worse before it gets better until we get coronavirus under control, which hopefully with the new administration we will, now that they're encouraging science and vaccinations are rolling out and things like that. Hopefully, once the virus is stabilized, the economy will also in turn be.
I think you're on the mark there. It's really everything still centers around Corona.
Yeah.
What about immigration? Can we expect long-term effects of his immigration policies?
I think that also kind of ties in with foreign allies and the world's perception of America. Hopefully, Biden will be able to be a little bit more welcoming and to immigration. Now, I know some people are very against any kind of immigration, but I think that taking the stance that Donald Trump did of almost xenophobia, or not almost, xenophobia, is not the way to go about it. And I think even if Biden's going to come down strictly on it, I'm not sure he's going to be as vocal about it.
Sure, yeah. And what about, I specifically mentioned COVID here, but pandemics in general. Do you think the next pandemic, hopefully that won't be for at least another 100 years, do you think the country's going to respond differently than it did during Donald Trump's reign?
I'd say most likely, especially because, looking 100 years back with the Spanish flu, people have such a, it's when you look in a history book and you see all the pictures in black and white, it's not as tangible. But with this, in our modern age, where you have, social media and things that will most likely be able to be looked back on, I think it'll be a lot more real for people. And hopefully, if it's less than 100 years, people like my age or younger will be alive still and will say that, this is not a joke. And hopefully, whatever administration is in power at that time will have learned from past mistakes and, be able to have some sort of pandemic like task force, is designed for these things, especially as the world gets more and more globalized every day.
Yeah, here's the hope. And finally, what do you think the long-term impact on the presidency itself is going to be? I mean, we just had a president who challenged every norm and every check that's been put in place on the power of the presidency. Do you think there's going to be a lasting effect on the presidency?
Absolutely. And I think that Trump testing all of those limits is going to set like I said before, a dangerous precedent going forward. And I think that even the Biden administration will probably take some liberties with that as well, with what a president can do with things like executive orders or pardons and things like that. Hopefully that extended power will get reeled back, checks and balances and all over time. But I think in the immediate future, it's still going to be a little up in the air on how the presidency is viewed.
Okay. So the future. All right. Let's turn our attention to the future under Joe Biden. He's got 4 years. I don't think he's going to do a second term. So he's got 4 years to accomplish what he wants. And the first thing really is to unify a nation that is more divided now than any other time in our history, save for the Civil War. Do you think Joe Biden has what it takes to unify the country, given the staunch support of 70 million people who voted for Donald Trump?
Honestly, I don't know. Because it's just, in his speech during the inauguration, he talked about it not being about parties, which I feel like every president says, but that doesn't work. It's not how that works. And in my experience, I don't think that that's possible. I just think that, and I don't know what it is, but I think people are much too focused on their political parties, and that divides us so much. And I'm not really sure how you can fix that. I think the best way to go about fixing it would be in the government, seeing, handshakes from both parties, agreeing on things. But if that's not going to change, then I don't see how that's going to change for the public either.
I agree. Handling of COVID. So there's been a number of things in the first couple of days of the Biden administration that he signed by executive order to address COVID. Do you feel more confident in Biden's ability to handle COVID than Trump's? Do you think we're going to get ahead of this? Where do you think we're going with this, and are we going in the right direction?
Overall, I am more confident in Joe Biden. My only fear is that so much damage has already been done by the Trump administration, and how Biden is going to be able to, if he wants to be effective, if he'd be able to be as effective as he can, given the things that Trump has done. Hopefully, using those executive orders, like you said, he'll be able to reverse a lot of that and speed the process up and get vaccinations out, and get the resources to people that need it. Again, a lot of hoping. We'll see what actually happens.
So, foreign policy. So you had mentioned already that Joe Biden has an established working relationship with a lot of our allies. Over the 4 years that he was in office, Trump did a lot of damage to those through insults, through pulling out of treaties and military movements and various things. Do you think Joe Biden has it within him to rebuild those alliances in the short time that he's probably going to be in office?
I think, yes, I do. And I think part of that comes from, and it's one of the criticisms people might have of Joe Biden of being a career politician. But I think that when it comes to foreign policy and foreign affairs, being a career politician can be a good thing, because, you saw Trump, who's not as experienced of a political leader, how that worked out dealing with other world leaders. So I think having someone that was already vice president and has met all these people, but has also been in the quote unquote business for his entire life, I think that you pick up some skills along the way that make you a better diplomat, and hopefully that those skills are put to use.
Very good point. So some of those executive orders that Joe Biden has signed into law at this point dealt with undoing some of the things that Donald Trump did. Do you think that Biden should be focused on erasing the Trump legacy, or do you think his efforts would be better focused elsewhere?
Well, I think it's kind of a double-edged sword, because erasing the Trump legacy will also benefit a lot of the American people, especially when it comes to things like the COVID-19 pandemic, because part of Trump's legacy was hindering the process of getting people vaccinated and the resources, like I said, that they need. So I think in those instances where erasing Trump's legacy would benefit the American people, I think that is a good thing. But just turning it into a contest of, if I can erase this guy's name from the books of history, I don't think that's worth your time.
So the last one that I wanted to talk about here is the chance of success. You mentioned that Joe Biden is a career politician. He's been in the White House, administration before as vice president. He's spent, an eternity in the Senate and the legislative branch. So he comes to us with a wealth of experience. But he's also the oldest president to take office at this point in time at 78 years old. Do you think his age is going to contribute to his ability to be successful? And do you think he'll have the support that he needs? Because right now, there's a small majority, but there is a majority of Democrats in the Senate, and there's a majority of Democrats in the House. So the Democrats really hold the power right now, at least for the next 2 years. Will that help his success? Do you think he can be successful in his platform and what he wants to do for the next 4 years?
I've said it before, but I certainly hope so. I do think his age is definitely going to be one of the main points of contention for people that criticize him. I hope that in terms of his mental facilities, he seems like he's all there, and his speeches and things like that. He speaks very eloquently, except for a few stutters occasionally, which, people will harp on. But I think in terms of leading, I think he'll do what he needs to do. And I think the people behind him will also be extremely helpful. And, the presidency is obviously a huge burden for someone to undertake. We've seen the before and after photos of, when people come into office versus when they leave. I think despite his age, I think he'll be able to, fulfill his duties to the best of his ability.
And I would tend to agree with you, largely because I think he's smart enough to turn his cabinet into an asset rather than a distraction. Mm-hmm. Much of the Trump presidency centered around controversy of cabinet members, cabinet turnover. He didn't trust his cabinet members. He didn't trust the people around him. He was more inclined to make unilateral decisions on his own rather than to trust the experts around him. And I think Joe Biden is smart enough, experienced enough, and wise enough to not fall into those same pitfalls. So I think the team that Joe Biden puts around him is really going to be what contributes to his success more than anything. So we'll take a quick break. We'll come back. We'll get any final thoughts that you have and finish up with the podcast business. Go for your final thoughts.
So I think looking back at the Trump legacy, one of the biggest appeals he had when he went into office was people didn't want another career politician. They wanted something different. And they got that. And it overall, I don't think was a good thing. We've broken it down into various different topics, but I think overall it had a negative impact on the country, right? And you ask yourself, I forget what president did this, but are you better off 4 years? Hang on, I'm messing this up. Are you better off now than you were 4 years ago? And I think most people would say no, whether it's for economic reasons or the impact the coronavirus had on them. And obviously you can't blame all these things just on Trump. However, he was the president and he's supposed to be the leader. And I think it's hard to disagree that he failed as a leader. And hopefully, there's obviously detriments to having a career politician in power, but I think now that is what the country most likely needs.
Yeah, I think this was a case of we got what we asked for, and what we asked for was not what we needed. It was a learning experience, I think. The country will continue to feel the effects of for years to come. But I think it's a learning experience that we won't make that same mistake again. That was all we had for today. Thank you for your time. I appreciate you coming to talk about this volatile subject. Before we go, I do want to throw the plugs out there. You can get the audio version of this podcast listed as Insights into Tomorrow. Video versions of all of our podcasts can be found if you look for Insights into Things. We are listed on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Google, Stitcher, iHeartRadio, Amazon, Pandora, and something else that I can't remember. I really need to write all these down.
Tune in?
Tune in, sure.
Sorry, tune in. Sorry about that.
We would also invite you to reach out to us and give us your feedback. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. We are on Twitter at insights_things. We are on Facebook at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast. On Instagram, you can find us at insightsintothings, where you can get links to all that and everything else on our website at www.insightsintothings.com. Anything else?
That is it.
All right. Another one in the books. Bye.
Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Talking to real teens about real teen problems. Explore issues from braces to puberty, social anxiety to financial responsibility. Each week, we talk about the topics concerning today's youth. We look at how the issues affect teens, how to cope with these issues, and how parents, friends, and loved ones can help teens handle these challenges. Check out our video episodes on youtube.com/insightsintothings. Catch our audio versions on podcast.insightsintoteens.com or on the web at insightsintothings.com. Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network. Welcome to Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Your hosts, Joseph and Michelle Whalen, a husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics, are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom.
Welcome to Insights into Entertainment. This is episode 132, The Year in Review. I'm your host, Joseph Whalen, and my caring and generous co-host, Michelle Whalen.
Hi, everyone.
How you doing today, dear?
I'm good. How are you?
Doing all right. So we are totally off our normal schedule
We
here.
are like so out of left field. It's just not even funny.
So the original plan was basically to just take this week off. We weren't doing any broadcasts. We weren't doing any recordings. But we weren't able to get this podcast in last week before we basically shut the studio down.
Right. Actually, it was 2 weeks ago.
Yes, it was 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
Because
we knew we were going to be off the week of Christmas, but the week beforehand, you weren't feeling well, and I was kind of tired, and we just kind of...
And we'll talk about why I wasn't feeling well, because it actually ties into one of the segments today.
Right.
But I wanted to get this in by the end of the year. In fact, the podcast we were going to do was going to be a regular, entertainment news podcast. And we waited so long that news was no longer relevant.
Right.
So we decided we're going to do a year in review. So this week, we're going to mix things up a bit. Instead of doing our regular news articles of the week, we're going to go back and take a look and reflect on some of the big articles, the news articles of the year in each of our respective categories. And then we'll finish up with a recap of our trip to Maryland for Ocean City Comic Con, along with some footage of the show, before we end with our afterthoughts, which kind of, in hindsight, set the scenes for next year. But before we do that, I would invite folks to subscribe to the podcast. You can find audio versions of this podcast listed as Insights into Things. Audio versions would be listed as Insights into Entertainment. Video versions of this podcast can be found listed as Insights into Things. And we're available on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Google, Stitcher, iHeartRadio, pretty much any place you can get a podcast these days. I'd also invite our audience to write in, give us your feedback, give us your shows that you want us to plug, your conventions you want us to plug. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. You can hit us on Twitter at insights_things, on Facebook at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast. On Instagram at instagram.com/insightsintothings, or check us out on our official website at insightsintothings.com. Shall we get into it?
Sure, let's do this.
All righty. Let me make sure I push all the right buttons here. So what happened in Disney Detective?
So one of the stories was that Scarlett Johansson had sued Disney over Black Widow in what might have been an even bigger story than the release of the movie Black Widow, the first MCU film since before the pandemic. Star Scarlett Johansson filed a lawsuit against Disney seeking money she believed she was owed on the film after it was released on Disney Plus Premier Access in addition to the theaters. Now, at the time, it was reported that Johansson had possibly lost out on as much as $50 million due to the move, and then 2 months later, the lawsuit between the two was settled for a reported $40 million.
Yeah, and while the lawsuit itself, consider how much money she's made from Disney,
right,
both on the film and on previous films, that lawsuit was significant, but I think the implications that it had for the industry itself was much further reaching than the actual lawsuit itself. It really forced the movie industry to reevaluate its release plans, its compensation packages, how it's treating its talent now, how it's treating its directors and actors. And I think all of that was a direct result of how we functioned during the pandemic, that initial phase of the pandemic.
Right. And you figure now we're in another phase of it, unfortunately. And now you're starting to see things go back into some sort of a lockdown situation slowly because of the different variants and how much faster it seems to be spreading. And people, even people that are fully vaccinated who are getting it, fortunately, very low percentage are hospitalized with it, which is a good thing. But you're starting to see, changes. And what's nice is that there are still movie companies that, even though they are releasing movies in the theater, they are still releasing them as a streaming accessible movie. But yet there are some companies that haven't decided to go back to that. And that's kind of unfortunate because not everybody feels comfortable enough going back into a theater. So now where you could be making some more money doing, a $30 Premier Access for a movie, you're losing out on that. And obviously we don't really know the implications yet because they haven't really talked about how much, the movie companies
haven't seen the box office numbers, the turnout numbers or anything like that. You haven't seen those published, really. Right.
The only thing you've seen, obviously one of the biggest movies that, just recently came out is Spider-Man.
Right.
And that they had already broken records with the pre-sale tickets for it. They sold more tickets than Avengers Endgame had sold. So that one has definitely been a huge box office success in this time. And as of right now, there's no plan for it to come out on Disney Plus because of Sony. No plan for it to come on, HBO Max. So really, unless you want to see this, you have to go to the theater.
Right.
And I guess enough people feel comfortable or maybe live in an environment where not to, because I've talked to a couple of people who have gone and have seen it. And fortunately, they live in a small area where, maybe there were 10 people in the theater.
Yeah.
But I know if we went to go see it, the theater would be completely full.
Yeah.
Unless we wait like another month and a half, then maybe we could luck out and have a half-empty theater. So.
Well, and I think the other thing that this kind of alludes to is the compensation package. So, for the longest time, you had your talent was compensated flat out. You'd get a certain amount for the movie.
Right.
And based on what your previous movie, totals were, you could negotiate better numbers. And then we saw this idea of bonus numbers being packed in, and Robert Downey Jr. is a great example of that. Was as Avengers Endgame continued to rake it in to record numbers, he would continue to hit these goals and get bonus packages.
Right.
So the bulk of his compensation didn't come from direct compensation from a salary. It came from all these
all
bonuses.
the bonuses, right.
And over the course of 10 years, the actors could see that trend occurring and would opt for that. So they'd take a much smaller amount for direct compensation going into the movie and then just collect on these residuals as they hit these bonus marks.
Right.
And I think, if anything, this might fly in the face of that philosophy at this point, where if the theaters are not going to be your primary form because they're no longer going to be a reliable form of income,
right,
then you're going to start seeing your actors and your directors
want
and
more up front.
They're going to want more up front. You're going to see that balance now shift again. And this may be a significant change for the industry itself. Those are all the reasons why we picked this one as one of our top stories.
Yeah.
And our last two actually involve the parks. Tell us about our next one.
Right. So the first one, it had been announced towards the beginning of the year that one of the first bombs that dropped based off of the park was that Walt Disney World transportation service to and from Orlando Airport, known as Magical Express, would be discontinued at the end of this year. So now guests as of January 1st will have to work out how they'll be getting to and from the Orlando International Airport to the Disney resorts. As of right now, Mears basically seems to be one of the major companies out there who have now offered their service since the news story broke. And Mears actually was already running the service. They were contracted through Disney, so they were already Mears buses and Mears drivers that were doing this. Now, for those that are old enough to remember or have gone to Disney back in the day, that was actually how one of the options to get to Disney. Or, back in the day, Disney didn't offer that as part of the package. Disney only started doing the busing when the cruise line actually started, because it was part of your cruise experience. So you got to the airport and they picked up your luggage and then they brought you to the resort or to the port, depending on if you were doing land or sea first. And then, they took you back to the airport. And that's when Disney realized, hey, we can, kind of continue this, and that's when they kind of expanded it. Now, also at that time, when Mears started doing it for the cruise line, when you booked a Disney package through Disney, they would suggest, hey, if you want for $17 or whatever it was, round trip, we'll have Mears come and get you. Now, you still had to get your own luggage. They weren't getting it for you, but you didn't have to worry about making arrangements to get a car, if you didn't want to rent a car or have a taxi or something. There was that option. And then again, it kind of morphed into it. So we really don't know what the whole reasoning behind it was. Obviously, hey, money, I'm sure, because that's what it always comes down to. So now they're kind of backtracking and going away from giving it to you for free. And now Mears is offering the service. There's another company that just came out a couple weeks ago. I can't remember what the name of it was off the top of its head, but their motor coaches were going to have like a train theme to them. And they were showing that the drivers were kind of going to be dressed like conductors.
Well, that's because they're putting in a new light rail
right.
line.
Well, that's the train that they're still...
And that's years away.
Right. And the idea with the train is that the train would more than likely go to...
downtown Disney.
To the downtown Disney Springs area. So that's where the train, but again, that's still kind of far out. But there's this second company that has now emerged with motor coaches. Same type of thing, Mears is doing. You basically buy either a one-way or a round trip ticket, and, you get your own luggage when you get to the airport, but the bus will now take you, so now you have more than just Mears doing it if you're looking for
always did, though. You always had different options.
There were
to
always,
use.
right. You could, and especially now with Uber and Lyft,
Right.
you can even.
We used to rent a car. You could get a taxi. You could get shuttle services.
Right.
That ran
It's
back
not
and forth.
like you get to the airport and, oh my God, what am I doing?
The problem with this is not that you didn't have options to get from the airport to Disney. It's that Disney provided this to you free of charge. And it wasn't free of charge.
No, you were paying for it. The problem that you run into
is that all these things that Disney provided that were, quote, free, were all worked into the price of the resort, the price of your ticket, the price of everything that you purchased.
Right.
So Disney ramps up all these prices. They raise their prices every year to compensate themselves for the service. So whether or not you use that service or not.
You were paying for it.
So, for instance, the last few trips down, we drove, okay? So we didn't use any of their services for transportation to get to and from the property.
Right.
We were still paying the full price for the resort, though.
Right.
So they weren't losing money on this anywhere along the lines.
Yeah.
And the biggest reason I put this in here as one of the stories to review is it's one more of the things that Disney is doing wrong now. This started a few years back when they started the nickel and dime you with refills on soda. Okay. So it cost more for the cup than it did to fill that cup with soda. That's a very well-known fact in the beverage industry. Okay. So what did Disney do? So Disney didn't want people going back and refilling their cups at their economy resorts, right? So they decided to invest in this new technology where they put a chip in all these cups, which took that really expensive cup and made it even more expensive. So now you take that really expensive cup, you take it to a more expensive dispenser, and they can tell how many times you've refilled that. In an effort to what? Save money? To stop people from getting refills? Again, that was one of probably the first things I think that sticks out to me, followed by paying for parking. Right. For years, you could park on Disney property free of charge. They didn't have the best parking lots because everything was spread out from the resort. So if you didn't get there early, you were walking. They didn't offer shuttle services. Then all of a sudden...
Now, this is just for the resort. They always charge parking for the parks.
Correct. Just the resort. Because they charge enough money at the resort. Right. You're paying a 30 to 40% premium to stay on property at Disney than you would at an off-property resort.
I just wanted to clarify that if you were just going to the Magic Kingdom for a day and you weren't a resort guest, you paid for parking. But now...
So at the resort now that for... 15 years we've been going, we didn't have to pay for parking. All of a sudden you do. They didn't offer any new services. You weren't getting security. You weren't getting shuttles. You weren't getting newer parking. You weren't getting anything for it. Right. They just decided, well, we can charge you for it, so we're going to. And it was one more thing that they needled you with. And now they're taking away a free service that they gave you that you're already paying for because you're paying the premiums. Right. So it's a spiraling thing. And there's no justification for it. They've provided no justification. And they make it very clear that they're not going to answer questions about it. This is just the way it's going to be since the new CEO came in. Right. So then that leads us to our third story, which kind of compounds this, in which Disney really took advantage of the COVID scenario to kind of really lock things down and really nickel and dime. Let's talk about that.
So
one.
this was that talking about how fast passes are gone and Disney Genie Plus is coming. So since the parks reopened, Fast Pass Plus had been suspended, meaning that all guests needed to wait in a standby line for the attractions. And then Disney recently had announced that Fast Pass Plus would not be coming back and that would be replaced by 2 new paid options, being able to skip the lines, and that's Genie Plus. Now, obviously, as everybody knows, we have not been down there since everything, so we really can't speak to what Disney, what Genie and Genie Plus is like. We
Only
haven't
from accounts, first-hand accounts.
Right. So it's just from, people that we've talked to or seen or read and things like that. And it still has a lot of bugs. It is definitely not worked out yet, I think, in my opinion, from what I've seen. Again, here's another nickel and diming thing where now, to give Disney some credit on this, they were really one of the last amusement park companies, theme park companies, to start paying for this.
I cannot give Disney credit for being the last person to rob me. I'm sorry.
I'm just saying it was very small. Very, 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 very small.
Thank you, Disney, for being the last person in Florida to pick my pocket. I appreciate it.
Right. So, unfortunately, people have been seeing this in other theme parks for years. Disney was one that they were kind of the first ones, as far as I know, to even start any sort of fast pass idea. Now, for those, again, that are old enough to remember, when fast passes started, you could only get them once you physically got to the park. And the idea behind the fast pass wasn't necessarily to cut the line, but it was almost like a placeholder for you.
It was like a reservation.
So the idea behind it was that when you went and got a fast pass, technically the fast pass time was should have been the same amount of time for if you had waited online.
Right.
So if you got the fast pass,
something else,
right?
Come back. And
so
not have
if
to wait.
the wait was 45 minutes, roughly when you would go and get your fast pass, it would be for a 45, a time spot within 45 minutes, and then you could go again, do something else, and then go, and then once that fast pass time hit, then you could go and get another one.
Right.
Then they kind of morphed it, because the other thing too was that you would go and get a fast pass first thing in the morning, and the fast pass time would be for like 4 hours later. So then it became, you got your fast pass. Well, now you couldn't get another fast pass, but you had 4 hours to go do something else. You do something else. So maybe you ended up with 3 fast passes by the end of the day. Well, then they morphed it to a different, as technology advanced. Then if you were a resort guest, you could actually pre-book your fast pass, and you could pre-book 3 at a time. And then as soon as your third one expired on that day, you could make another reservation either on your phone, on the app, or at a kiosk. So they kind of, morphed it again. And again, all these other parks, and they weren't even offering really the same type of thing. In a lot of cases, it was, for like $30, you got to skip the lines on like 6 rides or something. So they all had their different version of it. And for however long, it seemed to work. There really wasn't, every now and then you'd get something where, the system would go down or something. But all in all, seemed to work. There were certain rides that had, longer waits. And if somebody didn't make their fast pass reservation, then, you waited online, or you went back later on in the day when maybe the line would be shorter.
Yeah.
The one thing that did kind of stink was that, for certain rides, first thing in the morning, all the fast passes would be gone. You wouldn't even be able to get a fast
Pinocchio. Which you couldn't even get a fast pass on.
Pinocchio.
Not Pinocchio.
Not Pinocchio.
Peter Pan.
Peter Pan.
Peter Pan.
Well, Peter Pan was always one we would always try and get, and usually we did. But if you went to the park that day, you probably couldn't get one. So again, system seemed to work. Didn't really see a need to not have it work. And then the other thing too is that when the park opened while COVID was still going on, it was shocking that they didn't have it in place right away, because why would you want...
That would be the best time to have it in place, so you don't have people standing shoulder to shoulder in line.
You give people, 5 passes.
Right.
You up it. You do something more. So people were wondering what the heck's going on. There was all these rumors, and obviously now this is what we have. So now we have the Genie Plus system, so you can have the free version that basically gives you suggestions on...
It basically, the Genie Plus gives you suggested times when you should go get in line, because it does a statistical analysis on when those rides are least booked.
Right. So
it doesn't get you on a fast pass
right,
line.
exactly. It basically, so instead of waiting 45 minutes, you'll wait 30 minutes or whatever it is. So then they created the plus version of it. So for $15 per day per person, it gives you, I don't even know, up to 3 or something lightning lane things.
Except for certain rides.
Right, exactly. Not every ride is under it. And basically what happens, and as far as I know, I don't think you, and again, I'm not an expert, so I could be saying all this wrong stuff, so please don't take this as gospel. This is just from, so you kind of put it in and it says, hey, go to this line or whatever, and you might have a 5-minute wait or something, and you get on that. Well, then there's the extra version of this, which is, I think that's what the lightning lane is, where the Genie Plus is the other lane. And this is where now you can pay a premium, an extra fee to basically cut the line, to get on right away. And it's not the same. Not every ride is the same price. Some are $12, some are $15, and I think some are even $20. So along with your $15 that you paid to have the app, then there's the extra $20 so that you don't have to wait on any line. And for that, you can only do one per day. That's definitely a one and done.
Now, until Disney realizes how much money they can make off of it.
And again, not every ride is under that, and it's, Rise of the Resistance and the Ratatouille ride, and, so
all
it's
the premium rides.
Your premium rides. So, and then they got rid of Rise of the Resistance, virtual queue, which...
So let me rewind a second here.
Okay,
so
sure.
The whole reason you needed Fast Pass was because Disney wanted to cram as many people into the park as physically allowed by law.
Right.
So they wanted to get as many people paying at the gate in the park as possible. And as a result, you wound up having lines that were just egregiously over too long to sit in. So Disney started to come up with a whole bunch of different ideas on how to ease the pain of that. So you first got Fast Pass, so you could get through the line faster. Then you got what they did with Dumbo, where they put a second Dumbo ride, which Dumbo always blew me away. That you would wait 45 minutes for like a 45-second ride. It was insane. So they put a second one in, and they gave you a queue, like at a restaurant. You could get a little timer. You waited in queue. You go into the air-conditioned area. You play with the kids in the play area. And when your timer went off, you got in line, and it was fast to get in. That worked out really well.
Yeah.
Then they came out with the virtual queues. And the virtual queues worked great. You had to be in the park to get them,
right?
Which was kind of annoying. But once you get in the park, you get into your virtual queue, and then you get called at some point in time during the day with an estimated time. So Disney generated this problem. It wasn't the people that generated it. It wasn't the customers that generated it. It was Disney. So this was Disney's problem. And Disney came up with some creative ways to do it without it being too painful to the customers. And they evolved it over time to make it better. And they had finally when they got that virtual queue, I think that was probably the closest thing to perfection that they had. And if they had stuck with that idea and given you the ability to do 2 or 3 virtual queues a day and left the original Fast Pass in place, you would have been fine.
Right.
Instead, they throw the whole thing out. They throw the baby out with the bathwater. And now they realize, well, hell, people don't like to stand in line. After 50 years of the park being open, they realize that they don't like to stand in line, and they'll pay to not stand in line. So now, let's just charge them for it. And they come out with this completely new system where it's progressive levels of pickpocketing. Oh, you don't want to stand in line? Well, here's this free service that tells you when to get in line. Oh, you really don't want to wait there? Here's another service that you can pay for now that you can get through line. Oh, you really don't want to wait? Oh, here's more money that you can pay per ride. And it's ridiculous what they're doing at this point in time. And as a result, we haven't been down. We haven't been down in 2 years now. Partly because of COVID, I'll give you that. But I don't have no intention of going down. And we're so, at least I am, so turned off by this entire money grab from Disney. And this is why we put 2 articles in the recap here. We're in the process of selling our DVC membership because Disney just isn't worth it anymore. Between this, I would have put the Star Cruiser in, but the Star Cruiser, the issues with the Star Cruiser and the cost with that were just so egregious that I didn't want to revisit it again.
You didn't want to give yourself a heart attack.
Exactly. Like Disney has gotten to the point where they're not nowhere near as good as they think they are, because you still have all these services that they've pulled out of service since COVID that they're not putting in place. Mm-hmm. They're not reducing their ticket prices. They're not reducing their resort prices.
If anything, I think there's a price increase that's supposed to be happening.
They're about to kick in a new price increase. Yeah. And they're putting all these new nickel and diming things in. Mm-hmm. So it's like, you know what? Disney doesn't want customers like me. We go down sometimes 2 and 3 times a year. And on average, we'll spend $5, maybe $7,000. At least I will on a lot of merchandise down there. So,
especially with Galaxy's Edge.
So we're probably good for $10,000 a year to Disney. And that's not enough for Disney. Mm. So they're not interested in getting people like me. They're interested in getting people that can go down there that have a couple extra zeros in their income bracket than I do. And that's fine, because Disney can have those people. Disney can take their money. The problem that you have is, because even though they're higher margin customers where you're going to get more money out of them, they're significantly lower volume. Like, does Disney ever hear the term 1%ers? So they're catering to the 1%ers. Mm-hmm. Well, the 1%ers, the money that you get for the 1%ers is significantly less than the 99%ers that you can be getting money from regularly on a recurring basis. Yeah. The 1%ers aren't going to be going down there with the same level of recurrence that your middle income people are. So Disney made this mistake in the 80s. They corrected it in the 90s and 2000s, and they're making the mistake again, to the point that the new CEO, Bob Chapek, there's a petition from Disney customers, over 80,000 signatures to get him removed. Because even though all of this didn't happen under him, the most egregious portion of this has happened under him. Mm-hmm. And he's done nothing to correct it.
Right.
I'm not a Bob Iger fan, but Bob Iger is many levels below how bad Bob Chapek is at this point in time. So that was our recap of Disney bashing for the year. We're going to take...
I think that's what we need to call the segment going for. Disney Bashing by Joe and Michelle.
We're going to take a quick break, and we'll come back with a recap, a less bashing recap of our Star Wars for the year. For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com. So with only a little bit of Star Wars negativity here,
just a little,
we'll talk about our Tales from the Edge of the Galaxy recap. So the first story that we have in here is Gina Carano being removed from The Mandalorian. When season 2 of The Mandalorian came to an end, it certainly looked as though Gina Carano's character, Cara Dune, was preparing for her own spin-off show, Rangers of the New Republic. Then in February, Lucasfilm announced that the former UFC fighter was no longer employed by the company and wouldn't be returning to the role, which was surprisingly vague for the termination of a fairly known star in a new successful series. This all came on the heels of Carano comparing, quote, hating someone for their political views to the persecution of Jewish people by the Nazi Party, of which she really had no basis on which to make that statement.
Mm-hmm.
Previously, she had been accused of being transphobic and made remarks about alleged and repeatedly proven to be false voter fraud in the presidential election. Not surprisingly, it was later revealed that Rangers of the New Republic was no longer in development. Go figure. I wonder why. So this was, I don't know, I think it kind of kicked off a whole atmosphere of accountability, I want to call it. You know, where people want to use their celebrity to promote their own priorities without understanding that when you do that, you're representing the company that you're working for.
Right.
Now, if I went out, not being a celebrity, at least I don't think I am at this point, and I used the platform of my employer to make statements that were contrary to my employer's wishes or beliefs or stances, I would totally expect my employer to fire me.
Mm-hmm.
Because I, at that point in time, I'm exploiting my employer for the attention. And this is exactly what happened with Gina Carano and several other people,
mm-hmm.
you know, several other celebrities throughout the year. And this one really kind of kicked that off.
Mm-hmm.
And just the shock on these individuals' minds that somebody would actually hold me accountable for something I said or done.
Mm-hmm.
Because I'm a celebrity and I'm supposed to be above the law. No one's supposed to hold me accountable.
I'm not their puppet,
right?
You know?
Right. And it's like Disney has a very proven history of having clauses in their employee contracts,
mm-hmm.
morality clauses and non-disparagement clauses and stuff like that, that you're well, as a celebrity, as a member of their staff, you're well aware of these clauses.
Right.
When you sign that contract. And you pledge to abide by the terms of that contract.
Mm-hmm.
And if you violate that contract, if you go out and you say something negative and you have a non-disparagement clause, that's the same as not showing up for the work.
Right.
And they're well within their rights to get rid of you.
Right. You know, look at what happened with Johnny Depp.
Exactly.
You know, on many fronts, not just with Disney, but even with Warner Brothers.
Yep.
With stuff that had happened, you know, in his personal life, unfortunately, that came to light.
Because it reflects poorly on your employer. No, Disney is not saying you have to go out there and tote the party line and do messaging for their political beliefs or anything like that. You just need to shut up.
Right.
That was it. And it wasn't like she hadn't been warned. There
mm-hmm.
were 3 incidents before this.
Right. Right.
All you have to, if you want to be that political and you want to be that vocal, you're more than welcome to terminate your contract,
mm-hmm.
go off and be independent, or find an employer that will allow you to do that.
Right. And supposedly there were other things that she had going on in the works. We haven't really heard.
Which we haven't seen yet. Yeah.
You know, anything yet. So, you know, and then there were rumors that she was coming back to Disney, that they had worked out something. But again, nothing came back. She had
a massive image problem at that point in time.
Mm-hmm.
And she had done a series of Running Wild, a show with Running Wild with Bear Grylls for National Geographic, which again is another Disney property.
Mm-hmm.
And that came out a couple of months after this controversy did.
Yeah, because they didn't even want to air it for a while.
They weren't going to air it. Right. And they finally decided to air it. And I have to say, it did wonders to humanize her,
mm-hmm.
at least in my mind. Because of the vulnerability that and you could almost excuse some of the stuff that she said and done just as naivety and inexperience
mm-hmm.
and seeing the world through rose-colored glasses and not realizing that there's a expectation. And that's kind of how she came across in the show. And I almost thought that after that, now that you're getting some good press and people are seeing that you really are a somewhat decent human being, Disney might change course, and they haven't.
Right.
So I don't know if it was worse than what was made out in the press or what, but I don't think she's a horrible person. I think she's made bad decisions, and sometimes those bad decisions we have to be held accountable for.
Mm-hmm.
You know, she had a great thing going, and
right.
she's got to find something else now.
Mm-hmm.
But that kicked off the Johnny Depps and the, what was it? Who was the comedian that just had it? There was another comedian that just came out with an HBO special where he wound up taking heat for it.
Oh, shoot.
Chris Hart, was it?
No. Oh, why can't I think of his name?
Yeah, I can't remember his name either.
Yeah.
But anyway, there was a series of these.
Right.
And you know, you hear this term, oh, it's the woke society. No,
right.
It's not. It's accountability.
Right.
It's when you do something that's inappropriate that society, now granted, society standards change over time and they evolve. If you fail to evolve with them, then you get left behind.
Mm-hmm.
You know, there are people out there that have changed society.
Mm-hmm.
Richard Pryor is a great example of that. Richard Pryor was the type of person who, when he first emerged, was considered offensive. Eddie Murphy, same thing.
Mm-hmm.
Offensive. People didn't like it, didn't want to hear it. And eventually, he changed society to be more acceptable to his type of humor.
Mm-hmm.
Both of those.
Right.
And they're great comedians.
Mm-hmm.
And that's, you know, they recognize what the fallacy was. And
Mm-hmm.
they learn how to make it work.
George Carlin, too.
George Carlin is another great one.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You know, these are the people that made careers out of being offensive comedians,
Mm-hmm.
but they made it funny.
But doing it in a way that wasn't hurtful.
Right. Like George Carlin
know.
was brilliant in throwing it back in our faces.
Mm-hmm.
You know, he was the type of person that would look at how ludicrous society was and then make us laugh at ourselves for that ludicrousness.
Right.
So, unfortunately, Gina did not approach that level yet.
No.
Perhaps in time she will.
Maybe.
I don't think her career is over with in the entertainment industry. I think she's going to get another shot, and you know, hopefully, it's one of those you learn from your mistakes.
Mm-hmm.
So the next one that we wanted to talk about was the new Star Wars shows on Disney Plus, not Disney Republic, like I said during the read through.
That was really kind of funny.
So we got a whole bunch of shows from Disney. In fact, we got a whole bunch of documentaries about the new shows, which was also interesting.
Right.
But the first one I wanted to talk about was The Bad Batch. And The Bad Batch was kind of foreshadowed in the final season of Clone Wars. And it was done in such a way that was kind of strange. You know, it played no real purpose, I think, in the Clone Wars series other than to make cameos to set up the new show, which left me very cautious going into it. But this animated follow-up to Star Wars: The Clone Wars was set shortly after the events of Episode 3 and follows the team of elite clone troopers as they seek out a new destiny following the end of the war and the rise of the Empire. And what was nice about this was they jump into it in the middle of the action, right at the end of the Clone Wars, so you can kind of put little pinpoints as to where they are, so you know exactly what's happening, where everything is, and you walk into it with a comfortable feeling if you're a Star Wars fan who watched the Clone Wars and watched the movie, the prequel movies and stuff. So that kind of helped right off the bat. And then you wound up getting characters that are extremely well developed, which is really a characteristic of Dave Filoni. You know, Dave Filoni knows how to write a character and knows how to make you emotionally invested in that character. And he's done it time and time again, whether it's animated or live action. And you get a character in there, this young clone, Omega, who I thought was really going to be this quirky little sidekick, like the Jar Jar of the series. And they turn out to be one of the most pivotal people, and it makes it it's so believable the way it happens. So they did a fantastic job with it. There's another season coming out. I'm very interested in seeing how the next season comes out with it. The next show is Star Wars Visions, which, again, I was very skeptical about this. So this was the other big project, really, big animated project of 2021. And this series features 10 short episodes, allowing various Japanese anime directors an opportunity to play in the Star Wars sandbox. And I've made no bones about the fact that I am not a fan of anime. Don't like it, don't like the style, to the point that it gives me a headache if I watch it for a period of time. And of the 10 that were in here, probably 4 are keepers.
Okay.
Just because of the style, the story. Like everyone knows who's a Star Wars fan that Star Wars itself was, George Lucas was inspired by Akira Kurosawa's samurai movies. And it came out pretty much everywhere in the Star Wars movies. And there was 1 or 2 episodes of Visions that literally look like Kurosawa movies. They literally have samurais, you know? I mean, it's done in Japanese villages. Some of these are done so well that at the end of this, 30-minute episode, I was wanting more. Now, that's a 40% hit rate for me. For anime, which is very good.
That's high for you.
I did not expect it to be that high.
Right.
The other 6 are complete throwaways, in my opinion. I'm sure people will argue with me till they're blue in the face, but I just couldn't buy into the stories. I couldn't buy into the animation style. Some of it was just too goofy. It was too cartoonish. It was very un-Star Wars-like. So, for the 10, I think it makes it worthwhile to watch the whole series and form your own opinion.
Sure.
And the last one was one that we just got this week, as a matter of fact, the Book of Boba Fett. So we're getting the first Mandalorian spinoff in the form of Book of Boba Fett, which features Boba and his new right-hand woman, Fennec Shan, as they take control of the late Jabba's criminal empire. Now, again, when we got that closing scene in the last episode of The Mandalorian and we see him take the throne, I almost gagged because it seemed so goofy, so far-fetched. It was cool seeing Boba show up in the
couple of episodes
of Mandalorian, and I was content with that. I didn't need to see a Boba Fett series, but seeing that scene where he comes in and he storms in with the spurs and he shoots him and he takes over the throne, it was just a little too old Western.
I was going to say too spaghetti Western for you.
It was too much, and it didn't hold out much hope. We've only seen 1 episode so far. And the 1 episode itself does a very good job of flashbacks, of showing you how he got to that point.
Right.
Everybody wanted to know how he survived.
How the heck he survived.
The Sarlacc pit. So you get to learn that. You get to learn a little bit more history about him. You get to find out why his face, his body is so scarred and stuff. So I'm cautiously optimistic at this point. The first episode did not wow me like the first episode of Mandalorian did.
Well, because there's no Baby Yoda.
It wasn't even that. You didn't get Baby Yoda till the end. But the first episode of Mandalorian grabbed you by the throat and just shook you into, like, the new era of Star Wars. This one, you kind of mosey down the street with Boba on, and then somebody kicked you in the face and
because he walks. He doesn't, he walks on his 2 feet. So.
Yeah. But, he didn't chop anybody's head off with the door or anything like that, like Mando did in the first episode.
Well,
But it has potential. And my concern is that it's going to be like these other Disney series, especially the Marvel ones, where you get a very short season, 6 or 7 episodes, and they take 4 or 5 episodes to ramp up to really become quality. You know, we just sat through Hawkeye. And Hawkeye, it wasn't until episode 5 of Hawkeye that I really started to enjoy it. There was just so much setup that they tried to do ahead of time and kind of overthought things.
And it almost makes you wonder if they had done like a 3-hour movie or, you know, 2 1.5 hour part 1, part 2.
Right.
Would it have...
And that's what I think with Boba Fett is I don't need a series.
Right.
You give me an 1.5 2-hour long movie of Boba Fett, and I think you sum up everything I need to know. And then if you want to come up with a series after that for continuing adventures and you think there's something there, great.
Right.
But to drag out this 2-hour-long movie...
And I think that's what's going to happen with the other 2 series.
Well, with Obi-Wan, it's not bad because you know it's a mini-series. So
true. Right, but that's what
you're only getting a couple of episodes.
Right, that's true. But then the Cassian Andor one...
Which doesn't need to happen.
Where you could have you're probably going to feel... We could have done this in a...
Cassian Andor could have been done... His backstory could have been done as flashbacks in Rogue One.
True. Yeah.
There is nothing compelling about that man that makes me want to see a series of him.
Yeah. Well, we'll see
any more than I wanted to see a Han Solo movie or a sequel that they're planning on doing.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah,
God.
There's talk of a sequel.
Oh, Lord.
But anyway.
Wow, you're really going to run out to see that one.
Yeah. Anyway, that's our flashback for our Tales from the Edge of the Galaxy.
Oh, you still had your High Republic stuff.
Oh, yeah, that's right, yeah. See, I got so down on Boba there. So yes, our third story to reflect on is the High Republic kicking off. So publishing is one area where the Star Wars franchise is coming into the new year with blasters firing. January 5th marked the official beginning, last January 5th, not the coming January 5th, of the High Republic, a multi-pronged publishing initiative aimed at shedding light on a previously unknown portion of the Star Wars timeline. Set roughly 200 years before Episode 1, the High Republic explores a period when the Jedi are still at the height of their power and the Republic hasn't yet collapsed into tyranny. So what I really was focused on, they came out with a number of comics, young adult novels, and adult novels. And what I was really focused on was the adult novels. So there's really 3 planned in the first series coming out. The first of which is Light of the Jedi, which came out January 5th, which I just finished a little while ago. This was by Charles Soule. And it was a good starter. It was a little slow starting off. You were introducing characters you didn't know. The one concern that I had was when they announced the time period, you knew that it was within Yoda's timeline.
Okay.
And I didn't want them to basically make it a Yoda novel. So Yoda appears in the novel, but kind of in reference form. He never really plays a role in it. So you kind of get your new array of Jedi that you get to see. And it's interesting because you get to learn new things about how the Jedi operate, what their organization's like, how they work with technology. So it was very interesting to learn some of that stuff. The next one in line is Rising Storm, which came out June 29th, which I purchased. I haven't started reading yet because I'm reading the Expanse novel at the moment. I kind of got into this late. I didn't get into reading this until the fall. So I'm a little bit behind. So Rising Storm came out the 29th of June by Cavan Scott. Now, I haven't read anything by Charles Soule or Cavan Scott before. They've both done novels in the Star Wars universe as well as other things. And I was very impressed with the first one. The third one comes out January 4th, so it's coming out next week. And that's Fallen Star by Claudia Gray. Now, I've read a number of her books in the past, Lost Stars and Bloodline, and I think she's a fantastic author. So I'm very much looking forward to that one, but I have to get through Rising Storm first. And they've got a lot of stuff planned for this. They've got a potential video game, open world video game that's going to be set in the High Republic. They have a tie-in to the Galactic Star Cruiser that's going to have some High Republic story assigned to it. I was not enthusiastic about it because it felt very much like Disney gave up on their sequel trilogy because it was terrible, and they wanted to reinvent Star Wars. Like High Republic to me is almost like relaunching of Star Wars. So I was very skeptical about this, and I'm still cautiously optimistic again to see where this goes. But so far, the first novel itself, I think, held its own.
Okay.
So that's all for our flashback.
Okay.
Tales from the Edge of the Galaxy. We're going to take a quick break, come back with our entertainment news real quick, and then sum up. We're actually pushing late right now.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, so we'll be right back.
Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Talking to real teens about real teen problems. Explore issues from braces to puberty, social anxiety to financial responsibility. Each week, we talk about the topics concerning today's youth. We look at how the issues affect teens, how to cope with these issues, and how parents, friends, and loved ones can help teens handle these challenges. Check out our video episodes on youtube.com/insightsintothings. Catch our audio versions on podcast.insightsintoteens.com or on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Go for entertainment recap.
So here were our top, I guess, stories that we wanted to just kind of go back over. So the first one was the Jeopardy host debacle. So who knew that the game show Jeopardy would be such a big topic of discussion in 2021? As the long-running series looked to find a new host after the death of Alex Trebek, it hired one in executive producer Mike Richards. But that didn't last long. After a series of sexist, racist, and homophobic, wow, I can't talk today, comments he made on a podcast between 2013 and 2014 were unearthed. He was removed from the job, and since his departure, Big Bang Theory alum Maya Bialik and multiple-time Jeopardy winner Ken Jennings have been sharing the duties of hosting back and forth.
And this wouldn't have been such a big deal if they hadn't made such a big deal about bringing all the celebrities in to try out for it.
Right, and that was the thing, is you had all these different people that came and were filling in, and you had all these people that were like, oh, this would be a great host, and this would be a great host, and why don't you have this one? And then they totally went with an executive producer who nobody really knew, and then all of a sudden you have all these things. It was his
decision to do
Probably.
it. So,
he was like, oh, I'll do the job.
Yeah.
So right now it goes back and forth between the two, and maybe that's how they'll kind of leave it, because Mayim was she was only supposed to do like the specialty ones, I think was what she had decided to do, and Jennings was kind of going to do the other. So I think they've been kind of going back and forth since then. So so that was kind of one of the interesting stories of the year. The next was Meghan Markle, Prince Harry, their detail of the royal family rift in the tell-all interview. So that was kind of one of the big things, was that Meghan and Harry had sat down with Oprah for a wide-ranging interview back in March, which saw the couple make bombshell accusations about members of the British royal family, including that there were concerns and conversations about how dark their son Archie's skin might be when he was born. Now, since that time, their daughter was born, Lilibet, and you still hear about them in the news, but it was a very telling thing that that there were members of the family that were concerned because of Meghan's racial background. And it kind of, you pretty much knew the royals kind of felt a certain way to begin with. and this just kind of
what's funny
added
is
to
the
it.
United States tends to get a lot of bad press because of the racial tensions that we have here.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of times it's Great Britain that looks down on us, and they have for
Right.
years.
Right.
And to find out that, you know, the royal family of Great Britain might harbor some, you know, racist tendencies themselves.
Right.
Kind of brings them down a notch,
Mm-hmm.
you know? And they're a family that is not without controversy to begin with.
Oh, absolutely.
And they're a family that is, they're an organization, we'll say,
Right.
that is struggling to justify their continued existence.
Yeah. And of
with the
course,
British people.
you know, almost every member of the family has something going on.
They
you
got
know.
more skeletons in their closet
Yeah.
than the Haunted Mansion does.
It's a good one.
So,
And then finally, our last story was revolving around Britney Spears and her conservatorship battle. So Britney Spears' conservatorship drama was perhaps one of the most talked about controversies in Hollywood in 2021, after numerous documentaries covered the pop star's legal and family drama. A judge relieved her from her 13-year court-ordered once and for all in in November. So this was something I didn't even realize she even had in place. And I guess not that many people knew, but her father was basically in control of basically her whole entire life, everything, who she could see, and, you know, even her body autonomy, you know, was part of it too.
What really qualified this for this list for me was that at no point in time during Britney Spears' life have I given a damn about her. And reading about this, it actually caught my eye and caught my attention of, one, how could you do this to another human being?
Right.
Not that I felt sympathy for her. I just felt, you know, humanitarian sympathy for you.
Right.
But two, how could your own father do this to you?
Basically, she was a trained monkey,
Yeah.
you know, and she had her leash, and she'd have to go back in the cage and go out and perform when, you know,
and the
he
fact
would
that
crap
when they
the whip.
went through these legal proceedings, there was a chance that the judge wasn't going to repeal it. And it's like, this is like slavery, guys. Lincoln freed the slaves.
Right.
You know?
And it's not like she was a minor.
Right.
I could understand, okay, you have it until, you know, she's 21 even, not even go 18, go, okay, 21 or 25. If you know, it went on so much longer than it needed to really go on. So,
and granted, it probably saved her life on a number of occasions.
And that is true.
Such a train wreck.
Right. And I could see where, you know, maybe there were times throughout where, okay, we're gonna let her go from it, and then they didn't, because
but the thing is, there comes a point where there has to be some level of personal accountability.
Absolutely. If you want to shave your head and be a wacko, then go right ahead, do that.
Exactly.
So
that was all we had for our entertainment recap. We'll be right back with our, well, not our insightful pick, I guess. That's what the script says. It's really not that. It's just a recap of our Ocean City Comic Con. We'll be right back. So, okay, we went to Ocean City. We went to Maryland.
Yeah, 3 weeks ago.
We did. And one of the highlights of that was I managed to trip and fall in the rain and crack a rib and suffer through that for the last 3 weeks. Still suffering from it, which was why we didn't do the podcast. I suffered through one podcast for our Insights into Teens. But I do have some footage that we took. Let me run that, and let's just talk about our impressions of the show.
Sure.
So what were your first thoughts?
I thought it was very well done. Bigger than I expected it to be. I was kind of expecting it to be a little smaller. So again, bigger, a very nice venue, very clean. It was very spaced out. And they seem to have safeguards in place. Probably the only downsides was the amount of people.
Yeah, I don't think they were prepared for that number of
right.
people.
I think that was one of the downfalls. We lucked out because we were staying there overnight. We happened to be staying at a hotel that they had recommended, and it just so happened that the night before they were doing an advance ticket sale.
Right.
So we decided, hey, let's just buy the tickets in advance, and that ended up probably being the best thing that happened, because when we got there, and we only got there a half hour after opening, and there was this huge line outside.
It would have been a 45-minute to an hour wait to get tickets.
Right, and that kind of reminded me of like Wizard World line. Like we've never gone to these.
Some of the years that they really ran that poorly.
Right, we've never gone to a smaller Comic-Con that had such a long wait to get in. So that really was probably the best, thing for our buck. The only problem with doing that was we didn't get any sort of like, hey, by the way, here's where the program is. Because basically they just we showed our wristband and said, where do we go? And they said, oh, just go in here.
A side door.
Right. That was kind of it. Where maybe if we had waited in line or if we'd bought tickets, we might have been prompted to, hey, look, here's the program type thing, or here, scan this and you have a virtual copy. And I understand why they weren't handing out things like that. So that was probably the one downfall, is that we didn't know what panels were going on or special events or anything else with that. So, but it wasn't, you don't always need to know, because when I had looked at the panels beforehand, a lot of it was anime stuff, your favorite. So I knew we probably weren't going to be doing most of that, but it would have been nice just to, have something to look at just as a reference.
Yeah. And I think, I agree. I think they were, for what they were expecting, they were very well organized. Mm-hmm. I don't think they were expecting anywhere near the number of people they wound up getting. And I think that was the result of just people jonesing to get out and do something, since things have been shut down. You had such a high turnout. You had people from multiple states show up for this, which I don't think anybody expected. Right. So as a result, everything that would normally be there as a resource was strained. Your restrooms were crowded. Your food court, because they didn't bring any supplemental food vendors in, so you only had the food court, which was strained. The one thing that I think they did have a problem was, they set everything up in a grid format, but your main entrance, when people walked onto the show floor, was not wide open enough, and you would get batching up there and clogged up lanes and stuff like that. But outside of that, your aisles were nice and wide, and spaced out, which was really nice.
Yeah, because they definitely could have, pre-pandemic squeezed, a couple more lanes together. So it was nice that they had it, and there were, kind of areas a little open, so that if you did kind of feel claustrophobic, there was okay, let me go stand over here for a little bit.
Like at the end caps, you had plenty of room. Right. They had 3 main aisles that you could walk down. Mm-hmm. So it was decently well spaced out, and they had a number of vendors that weren't showing, which kind of surprised me.
Yeah, because again, this was only done for the one day, so it wasn't even like it was a multiple day. The one thing, and this is every convention that we go to, it would be nice if they just had an area where there's just a bunch of chairs. Right. So that people, so that you're not in a food court area, you're not taking up a table, you're not taking up something, for somebody that wants to eat, just an area where you just line a bunch of chairs. Yep. So people that have been, walking up and down can just sit and rest for a couple of minutes. So that's always been, I think, our biggest complaint about certain shows and events, is that they just don't have seating just for you to sit and rest.
Yeah, I agree. And then all in all, I think it, with the exception of breaking a rib, I think it was a great trip for us. Mm-hmm. I think this is a show that they could spread over 2, even 3 days. You could start it on a Friday and run it, because they had enough vendors there to keep you going. They had enough panels there. Once I went back and looked at the program, didn't do a lot of celebrity stuff, but that's okay.
Right.
That's not something really that we do a lot of.
Right.
But
yeah,
I think
definitely
they have
a lot of
there
people
for people to be there multiple days for short periods of time. Like you don't come in there and spend the whole day there. You come in, you spend a couple hours each day. You do different things.
Right. And a lot of people were cosplaying, you know.
A lot more than I thought.
Yeah, it was almost like every other person.
Almost made me feel like I should have put my costume on.
Yeah, yeah.
So, but anyway, it was a good trip for us, and I think assuming that it continues on, we might do it again as a nice little getaway next year.
Yeah, it was close enough for us where, it wasn't that long of a drive to get there. The other thing, too, is there's, even though it was off season for Ocean City, a number of the restaurants are open. Even the boardwalk now, granted, the boardwalk wasn't open very late, but the boardwalk had a couple of things that were opened, And
SantaCon was going on. You could do a pub crawl with Santa.
Right, and it just so happened that the same weekend as this was SantaCon was going on that we didn't know about. So SantaCon is always done that weekend in Ocean City, where this is normally done, November? I think they've done it before.
Right.
So we'll have to see. We'll see, when they decide to do it. It was definitely a big success for them. So I can't imagine that they wouldn't be doing it again next year.
Yeah. So we'll be right back with our afterthoughts. Go with our afterthoughts that I didn't cue any of them up.
Sure. So to get your calendar ready for next year, we have ZoloCon, which will be March 5th and March 6th, and that's in Warminster, Pennsylvania. That's at the Fugue, which is one of our favorite venues to go to, just for the sheer enjoyment of that location. So it's normally done like end of February, beginning of March. This was the one that they had postponed until the summer last year. So it's only been a couple of months since they've done it before, and they're, doing it again. So good that they're kind of getting back on track.
I didn't make it to last time
because you weren't feeling well. So hopefully you'll be feeling better for this one, and you can join us for that. And then come April, there is the Delaware Train Show on Saturday, April 2nd, and then the April Fool's Toy Show, which is Sunday, April 3rd, another venue that we enjoy, which is at the Nurse Shrine Center in Newcastle, Delaware. They had the show in October, but we weren't able to go because of marching band season.
Right.
So this is one they do a couple throughout the year.
This is one we can get to.
This is one that we will be able to get to.
Not bound by marching band for this one.
not yet. We don't know when marching band starts. And then finally, Fan Expo, which was formerly known as Wizard World, the new company, will be at the Philadelphia Convention Center, also in April 8th through the 10th.
Now, this is one that I'm very interested in seeing how they handle it, because it's been a few years since we've been to Wizard World.
Right.
But that's one that we used to go to quite frequently.
Right. So they were doing discount tickets, I think, up until Christmas. I'm sure there's probably some discount tickets,
some kind of discount,
going on. This was one that was supposed to be at the the Greater Philadelphia Expo Center.
But I guess it wasn't great enough.
It wasn't, because we were kind of excited about that, because we were like, great, we don't have to pay for parking and deal with, the long walk. And now we're like, it's in Philly again.
Yeah.
So we'll see. April is still a couple months away. So.
Yeah. So. But I think that was it for today's show. We went kind of long. It was one of our longest shows. So I'm not going to bore people with my show plugs at the end here. Just going to say happy New Year to everybody.
Yeah.
And hopefully we'll have a better year next year, and COVID won't be nearly as much of an impact.
Here's to 2022.
Amen to that. That's it. We're done. We're out.
Be safe, everyone.
Bye.
Bye.
Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Our husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom. We'll look at the interesting and obscure entertainment news of the week. We'll talk about theme park and pop culture news. We'll give you the latest and greatest on pop culture conventions. We'll give you a deep dive into Disney, Star Wars, and much more. Check out our video episodes at youtube.com/insightsintothings. Our audio episodes at podcast.insightsintoentertainment.com, or check us out on the web at insightsintothings.com. Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network. Welcome to Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Your hosts are Joseph and Madison Whalen, a father and daughter team making their way through the challenges of the teenage years.
Welcome to Insights into Teens. This is episode 133, Teens and Their Digital Footprint. I'm your host, Joseph Whalen, and my responsible and mature co-host, Madison Whalen.
Hi, everyone.
How you doing today, Maddie?
I'm doing all right. How about you?
I'm doing fantastic. So this is our first episode, getting back into things after the holiday. How was your holiday?
I'd say it went pretty good.
Oh, good. Did you get all the stuff that you wanted? You know, all the stuff that you asked for in the last podcast?
Yes. Yeah.
It's a good thing we had that podcast, because most of that stuff was bought right after the podcast.
Yeah.
So today we're talking about teens and their digital footprint. So what is a digital footprint? How's it created? What impact can it have on our lives? How can we control it? Well, we'll answer all these questions and give you some hints on what you can and can't do to protect your digital footprint on this episode of Insights into Teens. Before we do that, though, I do want to invite our listening and viewing audience to subscribe to the podcast. You can get audio versions of this podcast listed as Insights into Teens. Video versions of the podcast can be found listed as Insights into Things. And we're available pretty much anywhere you can get a podcast: Pandora, Castro, Stitcher, Podbean, Buzzsprout, etc. I would also invite our audience to write in, give us your feedback, give us your show suggestions on what you'd like us to talk about. Let us know if you have any questions for us. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. We're at Twitter at insights_things. You can get us on Facebook at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast, or Instagram at instagram.com/insightsintothings. Little mishap here with our digital device, but that's okay.
You didn't have to mention it.
Or you can get links to all that stuff on our official website at insightsintothings.com. Are we ready to get started?
Yeah.
All right, here we go. You're not going to drop anything else, right?
No.
Okay, here we go. Okay, so what is a digital footprint? So this definition, and depending on who you ask, you get a different answer, but they're pretty much all consistent. This particular definition comes from webwatcher.com. Essentially, it's a record of everything that you do or will do online. It's the record of the websites you log into, the online games you play, the pictures you share on social media, the comments you make under news articles and on websites, the online classified ads you post, or anything else you do online. There's really two big wrong assumptions that teens and others, even adults, make about their online activity. They assume that anything that they do can be private, or they assume that anything is ever really gone. One good example of this is something like a teen uploading a photo, deciding a minute or so later that they don't look good in the photo, and then immediately deleting it, which can seem minor to them. Probably no one, or not that many people saw it, and now it's gone, right? Well, not necessarily. The photo could still be on the servers of the site the teen uploaded it to. And if anyone saw it and screenshotted it, they could do anything with that photo, share it, save it, or even edit it. Nothing is ever fully private online, and nothing that's put online is ever fully gone. Keep that in mind as you learn more about your digital footprint, and make sure that your teen understands it as well. It's a moment to stop here a second and to kind of talk about what we do. So if you post a picture on Instagram or Facebook or even on Twitter, people have this impression that, oh, that photo's on my phone, I'm posting it, so if I delete it, I have control over it. The instant that you post that, whether it's a photo or a meme or even a text post itself, that leaves your device, goes over the mystical internet waves and lands on some server somewhere. And a lot of times, in most cases, the way the networks work, it lands on many servers. And if you delete that, you don't have the ability to delete it from all the servers. You can usually hide it from your profile, but that stuff always shows up out there. And even then, you have services like the Wayback Machine, which is an internet archive, that periodically goes through and captures, it's what's called spidering. It'll spider websites, capture static images of those, and then store that on its own site. So there are things from the 1990s you can go back and look at on their site that's not available anywhere else on the internet anymore because some of the servers might not even be online. So it's very important to be careful about the type of stuff that you put out there. Do you put anything, I mean, aside from the podcast, obviously, we put out there for everyone. Do you post on social media? Do you put images out there? Do you do anything like that where you're producing for your digital footprint?
Other than the podcast, no, I don't use really any social media. I'm not on Instagram. I'm not on Facebook. Definitely not on Twitter. I'm really not on any social media sites, and I never really like other than maybe the texting app, like the messages on iPhone and, just...
Well, and that's a good example, too, because even the texting app, that text is not on your phone and the person you're sending it to. When you text to someone, like you use an iPhone, for instance, so if you message someone on your messaging app on iPhone, that goes out and sits on Apple's server at that point in time. So even if you delete it, they potentially have a copy of it. So again, anything that goes out there is potentially something that's going to be preserved for, I would say, eternity, but the internet hasn't been around that long to make bold gestures like that. So it's important to understand what our digital footprint is and the impact that it has. Why don't you tell us more about how we can understand our digital footprint?
So whether or not you're aware, you contribute to your digital footprint or profile each day when you log onto the internet. The websites you visit, the news posts you comment on, the comments you leave on social media platforms, each of these items come together to create a portrait of your online life. The digital footprint that is left behind can have repercussions in all areas of your teen's life, potentially resulting in missed job opportunities, public sharing of personal information, ruined relationships, or, and what is likely more relevant to them right now, their parents finding out what they've been up to and subsequently being punished.
Dun, dun, dun.
Really, you gotta add the sound.
Well, I didn't have the sound queued up, so I had to do it myself. Your child's digital footprint is the way they behave online. Their digital citizenship are important because teens have grown up with technology all around them and are not yet equipped with the knowledge that their actions go far beyond the blog comment or Facebook post they just left. A poor decision made in a split second can damage your child's digital footprint and follow them through adulthood, which is why teaching your child about good digital citizenship and social media etiquette is of the utmost importance. Take, for example, the teens who had their admission offers rescinded because of their behavior in a Facebook group for newly admitted students. Those students likely spent their entire academic careers preparing for admission to an Ivy League school, only to have their online behavior ruin what they had worked towards. The Harvard Crimson, the daily student newspaper of Harvard University, reported, in the group, students sent each other memes and other images mocking sexual assault, the Holocaust, and the deaths of children, according to screenshots of the chat obtained by the Crimson. Some of these messages joked that abusing children was sexually arousing, while others had punchlines directed at specific ethnic or racial groups. After being notified of the chat and its contents, Harvard administrators acted by rescinding offers for at least 10 members of the group.
While the students in question did not intend for their highly inappropriate post to be seen worldwide, the moral of the story is, nothing is truly private on the internet. And while this seems like an obvious statement to make, the truth is that kids of all ages are still making social media mistakes that could affect their future. Make sure your teen is aware of what their digital footprint looks like and what it means for them now and further down the line.
There was a time when it was difficult to find out information like this about people, like for jobs, okay? So when you went to apply for a job, if it was a high-paying job or a high-level job, you'd typically go through a series of interviews. They'd vet your background that you give on your resume or your CV, and they'd call previous employers, and they try to build a profile of the type of person that you are. Some companies would even go so far as to hire a private investigator to do background checks on you. If you're applying for a government job or a contractor for a government agency, they might even have the government do a security background check on you where they check your credit and debt and all that stuff. But it was difficult to do. So with the advent of the internet, we put so much information out there voluntarily, which it's frightening how much information people are willing to put on the internet. Personal things that they talk about, personal information that they talk about, things that you would never go up to a stranger on the street and tell them these things or give them this information. People feel at ease on social media, especially, or their personal websites or their personal blogs. People used to put so much stuff in their personal blogs that it made it so easy for people to go out there and figure out what kind of person you are, to the point that even now you have situations where very high-profile people are being called on the carpet for stuff they did 10 years ago. Were you aware of the Jeopardy hosting scandal that happened last year?
No.
So Alex Trebek was ill with cancer, and he had to sort of step back from his hosting duties. So they went through this whole process of trying to find a new host. And they had different celebrities come in and guest host and stuff like that. Well, ultimately, they made the decision of having an existing executive producer host. So he comes in, hosts for a very short period of time, and then controversial remarks that he had posted on the internet almost 10 years ago come to light. Well, he's immediately disgraced as a result of that and loses the job. And it's stuff like, had you not said those things in the first place, you wouldn't have gotten into the situation that you're in. But 10 years ago, when you said those things, you were probably a very different person. But that stuff sticks around. So when you have, I don't want to say it's incriminating information because it wasn't anything criminal or anything, but when you willingly put information out there and then people find it when you're trying to get a job or go to college or something like that, you're basically giving them the ammunition they need to deny you what you want in life. So it's very important to be aware of what you're putting out there. Anonymize what you. One of the terms that they tend to use in digital security is something called fuzzing. And fuzzing is when you confuse the data that you put out there. You anonymize it to a certain extent. Maybe you post it under an alias, or maybe you post conflicting information so that you can say, okay, well, I may have argued, let's take abortion, for instance. So I may have argued in one post in favor of abortion, and then I argued in another post in opposition. Well, what's my position? Well, I'm really just trying to look at it from 2 points of view. You can't really tell what my position is at that point in time. That's fuzzing your data. If I post it as, Joe Whalen, my name, then it's tied directly back to me. If I post it as disgruntled guy in New Jersey, well, then you can't tie it directly back to me. That's another way of fuzzing your data. So how you present yourself, what you present out there, and how much detail you put out there is stuff that you need to keep in mind. So we're going to take a quick break. We're going to come back and we're going to talk about 5 potential harmful digital footprint impacts, one of which we've talked about already, but we'll go through all 5 of them. We'll be right back. For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com.
Welcome back to Insights into Teens. Today we're talking about teens and their digital footprint. And now we're going to be talking about 5 potentially harmful digital footprint impacts for teens. And this comes to us from Family Online Safety Institute. So in our previous segment, we discussed one very real-world scenario in which digital footprints had direct consequences. Here are the top 5 things that could be harmed by an inappropriate digital footprint. The first we pretty much already talked about, which is college admissions, but we also added on the military. As mentioned above, college admissions officers can and do read your teen's online profile. If your son or daughter is applying to a college and is on the bubble against another applicant, the difference between them gaining acceptance and receiving a rejection letter could be something immature that was posted on social media. This extends to moral aptitude requirements in the military if your child is planning on enlisting.
Scholarships often are another target that fall prey to this. Scholarships often ask applicants to share their social media profiles as part of the process in applying online. Any immature posts, cyberbullying, or generally distasteful material found on your child's profile could prevent them from gaining a scholarship. This kind of goes hand in hand with sports, our third one. Is your son or daughter planning on playing sports in college? Recruiters and coaches surely will want to know about your teen's conduct on social media.
The fourth we have is employers and internships. Employers will Google your kids, even if it's just a job they are applying for to make some extra money while going to college. Additionally, college internships are now becoming a prerequisite for gaining employment post-college. Internships are competitive enough. The difference between your son or daughter and another applicant could be their digital footprint. And the final one we have is identity theft. Your teen's identity is at risk. Any photo that is publicly shared is fair game for identity thieves. Posting personal information is a serious liability. Identity theft is on the rise and is a serious problem with very damaging consequences.
So let's take a look at a couple of these and dive a little bit deeper. So I think we kind of exhausted the potential for college admissions. Military's sort of in the same thing. The military has a very strict code of conduct. So if you're seen as violating that code of conduct even before you enter the military, it could hurt your chances. It could impact how you're treated or what your potential future and position is in the military as well. But scholarships, like most people don't think that scholarships would be affected by your social media presence. But you'd be surprised how many things affect your scholarships. And we actually have a podcast that we're researching that we're going to actually do on scholarships and what's involved later on down the line here. But it's important to note that when you apply for a scholarship, it's not free money. It's not a gift. It's not somebody thinks you're a good guy. It's institutes that back the scholarships are really trying to find someone who epitomizes their standards or someone that can represent that institution that's backing the scholarship or someone that they think will go on to do things in line with what that institution stands for. And one of the biggest things is beyond academics or athletics, which probably are the two biggest qualifiers for scholarships, is character. You know, if you have a representation of a poor character, think of a scholarship as a sponsorship. Someone's sponsoring you to further your education. It could be because they think that you're going to be a great athlete or a great scientist, or, you know, you could potentially be a leader in the business world someday. But it's a sponsorship, and sponsors want people representing who they think represents them. So when they go out there and they look at your social media and they see inappropriate posts or just simply immature posts, it very quickly can turn them off. Any thoughts on that?
I can totally understand why people wouldn't be given scholarships due to how they act. I definitely think you explained it pretty well.
And your sports tend to go along the same path there, because when you're trying to get into a sports program in a college, a lot of colleges are represented by their athletes. They're the people, you know, that on Saturday afternoons when you're watching college football and you see, you know, your Notre Dame out there, those kids on that field are the college. And if they bring someone into their fold that doesn't represent that college, then it looks bad for the college. It's not just, oh, well, they're not going to get along with people. It's, we want people that are going to represent us and present the college in a very positive light. And if you don't do that, just the same thing with a scholarship. If you don't do that, they need to find that out before they bring you in. Because, you know, the old adage that one bad apple can ruin the batch. You know, they get a player out there who's vulgar or outwardly aggressive or something like that, people see that on national television and immediately think that, you know, this college isn't for us. And then their enrollees, the number of people going to that college starts to drop off because of the image that's being employed. I think probably the most significant one is employers.
Yeah.
Today, a lot of employers will Google you. Have you ever Googled yourself to see what you look like online?
I actually just did it today.
And what did you find? Anything surprising?
Honestly, I just saw a bunch of other people who had the same name as me, and the only real images that actually had anything to do with me was one image of the Insights into Teens logo and the one cartoon image from the website.
Right. Yeah. So, and that's like, if I do a search on me, that's pretty much what I find too. But, which is good. That means that, our marketing program for the website is actually effective. But the first thing that most employers do now, my employer does this. They'll Google you. They'll look at your Facebook page. They'll see what you do online, what you post online. Now, they don't look at political beliefs or religious beliefs or anything like that. They look for any inappropriateness. You can very quickly look at someone's digital footprint nowadays and kind of sum up their personality. And once you understand someone's personality, you can tell if they're a good fit for the company. Now, that's not to say that they don't have the technical expertise to do the job, but that's only one aspect of hiring someone. They have to be a good fit, because if you hire someone who's really good at their job, but can't get along with anyone, and they have to work in a team, then they become a disruptive presence. And you can generally find that out from someone's social media profile there real quickly.
Okay.
The last one here is identity theft. Now, we haven't really talked about that on the podcast before, and we probably should do a podcast on it. Do you know what identity theft is?
I know it's basically where people basically take your identity, like use images of you, basically they pretend to be you.
Right. So a lot of times what happens is there's different forms of it. One area that a lot of people focus on is financial identity theft, where someone can impersonate you. They can gain access to your bank accounts, your credit cards, stuff like that. They can open credit cards in your name if they get certain information. And then they go off and they charge all this up and you get the bill for it. So that's probably the biggest form of identity theft. But another form is impersonation, online impersonation. And I think most people kind of overlook that, because everything we've talked about here is about your image, your personality, who you are. Well, if you have someone that's very mad at you for something, maybe you have an ex you broke up with and they want to get back at you for revenge. Maybe you made somebody mad at school or something like that. They can actually go out there and generate it and find enough generated information about you that they can gain access to your social media. Or, like, you aren't on Twitter, you said. The safest thing, really, is to go and open accounts on all the social media platforms and claim your name so that nobody else can. Claim that digital space of yours and make it yours. Because if you're not on Facebook, for instance, and somebody wants to make you look bad, they'll go out and find an image of you and grab that image. They'll go create a profile, and they'll start acting inappropriately on social media under an account that you never had anything to do with. But because they're impersonating you, when you go for that college admissions board, they search you, they find this fake profile, you look bad and it impacts you. So a lot of people don't think that they have to protect their image online. When they think identity theft, they just think, oh, well, I don't want someone stealing my credit card or bank information. But your presence on the internet is valuable. Have you ever considered anything along those lines?
No, not really.
It's very important, because the other thing you have to think of is when you go to a site like Google, okay, and you use Google services, they don't charge you for it, because the service itself isn't where they make their money. Where they make their money is you. You're their product. You might hear, have you ever heard the word metadata?
Maybe.
So metadata is the information they gather when you use their services.
Okay.
When you log on, where you log on from, geographically where you are, what ads you look at, what things you click on, what you get in your email. If you have a Gmail account, Google can look at it. It's in their user agreement. So what they do is they compile all this information and then they sell it to people. They'll sell it to advertising companies. They'll sell it to Facebook, and Facebook puts it in their algorithm. And then that generates more stuff that shows up in your inbox. So you're the product of all these services that are free. So it's important to keep in mind that if you're not paying for a service, then you're the product. You're the profit maker for them, and your actions are the profit maker. So any actions that you have can influence that, and it builds your digital profile. So all the information that you put out there online is a fingerprint for you. It says what advertising you respond to, what product you're interested in, what TV shows you watch, what social networks you're on. All that information is valuable to someone, and someone's going to make money off of it. And that money they make pays for you to have a Gmail account for free. So it's very important to kind of have I've talked to other people about this in the past, and it's kind of mind-blowing to some people when they hear these types of things, because it's so innocuous, it's so transparent to the average user that you don't realize it. Like, somebody's literally making money off of you. Like, that kind of offends me a little bit. Like, people should only make money off of me when I choose to give it to them. And all these internet companies are brilliant enough to figure out how to do it otherwise. So you're a product. Anyone who uses the internet is a product that's being sold to some degree on the internet. And a lot of people aren't aware of that. So when they hear that, they sort of start looking at things differently. And that's really what we need to look at. That's the revolution in thinking we have to have when we talk about our digital fingerprint. So the good news is, even all that doom and gloom I just gave you there, the good news is there are things you can do to protect your digital footprint. When we come back, we'll talk about what we can and can't do to protect our digital footprint. And then you kind of have to make your decision of whether or not you want to use these services and give them your information and go from there. I used to be on Facebook. I still have an account on Facebook. I never log into Facebook. Never. They don't have a clue what I do. I don't use Facebook login. I don't use any of the services they have, because it's all them tracking me. Of course, that doesn't stop mommy from sending me 20 million links on Facebook automatically, because they're trying to lure you back into the fold. And it's not mommy's fault. It's just, that's what they do. It's almost like a drug dealer trying to get you hooked again. So you just have to learn what you can avoid and how to protect yourself. And we're going to talk about that when we come back. We'll be right back.
Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Our husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom. We'll look at the interesting and obscure entertainment news of the week. We'll talk about theme park and pop culture news. We'll give you the latest and greatest on pop culture conventions. We'll give you a deep dive into Disney, Star Wars, and much more. Check out our video episodes at youtube.com/insightsintothings. Our audio episodes at podcast.insightsintoentertainment.com, or check us out on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Welcome back to Insights into Teens. Today we're talking about teens and their digital footprint. So now we're going to talk about what teens can do to protect their digital footprint. And this comes to us from webwatcher.com. Obviously, your teen is going to have some type of digital footprint. They can't avoid the internet entirely, and they probably wouldn't want to even if they could. But they can minimize their chances of creating a digital footprint that can cause problems for them later. For starters, make sure that your teen knows about privacy settings and why it's important to look for them on all the social media and websites they use. Not all websites make their privacy settings obvious, and some sites, like Facebook, are rather notorious for changing privacy settings without notifying users. So it's important to check them regularly after setting them to make sure that nothing has changed. But most websites do have privacy settings that can be adjusted to make your teen's sessions less public. Yes, your teen should never assume that anything is entirely private, but strong privacy settings still provide a better measure of protection than weak or no privacy settings.
Sounds like we're really bashing Facebook today here. I'm obviously not a big Facebook fan. You can tell from the show notes today.
I mean, yeah.
But really, Facebook's one of the biggest culprits here. Facebook has a proven history of misusing your information, as well as changing their. You go in and change your privacy settings. Next week, they could change their policy and reset your privacy settings. And you don't know it because they don't tell you about it unless you go in and look and police it yourself, which is really inappropriate.
Yeah.
It's also important to talk to your teen about making responsible choices and being good digital citizens. They should avoid oversharing, as you should in any crowd of people that you don't know. I mean, some of the stuff is common sense. If they're going to share secrets, it's usually better to do that offline than online. They should keep personal details private as much as possible. Addresses, phone numbers, and what school they attend are all examples of information they shouldn't share publicly. Would you grab a stranger on the street and say, hey, my phone number is blah, blah, blah? No. So why would you post it on the internet?
Yeah, that's honestly a really good example just to throw at people because, like, really, would you do that if, basically, you post something on the internet, a bunch of strangers are going to see it. So if you don't feel comfortable going to a stranger and just screaming it at them, why are you posting it on the internet?
Exactly. There's billions of people on the internet. You'd be safer doing that on the street because there's fewer people you'd propagate that information to.
Yeah.
So you kind of have to put that scenario in mind when you're doing stuff. You should avoid posting photos and videos online that you wouldn't be comfortable with a college admission office, your boss, or your grandparents seeing. And I love that. I think that's probably the best example. Don't do something or say something that you wouldn't be comfortable doing or saying to your grandparents. I think that's a good measure there because I think grandparents have a pretty good grounded reality of what is and isn't appropriate.
Yeah.
You never know where the images are going to end up. They should make good choices about how they talk to and interact with others online. And this is also very important because social media today, and I'm not going to point fingers at any particular group, political or religious or whatever, but social media today really is a cesspool. It brings out the absolute worst in human nature. There are so many attacks, so much nastiness, so much negativity. It's literally the depths of human depravity on social media today.
Yeah.
So you have to be careful how much you allow that to muddy you when you get into it. So threats, angry messages, name calling, and so on can be interpreted as cyberbullying. Even if your teen's responding to similar messages or has been otherwise provoked, the words can be taken out of context. And the problem is it's like quicksand. Especially the short, quick fire back of like Twitter. You get on Twitter and you very quickly can fall into the quagmire of this negativity and attacks and hatefulness. And it's like the news, how often do you turn on the news and you get good news? You don't. It almost never happens because it doesn't sell.
Yeah.
And social media thrives on that negativity to the point that the algorithms of YouTube and Facebook, they're geared towards it. They're geared towards poking a stick in your cage to get a reaction because the more reaction they can get out of you, the longer you're going to stay on the site, which means the more ads you're going to see, the more times you're going to click on things, and that's how they make their money. So if you log in and you see 3 articles that are happy and nice and, puppy dogs cuddling with you and stuff like that, you're not going to stay online that long. But if they flash something in front of your face that offends you or makes you mad or attacks you, you're more likely, it's human nature, that you're going to get more engaged in that. And Facebook thrives on that. And that's what makes it so terrible. And then it just builds like a virus, really. It spreads quickly. Their algorithm adjusts itself because their algorithm is almost always key to what gets more clicks. So if the negative ads and the negative articles get more clicks, they're going to be thrown up in your face more often. And it's like a snowball rolling downhill. It gets bigger and bigger and bigger. And before you know it, you're caught up in it because they've provoked you at this point. And 4 or 5 posts later, you're just as bad as the first guy who posted something. And that's what people see when they look at your digital footprint. So you have to be very careful about how you present yourself.
Sharing inappropriate jokes or memes, especially if they are making fun of or causing harm to others, like racist or sexist material, can come back to haunt your teen. Even if they didn't mean it or didn't expect to be taken seriously, it will be taken seriously and can do serious damage. It's important to teach your teen to avoid these kinds of actions online because it's the right thing to do, but also for their own sake.
So that's some good stuff that you can do to protect yourself, but there are some things, just by the very nature of the internet, that you can't do to protect your digital footprint. So teens also need to be aware of what is out of their control. For instance, every device on the internet has a traceable, semi-unique identifier called an IP address or an Internet Protocol address. IP addresses are linked to specific devices and logged every time you visit a website. Your teen can't change their IP address or erase the history of their device visiting a particular site, at least not without a VPN, which, if you're not familiar with it, VPNs are virtual private networks. And they're online services that encrypt your connection. So you would connect to the internet, you would connect to your VPN provider, and then your device, wherever you go on the internet at that point, goes from your device through your network out to the VPN provider, encrypt it so nobody can see it, and then you emerge on the internet someplace else from that virtual private network's service. This allows you to anonymously connect to websites and other online services using an IP address of the VPN provider, which allows you to be anonymous, assuming the VPN provider doesn't log your activity. So there's certain things to look for in VPN providers there.
So is this a problem? Probably not for most teens. School and university officials and employers may take a look at a teen's social media profiles or use a search engine to see what pops up when they Google a teen's name. But they're not going to try to track a teen's IP address. However, law enforcement has the means to track an IP address and will do so if they suspect a device or the owner of a device has been involved in something illegal, so that's important to keep in mind. And hackers may be able to obtain an IP address and use it to trace a device's activity or identify the person linked to that device, which could lead to anything from the release of embarrassing information to actual threats to physical safety.
So one other thing to keep in mind is there are more secure devices and more secure services out there than others. And the one I'm going to throw out there, and I know my loving wife is going to growl at me for this, but I have to throw out Apple. Apple is a company that has a proven history of being interested in protecting your privacy. And the reason for that is they don't make any money off of you. And why don't they make any money off of you? Because all their products are ridiculously overpriced. So they make their money off of the services that you buy, because they don't give anything away for free. Apple doesn't do anything for free. If you want to use something from Apple, a device or a service or whatever, you pay for it. That's how they make their money. And that's a good measure of how secure something is. If you have to pay for it, then what you're getting in return is the product. If you don't have to pay for it, you're the product. And when you don't have to pay for something, you have to think something is up. because the old adage that nothing is free is more true on the internet than it ever has been. One good example is IP addresses. So Apple phones, modern Apple OSs on their phones have a feature where they automatically mask your IP address for you. So you don't need a VPN. So every time you connect to the internet, you switch cell towers or you switch to your Wi-Fi or whatever, they give you a different IP address, which makes it very difficult. The other thing is apps that you install on your devices are tracking you. People don't realize that. The latest version of Apple OS, iOS for their devices, now tells you when an app decides that they want your information, and you have a choice whether or not to give it or not. And it's the only operating system in the world that does that right now, which should tell you right there about how much they value privacy. So if you're interested in digital privacy and controlling your digital footprint, do a little bit of research. Email us. I'll be happy to give you suggestions. I'll be happy to answer any questions you might have on digital privacy. It's something that's a kind of a hobby or a pet peeve of mine, but I also work in digital technology, so it's something that I'm immersed in pretty deeply. So feel free to reach out to us and email us at comments@insightsintothings.com if you have any questions. I know I'm preaching a lot here, and I don't want to go into a lot of technical detail and bore people any more than I already have. So if you have questions, reach out. I'll be happy to answer them.
For once, you're actually a subject matter expert.
There, for once, thanks. I appreciate that. 133 episodes in, I'm finally a subject matter expert.
I mean, you are sometimes a subject matter expert in certain things, but this is definitely something that, you are pretty much a
Thank you, sweetheart. I appreciate that semi-vote of confidence. So while these things are out of your teen's control, your teen can minimize many of the risks to themselves by being careful about where they go, what they do online, as well as by utilizing privacy settings, password protecting devices, and generally using good judgment. You can help keep your teen safe online by using monitoring tools to ensure that you're aware of any potential problems before they get out of control. So there is a ton of tools out there that we can use directly on our devices, through our web browsers, through the sites that we use, the social media services that we choose to use. There's a lot that we can do to control our digital footprint. You're not going to make it go away. Be careful what you put out there. And again, if it's not something that you'd be comfortable with your grandparents saying, or if it's not something that you'd be comfortable grabbing a random stranger on the street and telling them, then it's probably something that you shouldn't be putting on the internet because it's just as open and exposed. That's all we had here. We'll take a quick break and come back, get your closing thoughts, and go from there. We'll be right back. Go for your closing remarks.
Alrighty, so I just wanted to say to everyone out there, your digital footprint can really matter in a lot of really big scenarios, whether it be scholarships, getting into college, going into the military, your employment, or even just getting your identity stolen. Honestly, you can really do a lot of damage by just a simple post that can be offensive. So it's very important to keep track of what you do and to get the thoughts out of your head that you have more privacy than you actually do, and that when you delete something, it's gone forever. Basically, both of those are untrue. You always need to make sure you have as much privacy as you can, but you need to know you don't have complete privacy, and that what you post online pretty much stays there. And basically what Daddy said, basically if you're not comfortable sharing it with your grandparents or grabbing a random stranger on the street and telling them, then you probably shouldn't be posting it.
Sage advice as always.
Thank you.
Before we go, I want to once again encourage you to subscribe to the audio version of our podcast at Insights into Teen. It should be listed as Insights into Teens Our video version is listed as Insights into Things. We're available on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Google, Stitcher, etc., etc. Also, feel free to reach out to us. If you do have questions, please let me know. I'll be happy to answer any questions that you have. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. You can hit us on Twitter at twitter.com/insightsintothings. And it's funny because I just preached against all these social media sites and now I'm going to list our listings on there.
Yeah, it's kind of funny.
It's not hypocritical. In order to get our stuff out there, this is really the only way that we can with a $0 marketing budget.
Yeah.
I'm not even going to list Facebook this time, but Instagram, we're at instagram.com/insightsintothings. I did promise before the break that we would have a Discord server up. Technically, it is up. It's just not ready yet. So I was working on it today. Ironically, I'm not ready to release it to the listening viewership at this listening audience at this point in time because I haven't had a chance to lock it down at this point and try to make it as secure as possible. So once I do that and get that all straightened out, I hope to have it up by our next podcast. But anyway, you can get links to all those contacts on our official website at www.insightsintothings.com. And
don't forget to check out our other two podcasts, Insights into Entertainment, hosted by you and Mommy, and Insights into Tomorrow, our monthly podcast hosted by you and my brother Sam.
And that's it. Another one in the books.
Bye, everyone.
Bye. For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com.
Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network. Welcome to Insights into Tomorrow, where we take a deeper look into how the issues of today will impact the world of tomorrow. From politics and world news to media and technology, we discuss how today's headlines are becoming tomorrow's reality.
Welcome to Insights into Tomorrow. This is episode 12, The Cryptocurrency Conundrum. I'm your host, Joseph Whalen, and my co-host, Sam Whalen, today.
Hello, everybody.
How you doing today, Sam?
I'm doing okay.
So today we're going to be talking about crypto. Do you own any crypto?
I did for a little bit. I had Dogecoin when that was like a joke.
Yeah, it still is, by the way.
Yeah, but it's kind of settled out because I was using, I mean, we'll talk about it, but I was using Robinhood to get it. Yeah. And I think my friends and I all started doing it as a joke. But yeah, I had a little bit of Doge for a while. Not anymore, though.
Okay. Doge actually is not that difficult to generate. It's not like your Bitcoin and stuff like that where it's finite and crypto complicated.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how any of it works, though. That's the point of the show. You'll explain it to all of us in great detail.
Yes, I will, hopefully, in terms that we can all understand. But before we do that, I would suggest folks subscribe to the podcast itself so you get it first thing Monday morning at 8 o'clock when they come out. You can subscribe to the audio version of the podcast by looking us up as Insights into Tomorrow. The video versions of the podcast and all of our network podcasts are listed as Insights into Things. You can get us on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Google, Stitcher, pretty much any place you can get a podcast these days. I would also invite folks to give us your feedback. Email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. Let us know how we're doing on Twitter at insights_things. You can give us feedback on Facebook at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast. Shoot us a note on Instagram at Insights Into Things, or you can reach out to us on our website at www.insightsintothings.com. So today, what we're going to be doing is we're going to take a look at what cryptocurrency is. We'll understand a little bit about what blockchain technology is. Then we're going to take a look at some of the real-time or real-world impacts that cryptocurrency is having on today's economy and whether it's worth investing in. And then finally, we'll wrap up by looking at how cryptocurrency is changing the world and what the future of crypto looks like. And we'll talk a little bit about a new phenomenon in crypto called NFTs. So hopefully by the time we get done here, we'll all have a good understanding of what crypto is.
And we'll be dumping money into the market to buy some.
Shall we get started?
Yes.
All right. So, what is crypto? So, this definition of crypto comes from NerdWallet. Figure that was kind of a safe place to go to. So, cryptocurrency or crypto is a digital currency that can be used to buy goods and services, but uses an online ledger with strong cryptography to secure online transactions. So when you, unlike a nationalized currency, there's no borders to crypto at this point. It exists entirely online, and it's basically tied up inside of a cryptographic algorithm. Much of the interest in these unregulated currencies is to trade for profit, with speculators at times driving prices skyward, as we've seen recently with Bitcoin. Many companies have issued their own currencies, often called tokens, and these can be traded specifically for goods or services that company provides. Everyone's familiar with microtransactions, and nowadays you can buy currency with a company that you then use to buy things inside that company. It's no different than when you used to go to the arcade and the arcade machines didn't take quarters, they took tokens. So you put a dollar bill in a machine and got 4 tokens out instead of 4 coins. And that kind of kept that money tied up inside of that establishment. So cryptocurrencies also use technology called blockchain. So we'll talk about blockchain in a second. That's really the driving technology behind blockchain. But part of the appeal of cryptocurrency is the security of it. A lot of people feel the anonymity that cryptocurrency offers is a selling point because you can go out and make a transaction, a purchase online somewhere, and not have that traced back to you through a PayPal account or a credit card or something else. But what people don't realize is it's not as untraceable as they think it is, because there is a digital footprint. There's a digital trail that goes along with it that can be traced back to your wallet, because you have to have a digital wallet that you apply these coins to. So, with that in mind, questions, statements, inquiries?
No, I think that all makes sense. I mean, my familiarity with Bitcoin is mostly from the last season of Mr. Robot, actually, which ended a while ago. But in that show, the economy basically tanks. And this one company, E-Corp, comes up with eCoin, which is basically takes the place of physical money. So everybody has their eCoin wallet on their phone. So I kind of got the concept a little bit from that. I mean, it's a fictionalized portrayal, but they did their research in terms of, using Bitcoin as a replacement for physical money.
Sure. And really, I mean, money is currency itself is anything that has a value associated with it that you can trade for things. Whether it's paper money that we have, whether it's gold coins because the material that it's made from has a value associated with it, or nowadays with U.S. currency where there isn't a backing to it. There's no silver or gold backing to it. There's an intrinsic value based on the current economic state. So as a result, the dollar goes up and down depending on what our trade state is and other factors in the world. Cryptocurrency is the same sort of scenario, but it's affected by things very differently. Like one of the things that we're seeing nowadays is Bitcoin is soaring right now. And one of the reasons it took a recent jump was Tesla, Elon Musk's company, decided that they're going to take Bitcoin payment for cars, and they invested more than $1 billion to acquire Bitcoin. Well, anytime a commodity is purchased in volumes like that, the cost of it goes up just because of the perceived value of it at that point. So you have speculative investment like that that's causing a rise in value.
Yeah, that happened with, we talked about Dogecoin earlier too. Elon Musk would make a tweet about Dogecoin and it would shoot up 20 cents or something like that.
Sure.
So and you get that with regular stocks too, but with crypto, it's even more volatile like that.
Well, and Elon Musk is a great person to pick on because he's the type of person who stock in Tesla goes up significantly and then he tweets and says, "Oh, well, that's overvalued." And then the stock plummets. Mm-hmm. And when you're the second richest man in the world, you can stand to lose $40 billion and it doesn't really put a dent in your bank account, but your other investors can't afford that kind of recklessness and that volatility in a stock that they're investing in. And we'll talk later about the investment angle of Bitcoin and cryptocurrency, but we're going to find that's the same type of thing with crypto. So the technology that it is based on is blockchain. Now, this information comes from another website, Investopedia.com. Blockchain is a decentralized technology spread across many computers that manages and records transactions. Blockchain is a specific type of database. It differs from a typical database in the way it stores information. Blockchains store data in blocks that are then chained together.
Blockchain. I get
blockchain. Once a block is filled with data, it's chained onto the previous block, which makes the data chained together in a chronological order. So one of the problems that you have with this is that as you continue to mine coin in a blockchain, the blockchain gets larger and larger and larger, which requires more storage capacity, it requires more bandwidth to handle, it requires more computing power as it gets progressively larger. Different types of information can be stored on a blockchain, but the most common use so far has been as a ledger for these transactions. In Bitcoin's case, blockchain is used in a decentralized way so that no single person or group has control. Rather, all users collectively retain control. So when you're going to mine Bitcoin, you download whatever the current version of that blockchain is, the entire thing. And as you're churning through it and you fill up the block itself, you're sending that data back out to this collection of computers.
So when we're talking about downloading it, is this terabytes, petabytes? I don't know, how big does it get?
I don't know what the last count was, but you're talking a massive amount of data right now. Like it would take, I think I was looking at numbers earlier, and it took 8 hours or so over a gigabit line to download the current one. Once you have it, though, you get incremental updates to it. But that's just a sign of how large this is. And the larger it is, the more computations have to be done. So the problem a lot of people are running into is that in order to mine Bitcoin now, people are using very sophisticated hardware. In fact, NVIDIA just came out with their latest line of video cards, and they cryptographically crippled them through a driver update so they couldn't be used for blockchain, because what's happening is you're actually burning more energy in computational power and cooling to run these machines than you're generating in actual funds. So it's environmentally it's not a good thing. I mean, we're not drilling another hole in the ozone or anything, but this is not going down the right path. So in Bitcoin's case, the blockchain's used as a way to store the ledger on here, and the decentralized blockchains are themselves immutable, which means that once the data is entered, it can't be changed. And for Bitcoin, this means that transactions are permanently recorded and viewable to anyone. And that's where that lack of anonymity comes from. Because in order for this whole system to work, you have to use a shared database for these transactions. Now, your existence in here is probably some, 64 character long random GUID number, not, Sam. So there's that level of anonymity. But it also records origins of these. So it can tell geographically by your IP address where it's coming from. So when you process something on the blockchain, it knows what your ID is. It might not know who you are, but it can see where you're at. So a lot of cyber forensic analysis is going into some of these, because a lot of people in the criminal underworld are using Bitcoin to fund their terrorist organizations and criminal organizations because of that level of security. So as a result, federal authorities and government authorities around the world are developing new tools to try to de-anonymize some of these transactions to track it down so that they can generate evidence against criminals. So that's really what blockchain is. It's the technology behind, it's the database behind cryptocurrency. Questions, comments?
No, I mean, it seems relatively straightforward so far. So my only thing is, how does this translate into actual value? Because I understand how you get it and how it's made, but is it just because there's so much of it that it gives it value?
It's not that there's so much, it's that there's so little. So for instance, if you look at Bitcoin, the way that you compute or the way that you mine Bitcoin computationally, there's a finite number of Bitcoins that are out there. And the more that are found, the fewer that can be found. So it's almost think of it like a baseball card. 10 Ricky Henderson rookies are made. That's all that will ever be made. And they're all in packages that are sitting in stores. So when the first one gets purchased, it's worth, say, $1,000. But when the second one gets purchased, you know that there's only 8 more out there. So the value of the ones that are found go up until all 10 are found. And then there's a fixed value because they exist. They're the only ones that are going to exist.
So that's why you have Tesla getting a bunch of it.
Exactly.
And then it skyrockets.
The problem that you run into is as people trade it and buy and sell and companies start to adopt it as an actual currency, it gets more precious because you have a finite pool of resources now that are now being traded in large blocks.
So people fight over it, and then
exactly. Then you have governments. Like, for instance, Russia has outlawed Bitcoin. So you can't use Bitcoin in Russia to do anything. Where in the United States, I could spend Bitcoin to buy a pizza. It's literally that simple. And in the early days of Bitcoin, it was used very frivolously. It was generated a lot on colleges because a lot of college students would use computers on campus because of the computational power to generate these. So you'd have students that would have 10 Bitcoins that would generate overnight. Then they'd want to order pizza. Well, they didn't have any cash, so the local pizzeria would accept Bitcoin. So you'd spend 2 Bitcoin to buy a pizza.
And 1 Bitcoin now is worth like $10,000 or something like that.
Right. So you have people that spent over $20,000 on pizzas when they were in college. So that's why the volatility of it kind of makes for opportunities, but it also makes for misuse of the currency as well. So we're going to take a quick break, and we'll come back and we'll talk about what the impact of cryptocurrency is on today's society.
Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Our husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom. We'll look at the interesting and obscure entertainment news of the week. We'll talk about theme park and pop culture news. We'll give you the latest and greatest on pop culture conventions. We'll give you a deep dive into Disney, Star Wars, and much more. Check out our video episodes at youtube.com/insightsintothings. Our audio episodes at podcast.insightsintoentertainment.com, or check us out on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Today on Insights into Tomorrow, I find the button on the board to actually hit the right scene. Today we're talking about cryptocurrency, and we're going to talk a little bit about the impact of cryptocurrency on today's economy. So we've talked about Bitcoin, we've talked about Dogecoin a little bit. There's actually more than 6,700 different cryptocurrencies that are traded publicly today. And this is according to coinmarketcap.com. Cryptocurrencies continue to proliferate, raising money through initial coin offerings. You've heard of IPOs, initial public offerings for stocks. ICOs are what crypto coins actually use to generate their funds. The total value of all cryptocurrencies as of February 18th, 2021 was more than $1.6 trillion according to CoinMarketCap. And the total value of all Bitcoins, the most popular digital currency, was pegged at about $969 billion. Now, you can't have that much market cap and not have a huge influence over the economy. I mean, I can't, it's hard for me to imagine another segment of the economy other than like Apple, that's $1 trillion company, that has that kind of influence over it. So just that value alone gives you a footprint and a place at the table that countries, I mean, that's more value than most countries in the world actually have as far as value goes. What are your thoughts on that?
I mean, that's an astounding amount of wealth. And like going back to the pizza analogy from earlier, like to think that it's come from that, using it to get a pizza to $969 billion in what, 20 years?
Yeah, not even that.
Yeah, less than that. It's just interesting, and stocks in general, or the market, how that works, it all kind of mystifies me. It seems like it's gambling with extra steps, and like how things get value, and in this case, how things can skyrocket in value over time. It fascinates me, but it's not something I have any idea how to get involved in.
Well, and that's one of the things, that's one of the real distinguishing factors between a cryptocurrency and a stock. A stock is a piece of something. It's a piece of a company, and its value is based on the value of that company, its revenue, its profit, and how that company is being run. And all that information, when you're a publicly traded company, is publicly available. So if you want to go do the research on Intel and see how much Intel is worth, you can see what their assets are, what their liabilities are, what their profits are, what contracts they've landed over the last 12 months. You can do all that research and find all that information. And largely that's what, analysts and stockbrokers do for you. They do all that work for you and come back and say, okay, buy Intel because they're worth it. But you have the freedom to go get that information yourself and do it. You lack that information for the most part when it comes to crypto. I mean, crypto isn't representative of anything substantial. It's literally data that's being passed around. And a lot of people have a very difficult time wrapping their heads around that. It's hard to understand why you would need something like that. Granted, you can have a currency that doesn't have borders. So, for instance, you have the euro versus the dollar. And the euro traditionally trends a few cents higher in value than the dollar does, depending on what's going on from a geopolitical standpoint. But that currency itself is based on gross domestic product. It's based on manufacturing output. There's a measurable metric that you can look at for it. So you can kind of predict, okay, well, we know that everyone's being hit by the pandemic right now. And sections of Europe are being hit worse than others. So the chances are their economy is going to be impacted by that further. So maybe now is not a good time. And I'm saying this strictly from a theoretical standpoint. I am not an investment broker, or am I qualified to comment on any of this stuff. But you can see these signs, these trends, and determine that might not be the investment that you want because the euro may go down as their economy is impacted. You can't do that with Bitcoin. Tomorrow, Bitcoin could lose 30% for no apparent reason. Or it could gain 30% for equally no reason.
It's volatile.
That is
it's the buzzword, yeah.
Incredibly volatile. So why do people like cryptocurrency? Why don't you tell us, why people, what the appeal of cryptocurrency is?
Yeah, so supporters see cryptocurrency, things like Bitcoin, as a currency of the future, and they're racing to buy them now before they become more valuable, which we've already seen that with going from buying pizzas to being worth, $900 billion. Some supporters like the fact that crypto removes central banks from managing the money supply, since over time these banks tend to reduce the value of money through inflation, so Bitcoin can't be inflated the way normal money can. Other supporters like the technology behind crypto, like the blockchain, which we talked about earlier, because it's decentralized processing and recording system and can be more secure than usual payment options. And then finally, some speculators like crypto because they're going up in value and have no interest in the currency's long-term acceptance as a way to move money.
And that's a very good point, is that if you look at it from a long-term standpoint, it's so volatile and traded so frequently that people aren't looking at it as a long-term. Like people buy Disney stock and they hold on the Disney stock for 30 years and they continue to increase in value. They may get dividends from it, but ultimately it's a long-term thing that someday you'll sell that and it's an investment. Whereas cryptocurrency is almost like day trading.
Yeah.
I'm buying it this morning because I know this afternoon chances are it's going to be 30% higher and I'm going to make a fortune off of it.
That's essentially what I was doing. Me and my friends, when I talked about Dogecoin earlier, that's what we would do. We bought it, and then for like a week straight, we would check every day to see what the value was. And you could set, in the app we were using, you could set, I think it was called a limit order. So like if Dogecoin went up to 80 cents, you can have it sell then.
Right.
So like if we thought Elon Musk was going to tweet about it and it would make it go up in value, which happened, a lot of people made a lot of money when Dogecoin, when that phenomenon was happening.
Sure.
It's kind of stabled out now, but it was like day trading. And Robinhood, I know, got a lot of flack for that because so much money was being dumped in that they couldn't keep up with it. And I think that finding came out a couple of days ago, where the way Robinhood works is when you go into, and for those that don't know, Robinhood is an app where you can, trade stocks and trade crypto. When you go to buy something through them, they actually wait and basically give you an IOU so that if they can get a better value for it, they can then take that and then you also get the stock. They take off the top.
Right.
But when the things with Dogecoin was happening, so many people were buying in And with GameStop as well, the GameStop stock situation, they didn't have enough money to keep up. So it's like, you know, when the trend hits the whole world and everybody's doing it like day trading, it can cripple something like Robinhood that's just, you know, the app to the middleman almost.
Yeah, their business model was not capable of keeping up with that. But one of the other things about crypto that we talk about here is that it doesn't use a centralized bank, which means it can't be influenced by governments or government regulation. So you look at how some of the economy works in the United States, and you've got the Federal Trade Commission that makes sure that there's no insider trading and that things are done on the up and up. You have the Federal Reserve that sets interest rates. So with a traditional economy, you have a lot of outside influence. It's not just the market value. A lot of it is the government trying to control the money. Part of that's inflation. You know, when the economy is bad, the government puts more currency into circulation, which devalues the currency but increases spending. And with a cryptocurrency, they don't have that control, which is one of the reasons why Russia had banned Bitcoin, because Bitcoin could really come in and take over an economy because the government has no control over it. So a lot of governments don't understand crypto yet, and those that do and have kind of a good understanding of it are kind of afraid of it, and with good reason. Yeah. One of the other things that we talk about here is the encryption associated with it. Well, that encryption allows you to hide transactions. So right now we've got a big push in the United States where the federal government wants to have access to encrypted data on your phone, in your email, through your social media, because they claim that without that, then they can't do their job from a law enforcement perspective. So the federal government wants access to your encrypted information on your phone. So if they get a warrant for a search warrant, they can execute it, where they can't do that now. Well, they'll never be able to do that with cryptocurrency. They can't go to a manufacturer like Apple or Google and say, put a backdoor in or we're going to put you out of business. There's no central authority for Bitcoin. So they can't exercise that control. And as a result, it's very appealing to a lot of people who want to do international transactions. You know, when we do transactions with a company overseas, there's a conversion rate that happens. And that conversion makes money for someone. Some money broker somewhere skims off the top, like you talked about with Robinhood. With Bitcoin, it's traded at face value. Nobody skims off the top. Nobody makes a profit off of it. And generally, when no one's making a profit off of a transaction, people have a problem with that.
Yeah.
So you can't have that man in the middle who's doing things. But again, cryptocurrencies are speculative. There's nothing tangible about a cryptocurrency that says, okay, well, I see that Tesla put out 20% more cars this year than they had forecast, so their value is going to go up. There's nothing like that with crypto. It's literally just made up as it goes along. And that's something that scares off investors. So what you get is a completely different class of investors that go after cryptocurrencies. As an investor myself, I'm very risk averse. You know, I will invest money in a guaranteed 8% return any day over the possibility of a 15% return with a 50% chance of loss. That's just the way I am. I'll always go for the sure thing.
I mean, like, I've been investing a little bit. Like, I don't, as I've made clear by this show, I don't really understand how a lot of this stuff works. So I've been using Robinhood, and they got in trouble for kind of gamifying it. But I like that personally because it makes it a lot easier to understand. And the way I've been trading it is, it is like gambling, where if you're putting money in, like, you have to be okay to lose it if you mess something up, or like you're okay having it sit there for a long time. Cause you know, a lot of stocks are, like you talked about with the Disney example, a long-term thing. So I haven't been doing it enough to understand how I do it. But at least with the crypto stuff, I was doing it daily, trying to get like just the smallest amount of value out of it. Where it's not a set 8%, a guaranteed 8% return like you were talking about. So it is weird seeing the comparison of, play it safe long term, but with crypto, it's play it now and hope for the best.
Absolutely. So I guess the real overriding question is, are cryptocurrencies a good investment? So like we said, cryptocurrencies may go up in value, but many investors see them as more speculations and not real investments. And the reason for that is that just like real currencies, cryptocurrencies generate no cash flow. So for you to profit, someone has to pay more for the currency than you did, which is called the greater fool principle. Yeah, I love that one.
That's a funny name.
And it's a legitimate theory for investing. But if you contrast that to a well-managed business, which increases its value over time by growing the profitability and cash flow of an operation, experts note that cryptocurrencies such as Bitcoin may not be that safe. And some notable voices in the investment community have advised would-be investors to steer clear of them. Because it's gambling.
Yeah, it's just gambling.
You hit the nail on the head. You're probably better off going to Vegas and betting, $5,000 on black at the roulette than you aren't putting it in to cryptocurrency. Of a particular note, Warren Buffett compared Bitcoin to paper checks, saying, quote, it's a very effective way of transmitting money, and you can do it anonymously and all that. A check is a way of transmitting money, too. Are checks worth a lot of money just because they can transmit money? And I think that really boils it down, because in order to do anything with Bitcoin, you either have to generate them through very complex, very costly computational efforts, or you need to buy them. So if you invest the money to buy them, you've paid somebody money for money. Really.
Yeah.
And you're paying that conversion rate.
Mm-hmm.
If you generate it, then you're paying the money to actually, it's not free. Like a lot of people think that, and that's part of the problem, is that people think that, oh, well, cryptocurrency, I can generate that, I can quote unquote mine that on my computer. Well, I already own the computer, so it's costing me nothing. If I can mine 3 Bitcoin, that's a fortune. Well, you're not mining for nothing. You're paying the electric bill. You're paying to cool it, because it generates so much heat to do these computations. People have actually turned mining computers into heaters for their homes.
Oh, wow.
What they've done is they build a computer with 5 or 6 graphic processor units, high-grade graphics processor units, and they channel that heat into their house, and that's how they heat their house.
That's insane.
I saw one person who lived out in Colorado or something like that, and he actually funneled the heat from his cryptocurrency computer to a chicken coop, and that heats the chicken coop outside.
Well, there you go.
But that's no different than, because you're still paying to use that power. One of the latest trends now is they're putting a lot of crypto mining farms in Alaska so they don't have to pay for the cooling costs. So they're just pulling,
put them in the ice.
they're pulling outdoor air in, and that's cooling these machines off.
Yeah, I know there was this was a while ago, probably like a year ago, but the Nintendo Switch had a thing, the gaming console, where people couldn't figure out why when they played this one game, it was like some cooking game, why their Switches kept overheating. And it was because they were using it to mine Bitcoin in the background for the game. So people's Switches would overheat and turn off, and they couldn't figure out why, because it's not like, the Switch is like that big. It's not like it's a PS5 or something. Yeah. So people were like, what's going on here? And they looked into it, and they were mining Bitcoin in the background when you played the game. It was insane.
Yeah. Yeah, it's scary. It really is. Yeah. For those who see cryptocurrency such as Bitcoin as the currency of the future, it should be noted that a currency needs stability so that merchants and consumers can determine what a fair price for goods is. So let's take the instance of Tesla. So they're going to be selling a car, and they're going to price the cost in Bitcoin out to what the equivalent dollar value would be. So let's say, for instance, you buy a Tesla for $80,000. Let's say that's for the sake of easy math, that's 8 Bitcoin. All right. Say Bitcoin's at $10,000 each. Well, if Bitcoin drops in value at any point in time while you're still paying for that car, then you just got, like, if it drops to 5,000 per Bitcoin, you just paid half price for that car. What merchant is going to deal with a currency that's that volatile and that prone to have them lose money? Like, it just, for Tesla to go that route, I think puzzled a lot of people.
Do you think that it's going to end up becoming regulated if enough businesses get involved? Do you think it's just going to sidestep the government and they're just going to regulate it themselves? Especially if they have the majority of it, like a Tesla or another big corporation?
Well, and that's actually a very interesting proposition. You can't regulate it. You can't, because of its decentralized nature. So even if you own the majority of it, like owning the majority of a company, you control that company. If you own the majority of Bitcoin, you can't dictate the price of Bitcoin, because Bitcoin is only worth what the market will bear. So if Tesla owned 60% of the available Bitcoin out there, they could ask whatever they want. But if nobody wants to pay that value, then it's not worth that, right? Like, think of selling on eBay. Oh, I can put my Star Wars figures up on eBay and ask $5,000 for them. Doesn't mean they're worth $5,000 if nobody's going to buy them. And that's what you're looking at with Bitcoin, is that you can't deregulate. So I don't know why at this point in time someone like Elon Musk would get into it, if for no other reason than just for publicity.
I'm pretty sure he had an SEC filing the other day where they have to call him like Crypto King now or something like that.
Yeah, I saw that.
Which one of my friends, it was half joking, but he was like, well, that's so they don't have to say he's a CEO. So when he does dumb stuff like this, he can say, well, I'm not CEO, I'm the Crypto King.
Right.
It's different.
Right. But I don't know. He does things like, this is the man who sold flamethrowers to promote his boring company, his mining company. So
we could do a whole show on him if we wanted to.
Yeah.
He's like Tony Stark, but not as cool.
But as we said, Bitcoin and other cryptocurrencies have been anything but stable through much of their history. For example, while Bitcoin traded close to $20,000 in December 2017, by 2020 it was trading at record levels. It dropped as low as $3,200 later that year. That's 70% of your value. That's ridiculous to have a drop like that. And then by 2020, it was back at record levels again. So the price volatility creates a conundrum. Hence the title to the show.
Hey-o.
See, you
Full
made fun of me
circle.
for the title.
I did make fun. It was funny.
If Bitcoins might be worth a lot more in the future, people are less likely to spend and circulate them today. So I'm going to stop buying pizzas with my Bitcoin. I'm going to hold on to them, making them less viable as a currency. So think of it almost like a commodity, like gold. So gold rarely drops in value. And what happens is a lot of people buy gold and they hold on to it because it's a good investment, because it doesn't drop in value. Nobody deals in gold as a currency anymore. It's not practical to deal in it. But because it's stable, people are going to hold on to that and use that to back other ventures. Because this is volatile and could drop or increase dramatically, people don't want to spend that, because they don't want to spend $20,000 on a pizza. Even though it may only be $20 today, to, a year from now, it could be $20,000. So it doesn't lend itself to being used to transmit money. And finally, they say, why spend a Bitcoin when it would be worth 3 times that value next year? And that's exactly what they're saying. It's more an investment gimmick, I think, than it is a real currency.
So then do you think it will go by the wayside eventually? If people adopt this line of thinking that it's not worth the effort to spend it?
I think Bitcoin has a very limited lifetime to it. I think cryptocurrency in general does. I think blockchain has other practical applications that can be used for more realistic things. I think what we're seeing right now with crypto is probably a fad because it's just too unstable.
Yeah.
People, investors don't like instability. So you're going to find that it's going to probably lose its widespread adoption pretty quickly.
Mm-hmm.
But let's take a quick break, and we'll come back and we'll look at what we do think of what the future of cryptocurrency is and how it's changing the world.
Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Talking to real teens about real teen problems. Explore issues from braces to puberty, social anxiety to financial responsibility. Each week, we talk about the topics concerning today's youth. We look at how the issues affect teens, how to cope with these issues, and how parents, friends, and loved ones can help teens handle these challenges. Check out our video episodes on youtube.com/insightsintothings. Catch our audio versions on podcast.insightsintoteens.com or on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Welcome back to Insights into Tomorrow. We're talking cryptocurrency. And as we said earlier, cryptocurrency is not new. It's been around since roughly 2009 when Bitcoin was first created. But in recent years, it started to have a more significant impact on the world. Cryptocurrency has done this by changing the way various industries operate and opening up new opportunities for individuals and businesses alike. The creation of cryptocurrency also introduced blockchain technology to the world, which is, I think, the most significant contribution that we get from crypto. According to Statista, revenues from the technology are expected to reach more than $39 billion by 2025. From these figures, it's clear that cryptocurrencies and the technology that surround them are having a major impact. Here are some of the examples of how cryptocurrency is changing the world. Why don't you tell us about these?
Sure. So alternative international financial transactions, which we kind of talked about earlier with it being a borderless currency. Businesses are always keen to find a way to complete international transactions in the most secure way possible. So cryptocurrency-based solutions like Ripple can help with this. Ripple operates on an open source platform, and it enables the seamless transfer of both cryptocurrencies like Bitcoin and Litecoin and fiat money like USD and yen. I don't know what fiat money is.
Fiat money is national currency.
Oh, okay. I didn't realize that was a term for it. And then finally, the main process of Ripple is payment, settlement, and remittance that is similar to the traditional SWIFT system, which is used by financial institutions. What is the SWIFT system also?
Well, SWIFT system we're not going to go into today.
Okay.
That's a lot more complicated.
Okay. Yeah, we'll get an economist next time to break that down for us.
Yes.
Second, more options for secure online payments. Cryptocurrencies and blockchain technology can make it easier for people to make online payments. Blockchain wallets store private and public keys that enable payments to be made securely and quickly. Also, many sites in various industries accept cryptocurrencies as a safe way for people to send and deposit money. So, for example, online gambling sites that accept cryptocurrencies are popular among young adults and in general with players due to the added security that is provided. The worldwide online payment system PayPal has also recently announced that it is going to start allowing customers to buy, sell, and hold cryptocurrencies in its online wallets. PayPal was Elon Musk, right? He invented that?
I believe that's where he started.
So yeah, another Elon, he's back. Another mention of him. Revolutionizing supply chains. So Bitcoin, the global economy, is reliant on secure and efficient supply chains. This makes supply chain security a major concern. The blockchain technology that enables the use of crypto can also be used to improve the security of supply chains thanks to its transparency and decentralized nature. Certain currencies like Walton Chain and VeChain, or VeChain, are specifically aimed at improving the safety and speed of supply chain operation. Providing a platform for creatives, it can often be difficult for professionals like musicians to sell content without interference from middlemen like producers. So they can use crypto like XRP to allow them to sell content directly to consumers. This is because consumers can access the content and pay for it using a real-world payment solution. That's an interesting note. I never thought of that, of how it can be used to actually help people that might be, scammed by a producer or something like that. changing the way NGOs deal with money. Non-governmental organizations, NGOs, engage with crypto as a way of getting currency to underprivileged areas of the world. During the current crisis, the Red Cross in Italy has also started accepting Bitcoin donations from people in order to boost its fund and help it provide the support that people need. So using it for more humanitarian efforts.
Sure. And the other thing we kind of have to make note of here is that we talk a lot about Bitcoin because that's in the news a lot. And Bitcoin's a form of crypto, but it's obviously not the only version. Crypto in general can be used for other different things depending on how it's generated. Like, for instance, we talked how Bitcoin has a finite number of Bitcoins that you can ever get out of the blockchain. But other currencies like Dogecoin, it's unlimited. So you can continue to generate Dogecoin, which is why the value never really soars, because there's an infinite amount of it out there. But it's also a legitimate form of currency because it is digitally signed through a very strong encryption. So something like that, you can easily use that to do electronic transactions back and forth online, or to transfer large sums of money, or things like that, where you want to have secure, borderless transactions. That's not to say that Bitcoin's the best crypto for that, but crypto can be used for these things. It does away with that decentralized bank. It does away with these conversions. It does away with the regulations that you get bogged down in. One example, which is probably not a good example, is North Korea. Okay, so North Korea is under all kinds of sanctions. They can't trade, tea at this point in time without having some kind of sanction slapped on them. But they can trade crypto because it's unregulated.
Yeah.
There's no way to stop that.
I didn't even think of that.
Now, that's a bad example of that, but the good example of that is if you're in a oppressive third world regime that you're trying to fight for the freedom of the people there and the government is oppressing you. You can fund those operations through cryptocurrencies and still manage to get the funds that you need.
Yeah, it sort of cuts out the red tape and the middleman and all that to just get the currency where it needs to be.
Exactly. I think personally moving forward, cryptocurrencies themselves are going to be more of a medium than they are an asset or an investment. They're going to be used for transactions. Like a lot of business transactions use EFT fund transactions now, and you get a lot of hands touching that type of stuff through the banking industries. And I think cryptocurrencies eliminate a lot of that stuff. So I think there's a future for cryptocurrencies. I think it's very different than what we see today. I think we're going to see them take on a different role. I think we're going to see them be used by different people for different reasons. I don't think they're going to be a viable investment anytime in the near future just because of the volatility. But one of the things that we are seeing crypto use for, and again, this is a different use of blockchains, is something called an NFT, or a non-fungible token. And these are a type of cryptocurrency created on smart contract platforms such as Ethereum. And they're unique digital objects that can be cool to own or even profitable to trade.
Like it's World of Warcraft or something.
Similar to that. You joke,
really?
But it's similar to that. But for instance, Elon Musk's girlfriend was just in the news because she put up $8 million in artwork as NFTs. The NBA is involved in this. You can purchase an NFT, a non-fungible token of an NBA highlight, and you own that highlight.
Like the footage?
No, just the rights to the highlight.
Okay.
This is where it gets confusing.
Yeah, I'm kind of lost.
Think of it as, let's go back to the analogy of baseball cards. All right. So as a kid, I would buy baseball cards. You'd go out to the store, you'd buy a pack of them. You'd open them up and you'd see what card you got. And if you got a rookie card of somebody that you knew was good, you held on to it and it had value. I could take that to a trading card store somewhere and sell it. This is sort of the same type of thing, but you never get the card. So, for instance, you pay for an NFT And that NFT happens to be for, I say Ricky Henderson because that's the only valuable baseball card I ever owned. So you pay for a token, a digital token for Ricky Henderson's rookie card. And that card stays in the store in the window, and everyone can come by and they can look at that and they can gawk at it and they can ooh and ah and everything, but nobody can have it. They can just see it. You own it. Now you can trade it to someone else. You can sell it to someone else. You can sell that right to it, but you never actually own it.
That sounds lame. Why would you want to do that? Especially if it's like Grimes' artwork. Wouldn't you want to hang artwork like in your house? You just have a thing that says you own the artwork. You don't own the art.
Well, and that's like, you can have copies of it, but you own the right to that item itself. So no one else can own the right to it.
It seems like a pyramid scheme or something.
And that's how it's been described.
You own
by
the
a lot
idea
of
of art.
That's how it's been described. So what is fungible and non-fungible?
You're asking me?
Yes.
Oh, well, conveniently enough, we have a very well-produced show notes. Cryptocurrencies can be fungible, meaning all the currency's unit, i.e. tokens, are the same and equal, like grains of rice or dollars. Non-fungible tokens are the opposite. Every cryptocurrency unit or token is unique and cannot be replicated. This, quote, non-fungible property can be used for many things, even certain types of currencies. But the current NFT craze is mostly fueled by digital art and collectibles, kind of like we talked about. People have figured out that a unique digital object can be interesting, cool, and even have a significant monetary value. It's why the space has recently blossomed, encompassing thousands of projects involving artworks, gaming, and sports.
So how do NFTs work? So it really depends on the platform, right? So given the vast majority of NFTs that are created and traded on Ethereum, let's focus on that. So NFTs created on Ethereum's blockchain, which is immutable, meaning it can't be altered, like we've talked about all blockchains. No one can undo your ownership of an NFT or recreate the same one. They're also, quote, permissionless. So anyone can create, buy, or sell an NFT without asking for permission. So if you're an artist, you can create your own NFTs. You don't have to license it through someone else.
So how does that work with like the NBA?
So the NBA creates their NFTs for these highlights.
Okay.
And they're the only ones that can create their NFTs.
Right. Gotcha.
They're the authority for it. Every NFT is unique and can be viewed by anyone, just like that card in the window. Anyone can walk by the window. So again, it's like the analogy I gave you with having a card that's forever available for people to use. I don't know why people would do it.
Yeah.
People are doing it. There's a huge budding industry, which is why I threw it in at the end of the notes here, because it kind of was an afterthought in my research in doing this. But I wanted to put it in here as another example of how blockchain itself is being used without it being technically a cryptocurrency. And I guess, let's take a step back and talk about where we think it's going to go. So we're going to take a quick break. Our last break, we'll come back and we'll talk about what the future of cryptocurrency is going to look like. For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com. Investopedia.com says that the economic analysts predict a big change in crypto is forthcoming as institutional money enters the market. There's the possibility of crypto will be floated on the NASDAQ, which would further add credibility to blockchain and its uses as an alternative to conventional currencies. Some predict that all crypto needs to be a verified exchange-traded fund, an ETF. An ETF would definitely make it easier for people to invest in Bitcoin, but there still needs to be the demand to want to invest in crypto, which might not automatically be generated with a fund. What do you think? Where do you think we're going to go with crypto based on the discussion that we had here? What do you think its future is?
Well, I didn't know a whole lot about it going in, and I've definitely learned a lot today. So I said I'd probably agree with a lot of what you're saying, is that it seems like it's the blockchain element of it seems like it's useful and can be used for lots of other things. But breaking it down in terms of the actual reasons to invest in it, and there not really being that many, and the volatility of it too, I think unless there's a change in that and how that works, which I don't know how you do that, it seems like, the best thing we're getting out of this is the blockchain technology.
Right. Yeah. And Investopedia looks specifically at the outlook for Bitcoin. And they say the future outlook for Bitcoin is it's subject to much debate, which we kind of agreed on here. While the financial media is proliferated by so-called crypto evangelists, Harvard University professor of economics and public policy, Kenneth Rogoff, suggests the, quote, overwhelming sentiment among crypto advocates is that the total market capitalization of cryptocurrencies could explode over the next 5 years, rising to $5 to $10 trillion, which is, astronomical. The historic volatility of the asset class is no reason to panic, he says. Still, he tempered his optimism with that of the crypto evangelists' view of Bitcoin as digital gold, calling it, quote, nutty.
Yeah, that's the official economist term.
That is the official term, stating its long-term value is more likely to be $100 than $100,000. Rogoff argues that unlike physical gold, Bitcoin's use is limited to transactions, which makes it more vulnerable to a bubble-like collapse. Additionally, the cryptocurrency's energy-intensive verification process is vastly less efficient than systems that rely on a trusted central authority like a central bank. And I think that's really a great place to make that distinction, is that the value or the viability of a Bitcoin is in its computational authority, whereas the value of a traditional currency or stock is in its institutional authority. And being decentralized with no institutional authority, you have to rely on that encryption to know what the value is and to know that it's a legitimate transaction. What are your thoughts on that?
I mean, it makes a lot of sense, right? I mean, even this guy that we just quoted, he starts off with towards the more optimistic side, saying, it could be trillions of dollars in the next couple of years. But then once he thinks about it seems like he tempers it, being like, well, it's also very volatile. And, he say the word bubble. And that kind of got me thinking of, like, maybe this is a bubble. Maybe it has the chance to collapse. And especially with it being like so nebulous too, that it might even lend itself further to a collapse. Like, .com and things like that back in, what was it, the 90s, right? When that happened?
Late 90s, yeah.
Yeah. So maybe, I hope that doesn't happen, because it seems like it's interesting technology. I hope that it doesn't completely collapse. And if it does collapse, maybe it can come back in some way. But yeah, it just seems like overall it's better to just be safe than sorry.
Sure. Yeah. I think, we both agree that there's probably a lot more scrutiny to be paid to this. Bitcoin's main benefits of decentralization and transaction anonymity have also made it a favored currency for a host of illegal activities, including money laundering, drug peddling, smuggling, and weapons procurement. This has attracted the attention of powerful regulatory and other government agencies, such as the Financial Crimes Enforcement Network, the SEC, and even the FBI and Department of Homeland Security. In March of 2013, when this was an infant state here, the Financial Crimes Enforcement Network issued rules that defined virtual currency exchanges and administrators as money service businesses bringing them within the jurisdiction of government regulation. In May of that year, the Department of Homeland Security froze an account of Mt. Gox, the largest Bitcoin exchange at the time, that was held at Wells Fargo, alleging that it broke anti-money laundering laws. New York's Department of Financial Services issued subpoenas to 22 emerging payment companies, many of which handled Bitcoin, asking about their measures to prevent money laundering and ensure consumer protection. So these are very real cases out there that the government, fearing what you can do with this cryptocurrency, and they're fearing it under the guise of illegal activity, which is legitimate, but their fear goes a lot deeper than just illegal activity. Their fear goes to a lack of control, a lack of regulation. I mean, the federal government does not like things it can't regulate.
Yeah, and it seems like they're most likely going to use the crime angle to get their foot in the door, right, for increased regulation.
And they were doing the same exact thing with encryption on your personal phones. And even the encryption on your phones, they're taking it even a step further, and they're hammering home this whole idea of child pornography and child exploitation. And that's why, let's do it for the children.
Think of the children, yeah.
Right. And that's really what they're hammering home to try to crack your encryption. But we're looking at the same type of thing here. So I think unregulated currencies like Bitcoin that are speculative and have a potential for high value are much more likely to come under the scrutiny of the government than a transactional thing like Dogecoin, where people are using it for legitimate things, and it doesn't have enough power behind it to really warrant being used for illegal activity. Right. But again, in the end, I think it's really the technology that comes out of this that's going to be the winner overall. I think cryptocurrencies, I don't think they're going to go away anytime soon, but they're not changing the economy anytime soon. Governments just aren't going to allow it.
Yeah, it seems like it would be that simple, right? They could just say no.
Yeah. So what are your final thoughts on cryptocurrency?
Well, I definitely learned a lot about it today. That was kind of nice. And I hope that our viewers learned something too, if they were as clueless as I was. But yeah, I mean, it seems like it's not as future-proof as, some of the jokes about it might make it seem like. But, blockchain seems like it could be used for a lot of really good things, and hopefully good things. And I'm curious to see where governments take it in the next 5 to 10 years. If we do end up getting, that $1 trillion level that economist was talking about, how governments are going to respond to that, and how they're going to take it seriously, or, try to outlaw it or ban it, and, around the world, and how that's going to affect it. All that is interesting to me. So yeah, it's just a matter of, see where it goes.
Yeah, and I agree. I think a wait and see attitude is probably the best. I think we should not let Elon Musk, people of Elon Musk's nature lead the charge on this. Between selling flamethrowers and launching his Sportster into space for media gimmicks and stuff like that, I don't really think he's the authority that we want to use in this case here. I think it's probably best to, if you're interested in investing in it, I would suggest you do so very cautiously. I would not liquidate your 401k and dump it into Bitcoin, that's for sure. But, it's speculative. There's a chance that you could make some money off of it today. Why not get in on it like everyone else does if you do it smartly? So, but that's all we had today. Did you have anything else you wanted to discuss?
No, I think we did it.
All right. I think that is it. Before we go, I would ask folks once again to subscribe to the podcast. Audio versions can be found as Insights into Tomorrow, video versions as Insights into Things. We're on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Google, and any place you get your podcast feeds from. I would also ask you to give us your feedback. Let us know how we're doing. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. You can get us on Twitter at insights_things. We stream 6 days a week on Twitch when I don't have technical difficulties like this week. On Twitch, we are at twitch.tv/insightsintothings. If you have a Amazon Prime membership, you do get a free Twitch Prime monthly. We would love it if you sent that our way. Helps us to keep the lights on around here. And we have a lot of really bright, hot lights around here we have to keep on. We don't use it to mine Bitcoin. I promise you that. You can get us on Facebook at facebook.com/Insights Into Things podcast. We're on Instagram at Insights Into Things. You can get us on our website at www.insightsintothings.com. And that's it. We're done. Another one in the books.
Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Talking to real teens about real teen problems. Explore issues from braces to puberty, social anxiety to financial responsibility. Each week, we talk about the topics concerning today's youth. We look at how the issues affect teens, how to cope with these issues, and how parents, friends, and loved ones can help teens handle these challenges. Check out our video episodes on youtube.com/insightsintothings. Catch our audio versions on podcast.insightsintoteens.com or on the web at insightsintothings.com. Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network. Welcome to Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Your hosts, Joseph and Michelle Whalen, a husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics, are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom.
Welcome to Insights into Entertainment. This is episode 133, Done with Disney. I'm your host, Joseph Whalen, and my rejuvenated and energetic co-host, Michelle Whalen. Are you energetic?
I don't know about that, but sure, we'll go with that.
We had a long holiday. I mean,
We did.
Granted, you've been back to work this week, but
Right.
this is our first post-holiday podcast for...
Right, but we did a podcast last week where we were supposed to have done it
Right, we
the
were
week
supposed
before,
to be off last week.
and so really it's the normal normal for us, so.
We're actually a day late this week. We were going to do it yesterday, but
And then we were just like...
Well, and I didn't get everything ready either, so
Right.
I was kind of a
Slacker.
slacker. You know, what can I tell you?
It happens.
Not enough time in the day sometimes.
We are the masters of our own universe, so we can...
We have the power?
We do.
By the power of Grayskull?
Right, yeah, exactly. So we can decide whenever we want to do our podcast.
Yeah, I know. I try to be respectful of our listeners and do it on a schedule. For those who do want to watch us
Live and see the banter live.
Banter, right.
Bantha.
This way they don't get to see that edited version that's published on
Right.
Mondays.
This way you get to see the raw.
Unedited, really bad audio and all the screw. Well, I don't edit out any of the screw ups anyway. So
Yeah, you clean up.
I just clean up the audio.
Right.
Anyway, that's not what we're talking about today. Today, in our Disney detective, Bob Iger goes back to his roots. And why are so many people saying they're done with Disney, myself included? Then in our Tales from the Edge of the Galaxy, Galactic Star Cruiser reservations are available, but do you really want to book it? Then the on-again, off-again saga of Patty Jenkins' Star Wars movie. I think it's on again. Maybe this week, probably, maybe, possibly. And for our entertainment news, Taylor Swift shows she's a class act, and Vicki Lawrence reveals Betty White's sweet and loving last words. And as always, we'll finish up with our insightful picks of the week. But before we do that, though, I do want to invite our listening and viewing audience to subscribe to the podcast. You can find audio versions of this podcast listed as Insights into Entertainment. You can find video versions of all of our podcasts listed as Insights into Things, or on Apple, Spotify, Google, etc., anywhere you can find a podcast. I would also invite you to write to us. Excuse me. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. You can get us on Twitter at twitter.com/insights_things. You can get us on Facebook at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast, or Instagram at instagram.com/insightsintothings, or links to all those on our website at www.insightsintothings.com. Are we ready?
Sure.
Here we go. Go for Disney Detective.
So decades before he ascended to arguably the highest perch in entertainment as the CEO and the executive chairman of the Walt Disney Company, Bob Iger actually delivered the weather forecast to TV viewers in Ithaca, New York. So before his departure, that happened once the new year hit, he had returned to his weatherman roots, appearing on Disney's ABC affiliate, KABC Los Angeles' 6 a.m. news program for an interview and to update viewers with the latest forecast. He said, "I've not done the weather in 48 years, but I'll give it a shot." When he was asked to do so. You can see there is light rain falling across the Southland this morning, expected to get just a bit heavier as the day progresses. However, this is just a prelude to the big storm that should be coming your way on Monday into Tuesday morning, he had said in opening the forecast. Very nippy on Saturday. Oh, by the way, 62 degrees in the Los Angeles area, he added when he did the 7-day forecast, and 46 on Saturday. That's when I bike ride. I thought it was kind of cute. He said, "I think I may have to look out for some early morning frost." So in addition to his weather delivery, where the current meteorologist, Leslie Lopez, had said that he did great, Iger also reflected on his time at the company. He said, "I've loved what I've done. Every day that I've come to work, I've been happy." And that was what what he has planned once he leaves. He says, "I'm looking forward to what comes next, although I'm not 100% sure what that is. I haven't had a day off since 8th grade. One thing that is probably in the works is another book to follow up on his 2019 memoir, The Ride of a Lifetime." The Hollywood Reporter's Tiana Siegel had first reported that Iger was working on a new book last month, and Iger elaborated on those plans. He said, "I'm thinking about it. Right now it feels like a gigantic homework assignment. But yes, I've been fascinated by how leaders led through the global pandemic, leading through a crisis. There's a gem of an idea there." So kind of interesting that he, had a last moment in the spotlight. I'm sure we're still going to hear from him every now and then, but as of, the first of the year, he was officially out of a job with Disney. So,
it's funny. I've criticized him a lot on this podcast over the past few years, and I've never really, to be perfectly honest, cared enough to go out and do any research on him. So it kind of shocked me, but it didn't shock me that he started out as a weatherman, because he kind of strikes you as that type of person when he presents like Disney presentations where it's fluff. It's not like, it's information that you want, but it has to be presented in a way to kind of hold your attention, because you're really just presenting clinical facts as a weatherman. So you have to have some personable manner to you in the way that you present it.
Okay.
And as he presents things, you see him at openings for different park attractions, like when he did the opening for Galaxy's Edge and stuff like that. He has that likable personality to him.
Mm-hmm.
Something that Bob Chapek, I think, lacks.
Definitely
in
lacks
spades.
it. Yeah.
But he has that weatherman personality. Like you want to like the guy, you know?
Right,
He's a guy. He smiles on camera all the time, and I think that served him very well. And you wouldn't think that being a weatherman would serve you as the CEO of the biggest entertainment company in the world. But I never knew that that's what his roots were.
Yeah.
So it was kind of interesting, kind of a cute little story there. But he's welcome to come back to Disney at this point in time.
You know what? And we know that there are various different petitions out there to have him come back. People are starting to realize that the new regime isn't as great with all the other issues and whatnot, which kind of leads into our next story.
It's funny because to me, it's almost like a Robin Hood scenario. Like he was King Richard, and now we're dealing with Prince John now.
Right. Where
we need a Robin Hood to come in and save us.
Yeah, we really do.
Tell us about how other people, because we all know kind of how I feel about Disney.
Right.
These days. Tell us how other people feel.
And we kind of touched on this a little bit when we talked
our year-end
review. And this was just a story that if we had sat down together, we would have probably written
point for point
this same exact article. So it's kind of interesting, to see that there are other Disney fans that feel the same way about it. So it was basically why people are saying they're done with Disney, and Disney World might be the most magical place on earth, but not everything in the parks and the resorts is perfect according to the fans. So there have been a lot of changes over the years, a lot of changes to the parks and the hotels, and some changes have been great, while others, made planning easier and more convenient. But now other changes that have been happening, there are many, many guests that basically have said that they're done. So the big number one, which we talked about, was Disney's Magical Express ending. So this one discontinued at the end of the year. So now with 2022, for anybody that had used Magical Express, that was their shuttle service that would pick you up at Orlando International Airport and drop you off at your resort that you were staying in on Disney property. So now that that's gone, the Mears Company, which actually was the one that operated the Magical Express, now is beginning a paid replacement called Mears Connect. And as we had touched on last week, before Magical Express even existed, Mears did that same thing. So basically they're going back to the 90s, the early 90s, when that's what they did eventually. So as we mentioned, you were paying for the Magical Express experience as part of your package. You just didn't realize, obviously, you were paying for it. And now you really know that you're paying for it because that's the option. There's that high-speed train that's under construction. That's probably going to be a few years out. But then since the article came out, there's actually another bus service that's out there as well. So there's multiple ways to get there. Another is the whole Genie Plus system, where they removed the Fast Pass system. So Fast Passes were always a free service that, was any guest of the park was eligible for it. Now you have the whole Genie Plus, where you have the free version, which I don't know how well that even works. But then you have the version where it's $15 per day per ticket of anybody going to the park. So here's another thing that you have to pay in order to, get your reservation to ride on a certain ride. Then now they have the option of the pay per ride. So in addition to having the Genie Plus, now there are certain rides that if you want to skip the line completely, like Rise of the Resistance or Remy's Ratatouille Adventure or Avatar, now you can pay $15, $20, $18 to skip that line. So let's add some more money to Disney's pocket to skip the line. And then, of course, the whole nickel and diming aspect of it. So having the Genie Plus service, the free magic bands that you used to be able to get if you were a resort guest. Now you have to pay for them. So there are many guests that are not happy about that. Then there were perks that they took away. So again, the Magical Express, the magic bands, package delivery. I didn't even realize that had been taken away. So you used to, if you were a resort guest and you purchased something in the park, you could, instead of carrying it around with you, you could have it shipped back to your resort. Well, I guess with, maybe, not having enough cast members in the park, maybe that, I don't know. So that service hasn't been brought back yet. Then the early park entry and the extra magic hours, they cut that back. So for the early entry, it used to be an hour. Now it's only a half hour. And it's only certain resorts that you're staying at. So it's not everything. So again, and then making things much more exclusive. So, things that used to be available for any resort guests now is only available for certain guests of Walt Disney World. And then, of course, there's the missing the entertainment. We've talked about how certain shows have kind of started to come back, but there are others that haven't, that are still missing. So you're really not getting that full experience when you're going to the park. Obviously, health measures are an issue. Do you have to wear a mask? Do you not have to wear a mask? Are you standing 6 feet apart? Are we jamming you in a queue line? It's almost like every other day something is changing, with that. And then the virtual queues, which are now completely gone. They had the virtual queues set up for Rise of the Resistance. They got rid of that. So now the only way to do the ride is either in the standby line or to pay the lightning lane. And just this week, Remy's Ratatouille ride, they just got rid of that virtual queue too. So here we put something in place that was awesome, that helped, and now we just got rid of it. And then it talks about, obviously, the end of, the biggest thing is that it's just too expensive now. That the prices have just gone up over the years, so much more so than anything else, around here. So, yeah, we kind of agree with a lot of it.
The article itself, I think, was so well written and touched on so many incredibly poignant aspects of why Disney is really going in the wrong direction. But it's also important to note that a lot of the stuff that they point out in this article is fairly recent decisions that were made.
Right.
And Disney almost wants you to think that a lot of these were a result of the pandemic. And that's incredibly disingenuous on Disney's part.
Right.
Because Disney's taking advantage really of a worldwide pandemic that has cost millions of people their lives. That's really not what started this. Because this nickel and diming stuff started 4 years ago, 5 years ago.
Right.
When they took away the ability to get refilled drinks.
Right.
And then they started charging for parking. So Disney's been working towards this for some time now. And the biggest complaint that I've had is nothing that you ever got from Disney without charge was free. Because it was all factored into your resort costs, your ticket prices, your prices on anything that you buy. You were paying top dollar for everything that you got there. Even if you stayed at one of the lowest end resorts, you were paying a 20 to 30% premium on that room compared to what you would have paid off property.
Yeah.
So you were paying for all these things to begin with. Now Disney is taking all these freebies away, the quote unquote freebies that you were already paying for, And some of them they're bringing back that you can pay for. Well, the problem is they're not lowering any of their prices.
Right.
They're
exactly.
increasing their prices.
Right.
So what you were paying that included these services now no longer includes these services, and you need to pay more now.
Right. Now, if you said, hey, we're going to discount the rooms now 35% because of all this other stuff that we're adding on, then I could say, okay.
Yeah, I'm with you there.
Because there are, there's a lot of people who, again, especially with Genie Plus. So before, the old version of the Fast Pass, you took your park ticket, you stuck it in, and you got a hard paper thing, and that was it. And then they changed it over to, the online system. So you had to have your phone out a couple of times a day for it. And, one of the great things that, one of the hints was to save the power on your phone battery was take screenshots, so you have them saved as your photos so that you don't have to be running your phone the entire time. Now you have to basically have your phone on you 24/7, to order food.
Their back-end stuff has to actually be running. And when Amazon Web Services
goes down
a problem a couple weeks back, and all your reservations and your fast passes and everything are sitting on a server on Amazon's cloud.
Good luck.
Now, services you've paid for.
Right.
Your entire day hinges upon this service now because it's all in the cloud.
Right.
And it's down.
Right.
Disney didn't lift a finger to help people with that. They did not offer refunds. They did nothing.
Right.
They've made people so dependent on a service that they themselves are not providing.
Right. Right.
Why are those servers not physically in Disney's property?
Right. I'm surprised that they're, So now you basically have to use your phone for everything. So just going and getting a quick service meal, you have to order it online. So, I think the only thing you could probably get is a thing of popcorn or a pretzel without having to order it online. And I've, different YouTubers that, Disney YouTubers I watched, the one was like, I'm not doing any more Disney videos because, I already felt kind of weird going around videotaping, but now if I have to be on my phone, he goes, I don't even want to do that. If I'm going to go to the park, I'm just going to go to the park. I'm not going to make fast pass reservations. I will stand and wait online and I'll go on 2 or 3 rides and then I'll go home. I don't want to be a slave to my phone.
The one saving grace about this article is that this was written with feedback from actual customers that go to Disney. This isn't just a journalist and their opinion here.
Right.
This is them talking to actual customers.
Yeah, these are Disney fans.
So what that tells me is that there are people out there that are just as disgruntled as I am.
Right.
And that's exactly what the real Disney fans need, is they need to speak up. They need to contact Disney. And most importantly, they need to stop giving Disney their money. Because when the profitability falls off because of all these monumentally bad decisions and it starts to hurt Disney's bottom line, that's the only way you're going to get their attention. So that was it for our Disney Detective this week.
Our Disney bashing, part 1.
This week, yep.
Don't worry, there'll be more. Just give us a couple of minutes.
I think I finally turned you to the dark side.
You're making me sell my DVC.
I know. Because why have it? It's just another expense that we can't use.
I know.
The DVC is Disney's way of getting you to spend money so you can go spend money.
Right. I know.
So
that'll be for another week.
Yeah. We'll wait later on in the process there. But we'll be right back with our Tales from the Edge of the Galaxy. For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com. So, Star Wars fans are canceling their reservations for the Galactic Star Cruiser. And here's why, even though I didn't push my little Star Wars button. Thanks, you're pretty good at that.
Thanks.
Star Wars Galactic Star Cruiser is Disney's brand new one-of-a-kind hotel launching in March 2022. The eagerly awaited Galactic Star Cruiser Hotel will take guests on a simulated 2-night voyage through a galaxy far, far away. While aboard the Galactic Star Cruiser, guests will be fully immersed, allegedly, in the Star Wars story, as each decision they make will shape the outcome of their journey, supposedly. Recently, Disney fans have been treated to numerous sneak peek looks aboard the Halcyon, but it seems Star Wars fans are not impressed by what they see. Recently, at the Destination D23 event held in Walt Disney World, Chairman of Disney Parks Experiences and Products Josh D'Amaro revealed his own experience aboard the Galactic Star Cruiser with a sneak peek video while on ABC's The Wonderful World of Disney Magical Holiday Celebration. Disney revealed a first look at entertainment on board the Star Wars Galactic Star Cruiser. The Galactic Star Cruiser has been described as a unique, immersive experience that Walt Disney Company CEO that you and I both love, Bob Chapek, has promised will leave guests, quote, blown away, or poor, depending on your perspective. Characters like Chewbacca, Rey, and Kylo Ren will all be on board, and guests will take a port excursion to Batu's Black Spire outpost in Disney's Hollywood Studios at Galaxy's Edge. However, Disney has since removed its videos from the Star Cruiser from its social channels without comment. The original tweet link, as well as the YouTube link, now show that the content has been taken down. Criticism of these videos was high, with many Star Wars fans disappointed in the look of the Halcyon. Most fans agreed the Star Cruiser does not look up to Disney standards of Imagineering and are hoping that the hefty price tag lives up to the expectations in March. Now, it seems some of the fans have been canceling their stays aboard the Galactic Star Cruiser, with months that were fully booked having sporadic days available. It's been noted that during the earlier months the Star Cruiser is open, March, April, and June of 2022, numerous openings have suddenly become available for booking when these months were previously fully booked. Note that a deposit of 20% of the package is due at the time of the booking if your reservation is made more than 91 or more days prior to arrival. This means that your total package, which is $6,000 approximately, a deposit of $1,200 is due in order to reserve. If you decide to cancel 90 days or more prior to arrival, a full refund will be given. As we're just weeks from the first launch, it's interesting we're seeing so many cancellations coinciding with the sneak peek videos and cancellation policy deadline. For cancellations 31 to 89 days prior to arrival, you'll get only a 50% refund, and any cancellations within 30 days, no refund will be given. That's a lot of money to give up.
Mm-hmm.
Social media has been rife with people commenting on disappointment surrounding the Star Cruiser and their desire to cancel. Just a quick reminder, a 2-night adventure costs approximately $6,000 for an average family of 4. So I have to say I'm not shocked by this. Even seeing the early concept footage, the concept art that they had of this and, the rooms, it's being treated like a cruise ship. So the rooms are exceptionally small.
Yeah, which is...
They are Star Wars themed in their decor, but it's not luxurious.
Right.
$6,000 for 2 nights. I expect to be living on a cloud.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Right.
And
I want to be in the palace somewhere.
Exactly.
Yeah.
$6,000 for 2 nights. I should be in the Cinderella suite in the castle.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah.
And by all accounts, they were talking about, I guess they were sending out these preview packages to people who did reservations.
Right.
And they were talking about what the itinerary looked like. And your deep immersive experience consists of 20-minute sessions that aren't even individualized sessions. They're group sessions.
Right.
And people just were not feeling particularly impressed by all that.
Yeah. I think part of you was probably in the background going, you were the, little girl giggles, at wow, that's what they did. And you figure for all the money they put into it, for all the time they took, it could have been so much more.
Right.
The other thing too is, and you see it when, there were different experiences in the park where they tried to get, guest interaction and things like this. So, and you wouldn't always get that. So now you're basically saying for 2 days, you have to role play.
Right.
This is a D&D session, and not everybody knows how to do that. Not everybody knows how to just kind of play along with a storyline. So you're kind of expecting guests to do that. So not even the rooms or anything like that. That, just that.
Because they're pitching the experience.
Right. That you're not going to be staying in the room. There's no pool there. You're basically not allowed to go outside.
Excursion is a half-day excursion.
Right. You don't even get a full day in the park. You're basically getting dropped off at Batuu, Galaxy's Edge. You're going on the 2 rides. You're having a meal. You're probably walking around for another hour or so, and that's it.
And it's a quick service meal too.
Right. It's a quick because they don't have a sit down meal. Now, granted, when you're on the ship, there's the sit down.
Right.
You have your 2 sit down meals. There is entertainment. There's a show.
Well, I will say, when they had pitched the concept for Galaxy's Edge, they had pitched this idea of it being an immersive experience, and you could join the Resistance or join the First Order and talk to Rey and do this and do a mission and interact with different characters. And then when it launched, it was no different than characters that walk through any other park. Mm-hmm. They'd come over, you might get a couple of comments from them, and then they'd keep going. Mm-hmm. Or you might have a little scene play out in front of you there. You couldn't do that immersiveness.
Right. They never set it, they set it up that you could download again to your phone the data port or whatever, and it was like, okay, well, you could go over here and scan this.
And that was like the little thing you could do around Epcot. That was no different than the little question you could do with that.
But the thing at Epcot was more interactive, I think, than the thing at Galaxy's Edge, because there was nobody there to help you or to, at least...
Right. They had attendants at
least
Epcot,
with Epcot, with the little, scavenger hunt thing, they had people in different places. Even with the one that they had at the Magic Kingdom, the different ones,
the one with the cards.
They had the one with the cards, and then they also had the pirate one.
Oh, right.
That was in Adventureland, and that was more interactive.
But after seeing how much they hyped that for Galaxy's Edge and how disappointing that was, this doesn't shock me at all.
Right.
This is Disney marketing going crazy overboard and delivering a tenth of what they're promising.
Right.
Which seems to be the new philosophy at Disney.
Right. And there is absolutely no reason whatsoever that the hotel rooms that are physically on land need to be the size of what a cruise ship would be.
Especially given the amount of land they have available to them there.
It's not like they didn't have enough land. They could have...
You're certainly not using it up for a pool or a parking lot, because you can't park there either.
Right, because you have to valet park your car. so that you have the experience of going into the spaceport and everything like that. And then the fact that the rooms are so
Spartan?
Yeah. Sparse.
Right. Oh, you could look out your window and see space. No, I can look at a wall that has a TV on it and see space.
Right. And that, I'll give them that aspect of, okay, that's kind of cool.
You know why? That way they don't have to cut the trees down. That's what it is.
Right. Because all the trees are, right. You don't have all the landscaping to hide everything. Right. But yeah, you would expect that the basic room for $6,000 would be
quite luxurious
to make up for the fact that,
Now, this doesn't surprise me. It doesn't disappoint me because my expectations were so low, and they're surely not getting any money out of me for this fiasco.
Right. Now, I don't think I know anybody that's made a reservation for it.
I don't know any 1%ers, so no, I don't know anybody who made a reservation.
Well, with all the various Disney groups that I'm part of, and that was the thing, because even with DVC, we were like, oh, well, maybe we'll, see how much it is if we use our points.
Right.
And it was like, we didn't even have enough points with everything that we banked to even cover, to cover this.
Well, and they wouldn't even let you.
Right.
You can only cover up to 50% of it, right?
I don't remember, but that was also the thing, because at the time, all the reservations were gone. I'm sure now, if I were to look, there's probably a bunch of reservations. So I'm interested to see what happens, because, again, it's 2 months away. When the first
they're going to have the emptiest $6,000 hotel.
Well, and I have a feeling, the first month it's going to be VIPs and people that got free tickets.
Right. They're going to comp to go.
It's all the comp one. So we'll see. We'll see how it comes out.
Right. So for the next Disney fiasco, let's talk about the next Star Wars movie that's back in production, that had been scrapped and might be back, we think. Inside the Magic tells us that recently reports have surfaced that the next Star Wars movie, which is Patty Jenkins' Star Wars Rogue Squadron, had been scrapped amid, quote, creative differences and Jenkins' own busy schedule, which includes Wonder Woman 3 and Cleopatra with Gal Gadot. Now, Deadline has reported that the seemingly scrapped movie is officially back on, with Jenkins leaving her directorial debuts in Cleopatra and stepping into a producing role. Per the report, Jenkins fell off as director so she could focus on her next two projects, Wonder Woman 3 and Star Wars Rogue Squadron, first announced by Lucasfilm president Kathleen Kennedy at the 2020 Disney Investors Day event. Rogue Squadron was originally slated for December 2023 theatrical release. Given the presumed production delay, it's unknown if Lucasfilm will move up either Marvel president Kevin Feige's or Thor director Taika Waititi's Star Wars films and push Jenkins' projects to the 2025 or 27 spot. Previously, Rogue Squadron tapped screenwriter Matthew Robinson, but casting details have not been revealed for Rogue Squadron, although Jenkins has shared it will be, quote, it will feature new characters. This should be of particular interest to those who enjoy Star Wars Legends materials, or like we used to call it, Expanded Universe. Mm-hmm. It seems that Rogue Squadron, although not a direct interpretation of the 1998 Rogue Squadron video game and the novel series that began with X-Wing Rogue Squadron, will draw heavy inspiration from the Star Wars Expanded Universe projects. Jenkins' official Rogue Squadron announcement on Twitter last year included a video of the director at an airfield. Jenkins herself, the daughter of a fighter pilot father, is hoping to make, quote, the greatest fighter pilot movie ever made. Which, if you compare it to Lucas's Red Tails, you don't have a very high bar you have to get over on that one. Jenkins also told The Hollywood Reporter, we're finishing a script, crewing up, and it's all going wonderful. I'm so excited about the story and excited that we're the next chapter of Star Wars, which is such a responsibility and such an opportunity to really start some new things. it's really exciting in that way. So she's very excited about this, as she mentioned.
How excited is she?
She's so excited that we're going to turn her excitement into a drinking game. Every time Patty Jenkins is interviewed and says she's excited, drink.
Nice.
Yeah, Disney really has a hard time with directors when it comes to their Star Wars movies.
Yep.
I hope this is good. I like the concept of this. This is definitely a really cool story to tell. I was a big fan of the Rogue Squadron novels. Big fan of the video game as well. I don't know. This is kind of cautiously optimistic on this one.
Understandable.
But I think they got a lot of Star Wars irons in the fire at this point in time.
Yep.
Between all the TV series, all the movies. The one really positive thing that this announcement tells me is nobody's talking about Rian Johnson getting another movie.
I was just going to say, hey, what's Ryan up to?
Let's give it to Kevin Feige, to Taika, to Patty Jenkins.
Let everybody else do it.
I would give a movie to Jar Jar at this point in time if it kept it out of the hands of Rian Johnson.
Nice.
So we'll see. I'm curious how this is going to affect the timeline.
Sure.
But I think that was all we had for our Tales from the Edge of the Galaxy this week. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back with our entertainment news of the week.
Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Talking to real teens about real teen problems. Explore issues from braces to puberty, social anxiety to financial responsibility. Each week, we talk about the topics concerning today's youth. We look at how the issues affect teens, how to cope with these issues, and how parents, friends, and loved ones can help teens handle these challenges. Check out our video episodes on youtube.com/insightsintothings. Catch our audio versions on podcast.insightsintoteens.com or on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Go for entertainment news.
So, Taylor Swift's re-release of her hit song All Too Well has now broken the record for the longest song to take the top spot on the Billboard Hot 100 chart, and Swift has handed the win with grace. So the songstress sent flowers to Don McLean, whose song American Pie had first set the record when it hit number 1 in 1972, with a runtime of around 8 minutes and 37 seconds. So the new version of All Too Well, a part of Swift's re-release of her 2012 album Red, clocks in at just over 10 minutes. What a class act, McLean said of Swift in an Instagram post thanking the artist for the flowers. In a note, Swift wrote about the singer's impact on her music. She said, "I will never forget that I'm standing on the shoulders of giants. Your music has been so important to me, sending love from one writer of long songs to another." So last month, McLean spoke about losing the top spot in a statement expressing zero regret after holding the record for almost 50 years. "There is something to be said for a great song that has staying power," he said. American Pie remained in the top for 50 years, and now Taylor Swift has unseated such a historic piece of artistry. Let's face it, nobody ever wants to lose that number 1 spot, but if I had to lose it to someone, I am sure glad it was another great songwriter, singer, such as Taylor. This record isn't the only one that Swift has broken following the release of Red. With the album, she also set the record for the most simultaneous U.S. Hot 100 entries by a woman, with 26 songs from the album making the Hot 100 chart. The record was previously 18 songs, which was set, the record was previously 18 songs, which actually she had set in 2019 with the album Lover. The Grammy Award-winning singer dropped Red, Taylor's version, last month. A recording of her acclaimed 2012 album Red, known for its hits like I Knew You Were Trouble and We're Never Getting Back Together. The re-release is part of Swift's effort to regain ownership of her early catalog after record executives and her music manager, Scooter Braun, gained control of her first 6 albums' master recordings in 2019 via an acquisition deal.
So, yeah, I think this is a class act here. I also think Don McLean's reaction to this was a bit of chest pounding at the same time that he was complimenting her, too. It's like, oh, yeah, she's a real class act here, but
I had it for 50 years.
I had it. Well, I was the best so far. It's like, oh, okay. How many other songs did you do?
Right, exactly.
Yeah, okay.
I'm surprised, like, Meatloaf didn't have a song longer than...
I don't think Meatloaf songs qualify as songs.
They're operatic.
They're operas, right?
They're
right.
operatic mini Broadway musicals.
They're like miniseries.
Maybe that's. Yeah, it was kind of funny that 50 years it was still the longest song with, again, all these other songs that
and
just
of course, thanks to our daughter, every time it comes on the radio, we don't get to listen to Don McLean's version anymore. We have to listen to
the Weird Al version.
The Weird Al, because she'll sing it over top of it.
Right.
The only time you get to hear it is those 2 verses in the middle there that Weird Al didn't actually do.
Right.
So thank you, Madison, for that.
Right.
So some I don't think this would be an entertainment podcast if we didn't have some thoughts on the passing of Betty White.
Yeah, that was I think shock to everybody. We happened to be at the mall that day, and we were just kind of getting out of the house, walking around, and you just said, oh my God, Betty White just passed away. I'm like, what? Get out of here. And it's I think everybody kind of took it, and I don't mean to well up, but it's kind of like everybody's grandmother.
Yeah. And
really,
that was a role. And it's funny. That is a role that she slipped into in the 1970s.
Right.
And she embraced it.
Right.
She was like so many, because she started out in modeling. So she's always been a gorgeous woman.
Mm-hmm.
And so many people that their careers are centered around their beauty have a very difficult time aging out of that.
Right.
And Betty White embraced it.
Right.
She was beautiful, up until her passing.
Mm-hmm.
But her beauty truly ran beyond skin deep.
Mm-hmm.
And she internally was a beautiful person. And
yes,
that she exuded that. But she accepted that grandmotherly role for the world.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. But yet was still raunchy in other respects. And, when her whole thing with Ryan Reynolds, where, he's like, oh, I know she has a crush on me. And no. And just recently it was like, now, if Robert Redford were to call me up, I would totally, he's on my bucket list, type thing. And this is not what you would expect from a 99-year-old woman, but she still had it,
And she was so funny, always so funny. I had read on the day of her passing, there was an article on CNN, and she had talked about her early career, because she started in TV before TV was a thing.
Right.
She was on a very early local TV broadcast in I think it was California at the time.
Right.
When she was 16 years old.
Mm-hmm.
Now this is before you have TV networks and stuff. That's how long she's been doing television.
Right.
And she said, at the time, in 40s, 50s, and into the 60s, women weren't supposed to be funny.
Mm-hmm.
Women were supposed to be pretty, be seen, not heard, and they were just a set piece almost. And she broke that mold, and she set so many standards for women in entertainment moving forward.
Absolutely.
And just the force of will it took to do that, and the bravery to do that. She had her own. She was the first female talk show host in the 1950s. It's just incredible the things that she did.
Right. And she ended up getting canceled because she featured a black dancer. And the Southern affiliates, in the South were complaining about it. And what did she do? She put him on more. She highlighted him more and didn't give a damn what they had to say. And eventually they pulled their sponsorship and the show got canceled, but she stood her ground.
She didn't her principles.
Yeah. Then years later, she got another version of her talk show. She had, 3 different versions of it, I believe. We
operate in an age today where role models that I, as a parent, are far and few between that I want my daughter to look up to. And for 99 years, Betty White has been that type of role model. She was brave. She was strong. She was brilliant. She was funny. She was talented. She happened to be beautiful too. But that was how she started her career, but that wasn't what she leaned on.
Right.
She had so many talents that made her career what it was.
Yeah.
Truly a legend to lose. And just a few weeks before her 100th birthday.
Yeah.
Too.
So, of course, a lot of what people are saying is honor her legacy, $5, $10, $15, $20, whatever you can, to a local animal shelter or a local zoo in her honor, because that's what she would want everybody to do. So,
what was the quote about it was too soon?
Right. It was, while she at 99, she died too soon.
Right.
When 99 is too young to go.
Yeah. Yeah.
There were multiple people that had a variation of that quote.
Right.
It's pretty bad when, you're 99 years old and you went too soon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But we did have another groundbreaking female comedian.
So obviously Betty White has a legacy that will live on, and not just through the films and television shows that she starred in, but through the memories of those who knew her best. And one such figure is Vicki Lawrence, White's longtime friend and co-star on The Carol Burnett Show and Mama's Family and Eunice. I do have some lovely stories of Betty, Lawrence had said during an exclusive chat on E! News Daily Pop, going on to reminisce about everything from the late actress's love of animals, where she said Betty could pick up a snake and hand it to you. Isn't this beautiful? To a dinner party that she would throw in the pair's early Mama Days family, including one particular event. Betty invited us to her house for a lovely home-cooked meal and game night of fun. Lots of laughs, Lawrence had said. Al and I hadn't been married that long, just a few years, and we're driving home, and Al finally says, I hope you don't take this wrong, but if anything ever happens to you, I would date Betty White. And she continued, well, sweetie, I'll tell you what, if anything ever happened to you, I would even start dating Betty White. So, that we both agreed on, and that we both absolutely adored her. And all these generations have just come to love her over and over and over again. And now that fans are mourning her passing, that she passed away at 99 on December 31st, Lawrence wants to remind them that this Golden Girl alum would not want us to be sad. I know what she would say. Oh, sweetie, don't be sad for me. I had a blast. I had a great time. You need to laugh and carry on. I honestly believe that this is what she would say. After being in touch with Carol Burnett, the actress also revealed what White's apparently did say just before passing, and it was her late husband's name. Carol had texted me back, and she said that she had spoke to Betty's assistant who was with her when she died, Lawrence had explained, and her assistant said that the last word out of her mouth was Alan. How sweet and loving is that? She said, it's so sweet and it's so loving, and God, I sure hope it's true, Lawrence added. Met had actually met Alan London, who was the then host of Password, when she was a guest on the game show in 1961. He was married at the time, but his wife had passed away of cancer soon after, and a year later, White and London were cast in the same play, and by 1963, they were married. London had died of cancer in 1981, and she never remarried. White, meanwhile, died peacefully in her sleep at her home, according to her longtime friend and agent. When he had spoken to NBC News, he wanted to clear up rumors because, of course, one of the things that popped up was, oh, she had just gotten her booster, and he said no, and it's come out since then that she did die of natural causes. So, it's nice to, I'm sure it's going to be one of those urban legends that, her last word, was Alan, but.
Well, and she made no secret of the love that the two of them shared.
Oh, absolutely.
In one of the interviews that she was talking about it, she talked about how they had courted. He had tried courting her for a year, and he would buy her gifts and, make arrangements to sort of bump into her and stuff like that. And today it would be kind of stalkery type stuff.
Right.
And she said finally after a year, she just couldn't not give into it anymore. And later on when he had passed, after he had passed, she said she had wished she hadn't wasted that year.
Yeah.
So anyway, I think that's all we had for entertainment news.
Yep. So go in and donate to, some animal shelter.
And that was from her father, by the way. Her father had the love of animals.
Okay. And she
took that on from her father.
Yeah.
So good for her.
Go feed some animals.
We'll be right back with our insightful picks. Go for your insightful pick.
So my insightful pick happens to be a show that we both enjoy very much, and it is a reboot-ish, I guess. It's on CBS, and it is Ghosts. Samantha is a cheerful freelance journalist, and Jay, her husband, is an up-and-coming chef from the city, and they both throw caution and money to the wind when they decide to convert a huge rundown country estate that they inherited into a bed and breakfast, only to find that it's inhabited by many spirits of deceased residents. The departed souls are so close-knit, very eccentric group that includes a saucy Prohibition-era lounge singer, a pompous 1700s militiaman, a 60s hippie who is fond of hallucinogenics, and an overly upbeat 1980s scout troop leader. If the spirits are anxious about the commotion of the renovation of the B&B, it's nothing compared to when they realize that Samantha is the first live person who can see and hear them. So this show was originally a British version. There's a British version, kind of the same concept, where two people move into a house and something happens, and the one person can hear the various ghosts and see them. So this is the US version, and that's happened to a bunch of different shows that we've watched and we've liked and watched both versions. So this one, we, from the beginning, we have been laughing nonstop. It's a 30-minute sitcom. It's interesting because each show they try and focus on the different ghosts and how that ghost happened to end up in this estate. Some people were actually relatives that lived there. Some people happened to be passing through when something happened. So what ends up happening is in the first episode, an accident happens. Samantha bumps her head, and now she can see all the ghosts. And now it's funny, because she's translating for the ghosts, and the ghosts haven't eaten, but they enjoy the smell of the cooking. So they'll request certain meals to be cooked just so that they can smell them. So, we've watched, I think there's actually 2 episodes we haven't caught up on, but very funny show. It has been renewed for a second season. So, something fun and light to watch. So
good pick.
Thank you.
So my pick this week is the Book of Boba Fett on Disney+. The legendary bounty hunter Boba Fett navigates the underworld of the galaxy with mercenary Fennec Shan when they return to the sands of Tatooine to stake their claim on the territory formerly ruled by the deceased crime lord Jabba the Hutt. So, okay, here we go. After seeing the post-credit scene in the Season 2 finale of The Mandalorian that featured Boba Fett essentially taking over his former employer Jabba the Hutt's operations after he assassinated Jabba's major domo Bib Fortuna, I was kind of left scratching my head. We last saw Boba Fett in live action as he was consumed by the Sarlacc in Return of the Jedi, presumed dead. The first of many great villains wasted by George Lucas before their time. End of story, right? Well, not really. Not with Disney helming the franchise, who's notorious for milking every last penny out of its properties. Boba Fett, much like Darth Vader and Darth Maul, were crowd favorites, which to Disney translates into dollars. These moneymakers can't be dead, so how can we resurrect them? Well, that seems to be part of the big focus of the Book of Boba Fett. The puzzling thing is that we see him presumably after his buddy cop style team up with the Mandalorian's Din Djarin. So this has to be after Return of the Jedi, which means he survived his dinner party with the ravenous Sarlacc. But while it's nice to see an older, plumper, and more weathered version of Boba Fett, do we really need to? We could be, what could he possibly bring to the story that's going to be really of interest to us? What do we get from episode 1 is a bit of a snooze fest, quite disappointingly. We get a lot of flashbacks. In fact, the entire episode is almost a flashback. We get some backstory on how he survived being digested over 1,000 generations, which turned out to only be about 5 minutes, with kind of a really weak explanation. We learn how he wound up with the Tuskens, and we get a little local political drama with his new job, which is almost as interesting as, trade lanes and stuff like that worked out so well in episode 1. Still, I was left feeling a little let down. So we watched episode 2. And after watching episode 2, I don't feel all that much better about the show. We get more backstory, which I'm not sure how you could spend 2 episodes giving me how he crawled his way out of a Sarlacc, but okay. We get more political drama, which still isn't interesting at all. We get a badass-looking walking carpet, which was nice. You get to see a new Wookiee. We get a mean Tusken dance, especially if you drop the volume on the show and fire off some Earth, Wind, and Fire's September, which the scene seems perfectly timed for, thanks to my wife.
You're welcome.
You get a little bit of light action, but other than that, there's really no compelling reason for the show to exist. Maybe I've been left permanently jaded towards Star Wars thanks to Rian Johnson's abominable Last Jedi. I don't think so, because I have a deep appreciation for The Mandalorian, not to mention the fact that Vader's OP scene at the end of Rogue One actually has me looking forward to forthcoming shows that tease the return of my favorite villain. George Lucas and the Clone Wars did a lot to sully the image of Boba Fett, who, like Han Solo, has such a perfectly written character from day one because they were so little written, and all you had were first impressions. I don't think Boba Fett needs a series. I don't think his image can be redeemed from the damage of the Clone Wars. A whiny little kid who pushes people around. And I think any attempt to do so is a bit of revisionist history. I'm hoping that Filoni and Favreau hit another home run here. They need to make me care about these characters. They need to make this show matter in some way that Star Wars has struggled under the gluttonous control of Disney. I want to like this show. I really do, because I love the character. And I'll say it again, I'm cautiously optimistic. That's about as upbeat as I get. But it's a short series and the clock is ticking. I have to watch it because it's Star Wars. I only hope I'm rewarded for it in the end. If it's anything like the Marvel series, you got to get 5 episodes in before they get interesting. So, cautiously optimistic is the best I can do. So, that's all I got. We'll be right back with our afterthoughts. So, what do we have for afterthoughts?
So, Zolocon, which...
Zolocon! You gotta let me do it.
So, first up...
Zolocon.
Do you feel better now?
Much better, thank you.
Okay. So, Zolocon last year was done during the summer, because normally it's done February, March time frame.
Normally there's snow on the ground.
There's normally snow on the ground. This time it wasn't. So this year it is back to March time frame.
And I missed it last time.
You did, because you weren't feeling well.
Not missing it this time.
Hopefully not missing it this time. So it is March 5th, Saturday, March 5th, and Sunday, March 6th. One of our most favorite venues, which is the Fugue, which is in Warminster, Pennsylvania, 10 to 6 on the first day and 9 to 4:30 on the second day. So you can look at zolocon.com for more information. Then a month later, we have the Delaware Train Show on Saturday, April 2nd, and then the April Fool's Toy Show, which is...
Pity the fool.
Right. Sunday, April 3rd. And that will take you to Newcastle, Delaware, to the Nur Shrine Center. That's a nice little show. Usually we end up finding some...
Great for antiques and collectibles if you're into some of the old stuff.
They have a couple of vendors that have newer things, but the majority of the stuff is the classic stuff there. And then finally, Fan Expo, which is formerly known as Wizard World, will be finally coming back to the Philadelphia Convention Center April 8th through the 10th.
Awesome. That was all we had for our afterthoughts.
Mm-hmm.
Before we go, I do want to bother you once again to invite you to subscribe to the podcast. Audio versions can be found listed as Insights into Entertainment. Video versions can be found listed as Insights into Things. Pretty much anywhere you get a podcast.
Blah, 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 blah.
Et cetera, yeah. We did ask you to, what was the next thing?
Email us,
contact us, give us your conventions and shows you'd want us to plug. Tell us if we're doing a good job. Tell us if we're doing a bad job. We were open to constructive criticism.
Sure.
As long as it's constructive.
Right.
You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com.
You can find us on Twitter at insights_things.
We're on Facebook at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast.
You can find us on Instagram at instagram.com/insightsintothings.
Or you can get links to all that stuff and more on our official website at www.insightsintothings.com. And that's it. Another one in the books.
Have a good week, everyone.
Bye.
Bye. Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Our husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom. We'll look at the interesting and obscure entertainment news of the week. We'll talk about theme park and pop culture news. We'll give you the latest and greatest on pop culture conventions. We'll give you a deep dive into Disney, Star Wars, and much more. Check out our video episodes at youtube.com/insightsintothings. Our audio episodes at podcast.insightsintoentertainment.com, or check us out on the web at insightsintothings.com. Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network. Welcome to Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Your hosts are Joseph and Madison Whalen, a father and daughter team making their way through the challenges of the teenage years.
Welcome to Insights into Teens. This is episode 134, Teens and Identity Theft. I'm your host, Joseph Whalen, and my thoughtful and intelligent co-host, Madison Whalen.
Hi, everyone.
How you doing today, Maddie?
I'm doing all right. How about you?
I'm doing okay. How's school been? I know you're back to homeschooling this week. How are you handling that?
I'm handling it pretty well, I would say.
Any hiccups? Any problems?
Just, I guess, in certain classes, it's not moving along very much because kids don't want to participate, so.
Okay, well, we won't name names or, we'll protect the innocent and the guilty by not naming names today.
Yeah.
So today's topic is kind of a follow-up to last week's podcast. So last week we talked about your digital footprint and how dangerous that could be. And one of the things we kind of mentioned there, but we didn't go into great detail, was how it could be used for identity theft. And I kind of thought that was kind of a bigger topic. And identity theft isn't something that's just related to teens, it's related to everyone. So I think a lot of people might get some benefit from this. So today we're going to talk about what is identity theft, why do teens have to worry about identity theft, what are some of the red flags of identity theft, how to stay safe from teen identity theft, and what do you do if you think you were a victim of identity theft. Hopefully it'll be another informative and educational one that I might even be another subject matter expert on, like last week. I was pleased by that.
Yep.
Before we do that, though, I do want to invite our listening and viewing audience to subscribe to the podcast. You can find audio versions of this podcast listed as Insights into Teens. Video versions of all the network's podcasts can be found listed as Insights into Things. We're available on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Google, Stitcher, iHeartRadio, pretty much any place you can get a podcast. I would also invite folks to write into us, tell us how we're doing, give us your show suggestions. Do you have any questions on the topics that we discuss here? We're happy to answer them. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. You can hit us on Twitter at twitter.com/insights_things. We're on Facebook, even though I don't like it, at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast, or Instagram at instagram.com/insightsintothings. You can get links to all those and more on our official website at www.insightsintothings.com. Are we ready?
Yep.
All right, here we go. So what is identity theft? So today's research was from a very comprehensive website called idstrong.com. Identity theft is when someone steals your social security number, birth date, and other identifying information and pretends to be you so they can apply for credit cards, mortgages, loans, or commit other types of fraud like filing a tax return with the IRS to get a refund. Scammers are often total strangers, but they can also be someone related to you or a close friend. Unfortunately, identity theft is very common, and children and teens are often targeted due to the fact that they're not yet using their credit. No one's immune from identity theft. Typically, criminals target those who are less likely to be aware of teen identity theft, so criminals can ride the money train for as long as possible.
So what is teen identity theft, and how do thieves steal it? So identity theft can happen in various ways. It is the same for teens as adults. Sometimes scammers steal your mail, hack into your computer or mobile devices, and steal information that way. If teens are included in any data breaches, their information may be compromised. Many schools have been targeted for data breaches lately. A phishing email is another tool used by identity thieves to get an unsuspecting teen to click a link, enter information, or unwittingly download meticulous software. Wait, no.
Malicious software.
I thought I got it right. Malicious software. Unfortunately,
That could be meticulously written.
Unfortunately, due to the fact that a young person's information can be used for so long, teens are particularly vulnerable to becoming victims of identity theft. A thief can purchase a child's social security number on the dark web for about $2.
So identity theft is something that people need information for. And last week we talked about your digital footprint, which is what your presence is on the internet. And one of the things that we talked about was the fact that people were so willing to share information. And that's kind of dangerous. So when people steal your identity, they steal it from various different locations. So, I mean, it could be as simple as someone dumpster diving and going through your trash. You know, today's Wednesday, we put our trash out today. People can go by and take your trash and go through it and look for bills or credit card information, you know, credit card offers, stuff like that. And they'll start to glean information. That's kind of an old-fashioned way of doing it. Another way is to steal your phone. If you lose your phone, kids are losing their phones all the time, right? Have you ever lost your phone?
Only one specific incident at marching band.
Right. And we were able to recover it fairly quickly. But is there any personal information on your phone?
I mean, I guess.
Well,
Probably.
Yeah. So you probably have information about mommy and daddy. You have contacts in there that could be used for identity theft. The names of your pets could be used. One of the things that's kind of a security check when you get a credit card or sign up for a website is they'll ask you some personal questions. And they'll ask things like, what was your first pet's name? Or what was your grade school? Or what was your high school? Or, you know, what street was your school on? And these questions are designed to be answered only by you. So if I asked you, what was your first pet's name? What would you say? Why would you tell me? We're on the air on a podcast and you're going to tell me that. See? That's what I'm saying. That's an example of the second or the third type of information gathering that's called social engineering. And this happens a lot. So a lot of times what will happen is it happens more to businesses. So somebody will call a business up and pretend to be a vendor or a fellow employee or something along those lines and try to get information. Oh, hey, you know, this is so-and-so from accounting. And Bob from IT said to give you a call because I was having an issue and you need to give me your password so we can fix something for you. And a lot of times, people will give you that information. It's very easy to manipulate people into giving information because by their very nature, people are trusting in an environment like that. So, you know, your IT department, you're going to have to trust your IT department. Well, I run an IT department. And the one thing that we don't ever do is ask you for your password. And I'll tell everyone that. If we need to get into your account for any reason, And sometimes we do. You could be out sick and we might have to put an out-of-office message on your email or something. We'll change your password to a temporary one and then give you that password, and then you can change it back. I don't ever want people to give me their passwords. So there's a lot of different avenues from which you can get information for people. And what happens is they start gathering all this information and they start building a profile or a fingerprint of you. Then they can go and open a credit card account or open up a business loan or something else. But it's that information that's really the valuable part of things. Do you think that you effectively guard your personal information?
Pretty much. I never give any of my personal information out. In fact, a lot of the personal information I'd probably have is kind of just to be determined stuff.
Right. See, and what I'll do is, like, if I have a website that's asking me those personal questions for security, I'll give them completely different answers that have nothing to do with the questions. And then I'll record those answers in a password manager that I can secure and encrypt. So if they ask me, what was your first pet's name? I might say Blue, as an example. And then I'll write that down in my password manager. And then if I have to go do a password recovery again and it asks that question, I know what the answer to that question is. So, and we talked about fuzzing your data before. That's another form of fuzzing your data where you're not providing an anticipated response to your questions. If I ask you what your street address is and you tell me Saturn, like, that makes no sense. And oftentimes what happens, and they talk about in here that you could buy someone's Social Security number for $2 off the dark web. And how that works is you get data breaches. And you hear about this all the time. Almost every week there's another data breach. And that's when someone gets into a company's database and they just download tons and tons of data. Well, sometimes that data just comes across as raw text, so you don't know what it is. So you may be looking at that information and seeing home address or first address, and it says Saturn, and you'll look at that and say, well, that doesn't make any sense, and you'll just keep on going because it doesn't match up. So that's another reason why you fuzz that data, so that it's not something that's identifiable to the question too.
Okay.
So just another technique. So we haven't done this in a while. We're going to throw some statistics out there because this was a great one to do statistics on. So according to a 2018 study, 2/3 of all identity theft victims are under the age of 18, which I didn't know. I thought that was remarkable. Roughly 20% are between the ages of 8 and 12. Why don't you give us the rest of them?
Children are ripe for this type of fraud, and the experts estimate that 1 million children are victims of identity fraud every year. The losses stemming from identity theft total more than $2.67 billion.
That's a lot of money.
Yeah.
That's a lot of money.
According to the same study, teens are more at risk after a data breach than adults. The findings showed that 39% of teens were victimized after a data breach, while only 19% of adults were. The Federal Trade Commission, or FTC, says that 18 to 29-year-olds are the group that is most at risk for identity theft. Those 18 and under are becoming a larger target group as well.
So they talk about how teens were victimized more often than adults in data breaches. And part of that is because adults tend to be a little bit more in tune with what their credit scores look like. And you know what a credit score is?
Yeah.
So for the audience's sake, there's 3 credit bureaus out there, and each of those look at how you spend money and how you take on debt and how you pay it back and so forth. And they produce a credit score. So you, once a year, can go out and get your credit score from each of the credit bureaus and see what shows up on there. So most adults are likely to do that because they're trying to improve their credit score. They want to get a new car. They want to get a mortgage. They want to get low interest rates on their credit cards, whatever it is. teens typically aren't looking at that sort of thing. So as a result, a lot of discrepancies slip through. You may find out that you're 18 years old and have had a credit card for 15 years. You could look at your credit statements, your credit reports, which should never have happened, but that's because of identity theft. So that's sort of why, and I guess kind of what I'm trying to do here is clue people into the fact that you have to look at this stuff. It's boring, it's kind of annoying, it's out of the way, but there's a significant impact if you don't, and it can be very dangerous and very costly. So we're going to take a quick break. We're going to come back and we'll talk about why teens are targeted for identity theft. We'll be right back. For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com.
Welcome back to Insights into Teens. Today we're talking about identity theft. And now we're going to talk about why are teens targeted for identity theft. So teenagers make great targets for scams for a number of reasons. Identity thieves target people who are easiest and who won't notice the fraud so they can maximize their profits. Some reasons that these criminals target teens are online use. Teens spend a large amount of time online signing up for accounts, gaming, and communicating on social media. This makes them very visible as targets. Teens routinely divulge personal... That's how you say it, right?
That's correct.
Teens routinely divulge personal information, including their home address, phone number, or whereabouts, through online social networking sites like Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. These status updates are easily searchable and can lead to an identity thief gathering bits of personal data over time, including a teen's address, phone number, or pet's name, which might just be the answer of a security question for an online banking account. Online updates about a teen's whereabouts can also tip off a thief that the individual and his or her family is, say, on vacation together or at a grandmother's birthday party. In other words, the thief suddenly knows that the teen's home is vacant and can be targeted.
And that's a whole different security concern in and of itself. It's not identity theft related, but still security related.
Yeah.
Undetected use. This is what we had kind of touched on a little while ago. So teens and their parents rarely check their credit reports. As a result, identity thieves can go months or years without being suspected. In addition, teens' credit reports are usually blank slates. They allow thieves easy access to first-time credit card offers or loans. Teens won't start using their credit to take out loans for a while. Therefore, the fraudster can use their identity and reap the benefits sometimes for years before the damage is detected. Usually, teens realize something's wrong when they apply for a driver's license or attend college and they try to take out school loans.
So, teens have unused social security numbers.
Not social media security numbers, no.
I'm sorry. We didn't entirely do a full read-through.
We did not,
this,
no.
So, some teens have unused social security numbers. These are desirable among identity thieves because an individual can pair them with any name and birth date. An identity thief can then use or sell the social security number so that someone can obtain a fake ID for employment.
Correct. Written wrong in the notes, but read correctly. Congratulations.
Also, some teens share banking info. Teens generally aren't shy about handing off their credit card number to a friend that is buying group tickets for a basketball game or pre-ordering movie theater passes. This can be problematic if a friend isn't trustworthy or if someone with ill intentions overhears the exchange of information.
Smartphones are frequently misplaced. Teens use their smartphones to transmit and store troves of personal data. Unfortunately, these devices can be easily lost or stolen and land in the wrong person's hands. Teens also use public Wi-Fi. When teens use public Wi-Fi, it's easy for an identity thief to obtain personal information that's being transmitted online. Although teens often view themselves as experts in technology, they should be aware of the fact that hackers and other online predators are often even more advanced and can easily snatch their information. Now, it's worth conveying a story that I had. I had attended a security conference up in North Jersey a couple of years back. It was at Giant Stadium, or was Giant Stadium, I guess. And during the presentation, they brought a white hat hacker out. So, not to get too into the weeds here, but you have black hat hackers who are unethical hackers, people that break the law and do things that are bad and illegal. And then you have white hat hackers who are considered ethical hackers. These are the guys that are the defense against the black hat hackers. Okay. So they're the good guys. They work for the FBI and the police and stuff like that. So they started the presentation out with a special agent from the FBI kind of going over his presentation. And up on stage with him happened to be this other individual they hadn't introduced yet. So when the FBI agent was finished with his presentation, he introduced the other individual as a white hat hacker who the FBI worked with frequently to do data forensics and stuff like that. Well, while he was on stage there, he was actually running a utility on his phone that was identifying everyone else's phone in the presentation there that was in the audience, identifying the vulnerabilities and actually hacking into several of the phones. Me being paranoid as I was, first thing I did when I walked into this presentation is I powered my phone off so that he couldn't get into my phone. But he had a tool on his phone that could do this stuff. And this is really where some of the more sophisticated attacks come from. So when you're on your phone at Starbucks or at the library or wherever, and you're on the public Wi-Fi, that public Wi-Fi is not secure. And people think that, oh, well, it's free, it's fast, I'm going to use that. That's usually not a good idea. Because anybody who happens to be on that Wi-Fi who's running one of these utilities can access your phone if there are vulnerabilities on there. And again, I'm going to go back to devices that are secure versus devices that are not. So Apple, for instance, pushes their security updates out regularly. Doesn't matter who your carrier is, doesn't matter where you bought your phone from. If you're running an Apple device and there's a new patch that comes out that patches a security hole, you'll get it within a day or two from Apple automatically. If you're running Android, the updates for Android trickle out slower because Android, you have different versions of Android that are out there. You have different manufacturers and how they handle their updates. Your carriers may be pushing your updates out there. So Android devices don't have the same level of security when it comes to patching things. And the first thing these utilities do is they see who's on the network. They do a scan because you can send a query out to see what operating system you're running. And your phone comes back and says, I have this operating system, I have this version, I have this revision, and I have this patch level. And if they identify something that has a known exploit, they'll push a button and they can, in some cases, immediately take control of the phone. That's how powerful these tools are. But if you were never on that Wi-Fi access and you had your Wi-Fi turned off there, they can't do that because your carriers have a more secure way of communicating. So that's kind of the scary thing about using public Wi-Fi. What are some of the other things that we have?
So teens also use the same password for multiple sites. When teens don't use complex passwords for their online sites or use the same password multiple times, it is easy for a thief to access their accounts. The answers to their security questions might also be easy for others to figure out.
Now let me stop you there for a second. One of the things that we're in the process of doing at my office right now is moving from one password manager to another. Now the password managers themselves allow you to access all of your passwords from one centralized encrypted secure location. The advantage to that is every time you go to set up a website account, your bank account, whatever, you can create a very complex password that you'll never remember, but you don't have to because that's the job of the password manager. As long as you can get into the password manager and remember one complex password, it does the rest of the work for you. A lot of people get in the habit of using simple passwords or passwords that they can remember. And passwords, like the first thing they'll come up with are birth dates. Everyone uses birth dates for everything. So somebody can figure out what your spouse's birthday is or what your kids' birthdays are. They're 70% of the way there. The other problem people fall into is they reuse the same password over and over and over because they can remember it. They may think it could be 50 characters, it could be very complex, but if you use it more than once, all you have to do is compromise it in one of those locations. And compromising your password isn't necessarily about compromising your device or you. It could be about you putting that same password into a site that doesn't protect your password. Then they get the database from that location, and because you used it at 10 other sites, they now have that password that they can access it in 10 other locations. So unique passwords, complex passwords, managed through a password manager is the best way to go. Okay, moving right along.
Teens also don't understand identity theft. Teens are often targets for identity theft because the risk of becoming a victim isn't on their radar. They don't always understand that their actions are making them vulnerable, and they are unaware of the severe consequences. Teens also tend to be unconcerned about identity theft and don't worry about the consequences, believing it won't happen to them. That's no guarantee, and the lax attitude may put them at risk.
Unfortunately, teens don't fully comprehend the negative impact of identity theft until it's too late. And it's not just teens. I don't want to pick on teens here. Most adults don't either, especially older adults. You know, people that aren't used to the internet age. They're people that are used to going to the bank and talking to a teller don't appreciate the fact that everything that you could do walking into a physical location can now be done from your phone. And, you know, you have older folks who don't really know how to secure their phones because to them a phone is for talking to people. They don't appreciate how powerful smartphones are today. Mm-hmm. So that lack of appreciation for what the technology can do, plus the advancements in banking, make them very vulnerable to identity theft because they don't put the two together. So it's not just teens, it's everybody. Identity theft can destroy or damage a teen's ability to qualify for student loans, acquire a cell phone, seek employment, or secure a place to live. These teens can face a number of roadblocks during an already challenging time of applying to colleges, trying to land jobs, and building credit. These obstacles can take a long time to clear up. In the meantime, teens could lose out on hitting important milestones and landing the important opportunities they deserve. But there are some red flags.
Some warning signs that your teenager may be a victim of teen identity theft are they are receiving pre-approved credit card offers and loans in the mail. They receive a bank statement or credit card statement in your child's name, and they have no accounts. You receive calls from a collection agency about overdue balances on fraudulent credit file accounts. They apply for a student loan or driver's license and find out that someone already has one using their social security number. Your child's credit report shows accounts and a full credit history that does not belong to them. Your teen is arrested for a crime they never committed.
That sounds like the A-Team. So there are red flags out there, and some of these are not as bad as they used to be. You know, one of the things credit card companies used to do 10 years, 15 years ago is they'd ship a credit card out to you that's pre-approved, and you open it up and you rip the sticker off, you call a number, and you can activate it. Well, you can feel, like if you go through the mail, you can feel when there's a credit card in an envelope. So what would happen is people would rifle through the mail, they'd feel the credit card, they'd steal it out of there, they'd activate it themselves, and they'd run it up before you even know you got it. So a lot of credit card companies stopped doing that, which is nice. But yeah, these are the things that you'll see if you're not actively looking, because these are the negative things that you're going to get pinged on. So hopefully before you get to the point that you start seeing some of these red flags, you've already started to investigate some of your own credit history. So it's, again, we try to always end on a high note, so it's not all doom and gloom. When we come back, we'll talk about how to stay safe from identity theft. We'll be right back.
Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Our husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom. We'll look at the interesting and obscure entertainment news of the week. We'll talk about theme park and pop culture news. We'll give you the latest and greatest on pop culture conventions. We'll give you a deep dive into Disney, Star Wars, and much more. Check out our video episodes at youtube.com/insightsintothings. Our audio episodes at podcast.insightsintoentertainment.com, or check us out on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Welcome back to Insights into Teens. Today we're talking about identity theft. And right now we're going to talk about how to stay safe from teen identity theft. So cleaning up identity theft is much more complicated than preventing it. Thankfully, there are steps you can take to prevent teen identity theft. One of these is to always be cautious about giving out personal information like your social security number, birth date, bank account details, your home address, phone numbers, or your mother's maiden name. Also, you should never download software from untrusted sources.
Which is always a good idea.
Yeah.
Before we go on, I did want to give a shout out to a friend of the show in the chat on Twitch right now. Big hello to Tough God Kenny. Now that part of the business is gone.
Hi, Kenny.
Hi, Kenny. So what else do we have? So we say, do not click links in email or text messages. Visit the website yourself using a clean browser window. Monitor your credit report, which we've talked about. You can get a free copy every year. Put a freeze on your child's credit report. This is another thing a lot of people don't realize, is that you can actually put a freeze on your credit. And I wasn't involved, but my information had been compromised in some data breach a while back for a service that I used. And it wasn't severe. They didn't get passwords or anything like that. It wasn't clear text. But the first thing I did was I went to all three of the credit bureaus and I put a freeze on my credit. So when you put a freeze on there, you can go to the credit bureaus and basically tell them, don't approve anything until you hear from me. And they'll give you a certain security combination that you have to jump through in order to turn it back off. But then if someone tries to open a bank account or a credit card or a loan or anything like that, they have to go to the credit bureaus in order to get approval, and the credit bureaus will report back to whoever's asking for it and say, there's a freeze on here, this guy can't have any credit. So that immediately shuts down the ability to open accounts under your name. They also say shred documents with personal information on them before throwing them in the trash, and this prevents the dumpster diving and getting that information out.
Yeah, I was kind of just thinking maybe like my first thought was just burn it.
That's
But
probably illegal.
don't burn it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
but
probably
just
illegal in
shred
most
it.
states.
Just shred it.
But we don't have a shredder here, so I tear all that stuff up that I get. In fact, I went through the junk mail today and, shredded it pretty good with my hands. So you at least do that, because then it makes it more difficult. What else do we have?
We also have always use very strong passwords on computers, tablets, and mobile phones, and we kind of already mentioned that one.
Right.
Avoid storing personal information on a cell phone without using a biometric to secure it, like Face ID or fingerprint ID. Keep your computers and mobile devices locked with a PIN. Store your social security card and birth certificate at home in a safe location. Protect your PIN when entering it at a gas station or ATM. Never put your social security number on your resume.
So there's a couple other really good ones they talk about here, and it's worth kind of expounding on them. So you have a debit card now, so you potentially could be using some of this technology now moving forward.
Yeah.
And the one thing they talk about protecting your PIN, if you go to a convenience store now or a bank or so, you'll notice that they have these little covers that partially obscure the keypads. And the reason for that is so that somebody standing next to you can't watch you punch the numbers in. But it's important to be mindful when you are entering that information in. You should always try to obscure it from view from anybody. There could be people with cameras and stuff like that. So always sort of get up on top of that device and punch your number in there so people can't get that. They talk about using Face ID and fingerprint ID. From a security standpoint, there's a huge difference between the security levels there. So, and I'm talking from a legal standpoint. So, for instance, the legal authorities cannot, in the United States at least, cannot force you to give them a password. However, they can force you to use biometric technology to unlock your devices. So your face, for instance, they can force you to unlock it with your face or your fingerprint. So using biometrics, while it's a great second form of authentication, if you have incriminating, I want to say incriminating, but if you have information on there that you don't want people to get out of you, biometrics is not the best way to do it from an intellectual property standpoint. And then the other one they talk about here is never put your social security number on a resume. You'd be surprised how few people can legally ask you for your social security number. A lot of places treat your social security number as though it's a national ID, and it's not. The social security number itself can only be asked for tax purposes. So if an employer asks for it, if anybody asks for it and they're not using it for tax purposes, you can decline to provide that information. And most people don't realize they have the right to do that. But so much stuff for identity theft gets tied back to your social security number. So you need to be aware of that and be very careful with that. So what do you do if you're a victim of identity fraud? Because it still happens despite all the precautions that we take. So you can take some of the steps below. First of all, you contact your local law enforcement and file a report. Most police stations, municipalities all have procedures in place. Some of those procedures, depending on who violates the law, might get elevated up to the FBI. Put a fraud alert on your credit report with the three major credit bureaus. That's Experian, TransUnion, and Equifax. Now, a fraud alert is sort of the next step up above freezing your credit. It includes freezing your credit, but it also includes proactive alerts that go out to banks and so forth that might be reporting on your credit that's active already. So, for instance, if I have a loan and I'm paying on my loan, the credit bureau gets a report back and forth from the bank that I have the loan on. When I have a fraud alert, they'll then alert the bank of this fraud alert so no one else can open. If I have an existing line of credit, they can't extend it or anything like that. The next one they talk about is to contact the FTC, the Federal Trade Commission, to file a complaint online, or you can call their 1-800 number. It's 1-877-438-4338. And that's to file a formal complaint with the federal government, and then they'll pursue it from there. What else do we have?
We also have review all your bank and credit card amounts and request new cards if anything has been tampered with. Give a free copy of your credit report every year to review all activity and verify the information. Sign up for credit and identify monitoring to let the experts keep an eye on things for you, as well as contact Identity Theft Resource Center for more help at www.idthiefcenter.org.
So these are some very common things that we talked about here. There are other defensive things that you can do. One of the things that I do on all my credit cards, and most credit card companies will do this now, is I set up alerts. And I say if anything over $1 is charged to my credit card, send me an email. And this saved me at one point in time. I was sitting on the couch watching TV at like 9:30 at night, and I got an email alert saying that I had just spent $6 or $6.18 or something at a convenience store that was about 90 miles away from my house. And I immediately knew that it was fraudulent. So the first thing I did was I went in, I reported the card itself stolen or duplicated. I reported the transaction as fraud, and I put a hold on my credit accounts. And within 15 minutes, my credit card company got back to me and confirmed that it wasn't. So what they do is when you use a credit card, if you swipe the credit card or you tap it or use any of the automated methods, they get a notification on that transaction that the card itself was physically present. If, for instance, the cashier has to punch the number in, they'll punch the number, the expiration, and the CVV, the security number on there. They get a notification that it was a manual transaction. So my credit card company immediately called me back, said this was a manual transaction. Somebody, got a copy of your credit card number and information, and they gave me my money back. They canceled the card and sent me a new card. So having those alerts is important. The other one that you can do is most bank accounts now give you your credit scores. Not a credit report, but it's a credit score. And most of those credit scores come with a justification for the score. And that's usually something that will tell you, how much credit you have, what accounts you have open, and a lot of details about that. Using that will tell you if you have accounts open that you're not aware of. So contact your bank. Find out what services your bank can provide for you, what kind of identity theft services they have. A lot of banks now will offer identity theft service as a complimentary service to your account information. So there's a lot of tools in the toolbox that you can use now that can help you protect yourself, that can help you resolve these things. But the government is aware of these now. The identity theft 10 years ago was much more difficult to combat because the federal government didn't have these programs in place. And a lot of times they thought people were scamming them and they thought they were just trying to get out of their debt and stuff like that. Unfortunately, because it's gotten so bad, the federal government has now put a lot of these things in place now to protect you. But teens are susceptible. They don't use their credit, and you got to keep an eye on it. So we'll be right back with your closing remarks. Go for your closing thoughts.
Alrighty, so to everyone out there, I just wanted to stress how important it is for everyone to make sure that your information is safe. You're not giving anything out that could potentially cause you to have your identity taken, the whole thing about identity theft. And basically, I would definitely recommend to try out as many of these ways that we've given to protect, protect your credit, and so that you're not charged and people can't steal your information, and do some research of your own and find other ways to help.
Okay, sage advice as always.
Thank you.
I think we've kind of beaten the digital security monster down for a little bit here. I think we're good right now. Next week, I think we're going to be back talking about dealing with class clowns, right?
Yep.
That's one that you wrote up.
Yep.
We'll have that for next week. In the meantime, I want to once again invite our listening and viewing audience to subscribe to the podcast. You can find the audio versions listed as Insights into Teens. The video versions of all of our podcasts are listed as Insights into Things. We're available on Pandora, Castro, Stitcher. I do want to also give a shout out to Amazon Music. I had a nice reach out from an agent from Amazon with some hints for helping us to promote the podcast. So she was kind enough to inform me that we are officially listed on Amazon Music now. I would also invite you to write in, give us your feedback, tell us how we're doing, give us show suggestions. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. You can see us streaming 5 days a week on Twitch at twitch.tv/insightsintothings. If you are an Amazon Prime subscriber, you do get a free Twitch Prime subscription. We'd appreciate it if you threw that our way. It helps us pay the bills. Audio versions of this podcast can be found at podcast.insightsintoteens.com. Video versions of this podcast can be found at podcast.insightsintothings.com, where you can find links to all these and more on our website at www.insightsintothings.com. And
don't forget to check out our other two podcasts, Insights into Entertainment, hosted by you and Mommy, and Insights into Tomorrow, our monthly podcast hosted by you and my brother Sam.
And that's it. Another one in the books.
Bye, everyone.
Bye. For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com.
Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network. Welcome to Insights into Tomorrow, where we take a deeper look into how the issues of today will impact the world of tomorrow. From politics and world news to media and technology, we discuss how today's headlines are becoming tomorrow's reality.
Welcome to Insights into Tomorrow. This is episode 13, Modern Monopolies. I'm your host, Joseph Whalen, and my co-host, Sam Whalen. How you doing today, Sam?
Doing okay. How you doing?
Doing all right. So today's topic is one that we've kind of been tossing around for a little while now, and it's in the news a lot lately with a lot of the tech companies and politics involved. It came to the forefront few months back during the Trump administration. They were kind of going up against some of the big tech companies, Facebook, Amazon, Google, and so forth. So I thought it was worthwhile to sort of take a look at this. So today we're going to discuss what monopolies are in the modern age. We'll understand what a monopoly is, how they operate, and why they're detrimental to a free and open market. Yet they're a unique product of capitalism. We'll take a brief look at the history of monopolies in America and how they've been handled before. And we'll look at the future of what today's monopolies and the complications inherent in regulating them are. Ready to get started?
Yep.
All right. So what is a monopoly? So in doing research for today's episode, I went to a couple of different sites, and this definition, I think, captured it best. It came from Investopedia.com. They say a monopoly refers to when a company and its product offerings dominate a sector or industry. Monopolies can be considered an extreme result of free market capitalism in that, absent any restrictions or restraints, a single company or group becomes large enough to own all or nearly all the market, goods, supplies, commodities, infrastructure, so forth, for a particular type of product or service. The term monopoly is often used to describe an entity that has total or near control of a market. Natural monopolies can exist where there are high barriers to entry, a company has a patent on their products, or is allowed by governments to provide essential services. So based on that definition, let me ask you real quick, do you think we have modern monopolies that fit this bill?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I don't think it takes that long to figure it out. There's like 3 drugstores. That's the first one that came to mind for me. Like if you think about it, Rite Aid, Walgreens, and CVS. That's just an example. Airlines too. Like if you just, I don't know, I feel like if you just think about it, there's pretty clear examples of at least a handful.
Sure, yeah. So in understanding a monopoly is characterized by the absence of competition, which can lead to high costs for consumers, inferior products and services, and corrupt behavior. A company that dominates a business sector or industry can use that dominance to its advantage and at the expense of others. So taking your example of the drugstores, if there are 3 drugstores that control all the pharmaceuticals to consumers, is that really a monopoly if there's 3 of them?
I think it's a monopoly if by there being 3 and they're being so established that it eliminates the ability for other new drugstores to rise up. I think that's where you get into the monopoly territory if they're creating that barrier of entry.
So it's in that case, it's a monopoly of 3 where they're colluding to prevent competition at that point in time, essentially.
Yeah, potentially, yeah.
They also say that it can create artificial scarcities, fix prices, and circumvent natural laws of supply and demand, which I think is exactly where your pharmacy scenario falls into place. It can impede new entrants into the field, discriminate and inhibit experimentation on or new product development, while the public, robbed of the recourse of using a competitor, is at its mercy. Do you think, again, sticking with our pharmacy example, do you think that the consumers are at a detriment because of having 3 major pharmacies control the entire industry?
I'm not so sure about that because, I mean, the medication is still, as long as the medication's effective from pharmacy to pharmacy, that's the important thing. I mean, it's not like you're getting like faulty products. Now, if, say, for example, Walgreens had their over-the-counter allergy medication and it was defective, but there's only Walgreens in your area, that's where you run into some issues. But I think as long as the products are still working, then, I mean, monopolies are still generally bad, but I think in that example, you could probably get away with it.
Well, how about an example where you've got 3 pharmacies and they all decide that instead of selling your allergy medicine to you at 20% over cost, with a 20% margin, they're going to up it to 50%. They're all going to sell for 50%. So there's no one in the market that the consumer can go to get it at that reduced price. Do you think that would be monopolistic?
Yeah, definitely. Because at that point, they're using their hold on the industry to screw over the customer, which is where you get into like the definition of monopolies.
Exactly. Yeah. So they go on to say that a monopolized market often becomes an unfair, unequal, and inefficient market. Mergers and acquisitions among companies in the same business are highly regulated and researched for this reason. Firms are typically forced to divest assets if federal authorities believe proposed mergers or a takeover will violate anti-monopoly laws. We just had a major takeover very recently among the cellular carriers.
Oh, yeah.
Where T-Mobile bought out Sprint. So we had 4 major competitors in the market. T-Mobile bought out Sprint to become the number 2 in consumer size at that point in time, and to reduce the market down from 4 to 3. At the same time, one of the contingencies associated with that was the emergence of another network that would come out eventually, which it hasn't come out yet. I think it's Dish is going to be running this particular network, but they're going to be using the services of the existing networks. So it's almost like it was a fictional way of putting a 4th competitor into the market.
Mm-hmm. Like a puppet competitor almost.
Exactly. So in that instance, do you think the T-Mobile merger with Sprint will be good or bad for consumers?
I think about this with mobile companies especially. Like there's whole regions of the country where you can only get one mobile service provider. And I think by merging like that, it's going to make that problem even worse. So say I know in this area it's kind of like that with T-Mobile. If you're forced to have T-Mobile and now Sprint, but the coverage is poor and you don't have any other option, I think that's definitely an issue.
Yeah.
It's because you're forced to have an inferior product just due to the monopoly. Right.
And there's no incentive for them to improve their product because there's no competition.
Right. And what are you going to do? Move?
Exactly. You're not going to move because you're a cellular carrier. Exactly. So they say monopolies typically have an unfair advantage over their competition since they're either the only provider of a product or control most of the market share or customers for their product. Although monopolies might differ from industry to industry, they tend to share similar characteristics. Why don't you tell us what these characteristics are?
Sure. So the first one is the high barrier of entry, which we kind of talked about already. This is when competitors are not able to enter the market, and the monopoly can easily prevent competition from developing their foothold in an industry by acquiring that competition. Sort of like we talked about with the mobile company where they put, I guess not really, because they kind of let them use their own services. The second example is the single seller. There's only one seller in the market, meaning the company becomes the same as the industry it serves. The third is price maker. The company that operates the monopoly decides the price of the product that it will sell without any competition, keeping their prices in check. As a result of this, monopolies can raise prices whenever they want. And finally, the economy of scale. A monopoly often can produce at a lower cost than smaller companies. Monopolies can buy huge quantities of inventory, for example, usually at a volume discount. As a result of this, monopoly can lower its prices so much that smaller competitors can survive. Think like Walmart. Essentially, monopolies can engage in price wars due to their scale of their manufacturing and distribution networks, such as warehousing and shipping. That can be done at lower cost than any of the competitors in the industry. I guess that'd be Amazon too, both those companies.
Yeah. So it's interesting because some of these same practices they talk about here that are considered to be monopolistic are also ones that are generally used in business for efficiency reasons. For instance, here in New Jersey, we have a lot of cranberry producers in the state. And one of the things that you have is everyone's heard of Ocean Spray, right? Mm-hmm. You buy Ocean Spray cranberry juice off the shelves and whatnot. Ocean Spray is actually a cooperative. And what they do is they partner with a number of independent farmers to pool their resources. And it's not just cranberries, obviously, it's many other things. but they pool their resources together and sell as one single entity so they can get advantages in the economy to scale by supplying all their entities at the same time for a bulk cost. They're sort of fixing their prices by not competing against each other. They all agree upon a certain price that they sell at. But somehow the cooperatives aren't targeted for monopolies, even though they take on some of the same characteristics of a monopoly. This has happened traditionally in the past with a lot of food industries have done this. A lot of your fast food places, when they go through franchising, they do sort of the same thing. You buy a franchise of a pizza place, Papa John's or I can't think of another
Dunkin'
one.
Donuts.
That would not be pizza, but sure, we'll use that as a franchise.
Yeah. That's the first thing when I think franchise.
But yeah, that's another good example of you have a whole bunch of people that buy the stores, buy the franchise where they have the rights, but they also get all their supplies that way. So instead of, mom and pop down the street going out and buying flour to make donuts, they put their purchase into the corporation, and the corporation buys it for 500 bakers at one time and can get a discount on it. So that's another thing where cooperatives can be targeted as monopolies, but they're not in today's society. So the next thing that we talk about is what's called a natural monopoly. So a natural monopoly can develop when a company becomes a monopoly due to high fixed or startup costs in an industry. This happens a lot with utilities, internet, electricity, telephone. Because of the amount of money that you have to tie up in order to provide that service, the government is willing to allow you to become a monopoly. AT&T at one point in time had so much money tied up in copper. It was like 1/3 of the company's value was in copper, just in the wires that they had, because copper is a commodity.
Wow.
Also, natural monopolies can arise in industries that require unique raw materials, technology, or it's a specialized industry where only one company can meet the needs. Again, this goes back to AT&T. They were Bell, I guess at the time and they wound up getting broken up in the early 80s. Companies that have patents on their products, which prevent competition from developing the same product in a specific field, can have a natural monopoly. So a lot of these things here have traditionally been associated with the utilities sector. Your television, your cable, your internet, your electrical, your plumbing, things that aren't state-owned but offer private services. We just ran into an incident last week with the Colonial Pipeline, where they supply a chunk of refined fuels to a large sector of the country. They're a private company, but they have a monopoly on that because of how expensive it is to build a pipeline. So let me ask you, when it comes to natural monopolies where you have this investment or you own the technology, do you think that justifies monopolistic tendencies?
I think that's a tough question to answer, because it reminds me of when we did our streaming services episode. We talked about like something like Comcast, who's internet and TV and there's cell phones, and they're sort of expanding in that way too. But if, again, kind of like when we talked about with the mobile providers, if you can only have Comcast, but it's because Comcast controls all those resources, is that a bad thing? I think it becomes a bad thing when you go back to the inferior product thing. If your product's bad, but you have this obligation to provide the service because you have all the resources, then I think you also have an obligation to make the product at least usable consistently.
Well, and to add to that is, if the government is going to allow you to be a natural monopoly because of that technology or that investment, then there's a certain right that the government has to...
we didn't check the shop beforehand, everybody.
No, we didn't. Just lean a lot that way. There's a certain obligation the government has to regulate you at that point in time as an industry. Do you think that expectation of government regulation, because a lot of the cable companies are trying to get away from government regulation, do you think that expectation that government should have the right to do that when they grant you a monopoly is realistic?
I think maybe not realistic, not in these days, because these companies have so much power. I think it's idealistic that, ultimately at the end of the day, the government is going to have the say in what needs to be regulated and what doesn't. But I think we're seeing so often that the companies have so much power that the government just chooses not to do anything.
Yeah, I think
which we'll get into more later.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right on that one. So there's public monopolies that are set up by the government to provide essential services, such as the U.S. Postal Service, although the U.S. Postal Service is getting a run for its money these days with private parcel companies like UPS and FedEx. Utilities, which we talked about already. The utilities industry is where a natural government allowed monopolies flourish until the government doesn't allow it anymore. And it's kind of strange because this happened a few years back where back in the early 2000s, we had a major power outage in the Northeast. And it turned out that power outage was a result of a mismanaged power network out in, I think, Ohio at the time. And it's a privately owned company. They weren't under any kind of monopolistic regulations or anything. But because of the problem that they caused that took down the rest of the network in the Northeast, the government came in and imposed sanctions on them and fines and so forth. Do you think that's a way or an efficient way for the government to sort of allow monopolies to happen, but penalize them if they don't adhere to some level of standard?
I mean, yeah. And I mean, that's a pretty extreme example. If you cause the Northeast to have a blackout, I think you deserve to get punished for some reason. But I think you said it was a privately owned company. It wasn't like, yeah. So if it was, I don't know. I think if it was a larger company, they might not be as harsh. If it's the small independent company, they can easily point the finger and blame them. But if it was something like General Electric or something, they might be a little bit hesitant to punish them as harshly, I think.
Right. No, I can see that. So the monopolies in these instances are allowed because the suppliers incur large costs of producing power or water or providing these services to each household. And it's considered more efficient for there to be a sole provider for these services. Do you think it's more efficient for you to have a sole cable provider? Or do you think competition in the cable market would be better for the consumers? Because right now, cable is not considered a public utility. And there's a lot of push to have it considered that way as far as protections and regulation go. If they did, do you think having 2 or 3 cable providers would be better, or having a monopoly would be better?
Yeah, definitely, because I think competition, it breeds innovation, right? Because you need to be able to beat your competitor, and you beat your competitor by making more money, which means having a better product in theory. So I think if there was only one company, then it would just stagnate. They would settle for whatever service they're going to provide. But if you've got that competition, I think that ends up benefiting the consumer in the long run.
Yeah, and I think you're right. I think the only time you get innovation is when companies have to innovate. And the only time companies have to innovate is if the competition makes them, which is their number one motivation, because that's where their profits are, or if the government forces them to. And to a certain extent, the government did force a lot of these cable companies to innovate their technology because they were taking bandwidth back from them, which is why we have digital TV now. That was not because the cable companies were in competition for each other to provide better services. That was because the government mandated that. So you can, in certain circumstances, still have monopolies that innovate when the government forces them to do so, and still allow monopolies to exist in the country. So we're going to take a quick break, and we're going to come back and talk about some of the antitrust laws and a little bit of what the country has done to break up monopolies historically.
Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. talking to real teens about real teen problems. Explore issues from braces to puberty, social anxiety to financial responsibility. Each week, we talk about the topics concerning today's youth. We look at how the issues affect teens, how to cope with these issues, and how parents, friends, and loved ones can help teens handle these challenges. Check out our video episodes on youtube.com/insightsintothings. Catch our audio versions on podcast.insightsintoteens.com or on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Welcome back to Insights into Tomorrow. We're talking modern day monopolies today. We're going to talk a little about antitrust laws, and you can't really talk about monopolies unless you mention at least the Sherman Antitrust Act. So in 1890, the Sherman Antitrust Act became the first legislation passed by the U.S. Congress to limit monopolies. It had strong support by Congress. It passed the Senate with a vote of 51-1 and passed the House unanimously 242-0. And that was put in place to regulate mostly the big industries at the time, which were
Oil,
locomotives, your rail service, your steel industry, and so forth. Then in 1914, two additional antitrust pieces of legislation were passed to protect consumers. The Clayton Antitrust Act, which created new rules for mergers and corporate directors, and also listed specific examples of practices that would violate the Sherman Antitrust. And then the Federal Trade Commission, the Federal Trade Commission Act, which sets standards for business practices and enforces the two antitrust acts, along with the Antitrust Division of the U.S. Department of Justice. So the laws are intended to preserve competition and allow smaller companies to enter a market, and not to merely suppress strong companies. And I think that's a theme that I think resonates today, because a lot of what people are talking about today with our big monopolies is that they're not harming people because they're not producing a product or a service. And the biggest example of this would be social media and Facebook. So Facebook isn't harming anyone by not bringing new products to market. They're just a really big company. The same thing with Google. And the push today seems to be targeting, well, these companies are too big and they shouldn't be that big. And I think the point that I'm trying to make here is that's not something that the antitrust laws are designed to cope with. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, definitely. I think it's these are obviously laws that were made in before 1900, so they definitely need to be updated. But I think it's kind of what comes with technology, right? It's you've got to make new laws, you've got to adapt the way you think about it, because while they're not making a product, these companies have data on everybody, and when you have things like information leaks, and the companies aren't necessarily held accountable, like Facebook has them all the time, where people's personal data gets leaked, and I think that is a huge problem that should be more harshly punished, and I think that would come with a more modern look at antitrust laws.
Well, and I think I agree with you to a certain extent that the companies themselves have a certain obligation to protect the user's data. However, the users give the data up freely. So there's not, I don't think there's really an expectation of privacy, because it's a social network, right? Yeah. So when I post my information, my pictures and whatever, I'm posting them there for people to see. So I can't really get upset when Facebook leaks that to other people. The other problem that you run into is that the modern laws that we have penalties that are insignificant to the size of these companies now, which I think is where some of the argument comes in that these companies are too big. You might get a couple $100,000 fine for a data breach.
That's like nothing.
When you're a multi-billion-dollar company, that's essentially you lost that money in the cushions of the couch.
Yeah, the time it took to draft the document to charge you've already made $1 billion.
Right. So there's really very little incentive to do anything other than continue business as is and just pay the fines because you're still monumentally profitable. So I think there needs to be a fundamental shift in what the penalties look like in order for the penalties to have any meaning whatsoever. So in talking about breaking up monopolies, the Sherman Antitrust Act was targeted at companies like Standard Oil and even the American Tobacco Company, which didn't break up the companies. It broke up Standard Oil, but what it did was it pushed more public awareness. In 1994, the U.S. government accused Microsoft of using a significant market share in the PC operating system business to prevent competition and maintain a monopoly. Now, this is significant because I think it's really the first modern monopoly with high-tech industry that we kind of see come across the government's crosshairs. Yeah, they broke up the bell companies, the phone companies and stuff like that, but I think that was less significant from a technological standpoint because it was really legacy technology. But here you have Microsoft, who is at the forefront of computer technology, but they're also internationally acclaimed for this technology. And you have the United States that's trying to set precedent here. And I think, if anything, that's where we kind of look back to see what's going to guide our principles moving forward. What do you think about that?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I think I've said it on this show before. Again, not a lawyer, but, the law is about precedent, right? So something like this case here, sets the precedent for technology companies going forward of how their versions of monopolies, are viewed in courts. And I think that, having Microsoft be this big example in 1994 is extremely important, just to have something to look back at, especially, I don't think anybody could have imagined what technology is like now compared to what it was in 1994, but it's much larger and much more in the forefront of just our daily conversations.
Yeah, and essentially what happened is in 98, you had a federal district judge rule that Microsoft needed to be broken into technology companies. But that was a decision that was later reversed. There were compromises that happened. There were fines that happened. Microsoft ultimately agreed to have a government overseer become part of the company to make sure that the company wasn't engaging in monopolistic activities. Microsoft in the 80s and 90s was brutal. They had a philosophy of, well, let's not compete with others. Let's just destroy the competition. And they did. They were very effective at it.
Yeah, I think there's an episode, I don't know if you've ever watched the CNN series. It's just called the 70s or the 80s. It's one of those. There's a whole episode on like the Apple-Microsoft war. It's really interesting.
Yeah, and it's funny because Microsoft destroyed Apple to the point that Apple was roughly 3 months away from going bankrupt. And Bill Gates, in a very famous appearance, shows up at the Apple Worldwide Developer Conference via video, and Steve Jobs was still alive at the time and announced that Microsoft is investing in Apple, and they booed Bill Gates for saving the company. All the people that were in the crowd booed when they heard about that. And the funny thing is, the only reason Microsoft did that was not so that they could make profit off of Apple. It was so that they could maintain the appearance
of having competition.
That's all it was. And the government fell for it. Yeah, the government fell for it. So, I mean, a lot of times it's really just about, jumping through the flaming hoops and making people believe the right thing.
Yeah, and like not even in terms of government, but just in terms of public opinion too. You have you get that with video game consoles too. I know it's not nearly on the same level, but if you maintain that rivalry between two companies, it makes it look even better than that you're not a monopoly because, I'm an Apple fan, I'm a Microsoft fan, but in reality, it's the same company. Like, not really, but if they bailed out your company, they still owe them a debt in some way.
Sure. Well, and you look at, let's stick with technology, you look at microprocessors. So you've got Intel and you've got AMD. And AMD has always been sort of the redheaded stepchild to Intel, where they were the rebels, they were the underdogs. Their processors were for like the elite group of gamers or overclockers or whatever. And you look at what happened to Intel, and Intel has, in recent years, been completely burned by their technology choices because of the shortcuts that they made that AMD didn't make. And AMD picked up a huge market share. And now you're seeing another fundamental shift that's detrimental to Intel, with Apple moving away from Intel processors in their computers now to their own designed ones that they're manufacturing themselves. So Intel's getting hit again with this. So that this was an instance where Intel got very complacent in what they were doing, and now they've fallen significantly behind in the processor market, and the tables have kind of shifted. But at the time when Intel was dominant, Intel was actually supplying information and support to AMD to maintain that appearance of competition.
Works every time.
So again, it really is. It's just a matter of appearance sometimes to keep from getting hit with monopolistic charges. So we talked briefly about AT&T. The most prominent monopoly breakup in the U.S. history was AT&T. After being allowed to control the nation's telephone service for decades as a government-supported monopoly, the giant telecommunications company found itself challenged by antitrust laws. In 1982, after an 8-year court battle, AT&T had to divest itself of 22 local exchange service companies and has been forced to sell off assets or split units several times since. Now, the real interesting thing is, you had what were termed as baby bells during this. So you had all these certified local exchange CLECs, certified local exchange carriers pop up all over the country that were all part of the original one. And over the last 10 to 15 years, you've seen all those get swept up, and they're now owned by Verizon. So you went through that huge natural monopoly that the government allowed, to breaking them up when they thought the competition was stifled, to now mergers happening to get you back to that position where you have two people that are running the...
Yeah, so many... It's... History in general is cyclical, and I think we're seeing that here too, right? So in maybe, I don't know, 15, 20 years, we'll have another breakup, and they'll all come back out again, and then in 30 years, they'll all get swept up again. I think that's just how these things work,
and
honestly.
And I think that's kind of the point here is that that's capitalism. That's how capitalism works, is that monopolies are a natural outcome of capitalism. And I think the best that government can hope in most cases is to try to keep it at bay as long as possible. And eventually they're still going to get gobbled up and get eaten up. Your pharmacies had the same thing. Your internet providers had the same thing. You know, I remember back in the 90s when I worked for an internet provider, you had just in our area probably 10 different internet carriers. Now you can't get internet from anybody other than Comcast here. You had 3 different cable companies that you could get service from. So it's just a life cycle, I think, of business in a capitalist society. So we're going to take another break and come back and talk more about our modern monopoly problem in America. For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecond-sith-empire.com. Welcome back to Insights into Tomorrow. We're talking modern monopolies. So Forbes did an interesting article about America's modern monopoly problem. They said, without realizing it, we become a nation of monopolies. A large and growing part of our economy is owned by a handful of companies that face little competition. They have no incentive to deliver better products or to get more efficient. They simply rake in cash from people who have no choice but to hand it over. This would be impossible if we had true capitalism. Even if we admit some businesses are natural monopolies, most aren't. Most of them found some non-capitalistic flaw to exploit. In theory, this problem should have solved itself as technology and consumer preferences change, yet it hasn't. Axios outlined a problem in a recent article on farm bankruptcies. Why don't you tell us about what they found?
Sure. So 3 companies control about 80% of mobile telecoms. 3 have 95% of credit cards. 4 have 70% of airline flights within the United States. Google handles 60% of all searches online. In agriculture, 4 companies control 66% of U.S. hogs slaughtered in 2015, 85% of the steer, and half of the chickens, according to the Department of Agriculture. And finally, just 4 companies control 85% of U.S. corn seed sales. That's up from 60% in 2000, so there was some consolidation there. And 75% of soybean seed, a jump from about half, according to the Agriculture Department.
That's pretty staggering, and that's not even talking big tech, where a lot of our focus is today. I mean, we're talking telecoms, credit cards, airlines, search, which we'll get to, and agriculture. I mean, our agriculture is really tied up to that few companies. I mean, I find that alarming at best. What's your thoughts on that?
Yeah, you go back to your ocean spray example where it's one company, but it's made up of smaller farms. I guess that's probably similar.
That's
to what's
probably
happening.
would be in this, yeah.
Yeah, so it's if you want to have a successful farm, you have to join up with this company, basically is what you're getting at. And that is a monopoly, but if the independent farms are getting their proper cut, it's not as bad as it could be, right? Where they're just being exploited for their product.
Right.
I mean, I don't know. It's like this big company you just become a part of, I suppose, if you want to have a farm. I don't know.
Yeah, well, and one of the things that they talk about a couple different outcomes that we get from this. One is being having a gummed up economy. Some economists say the concentration of market power is gumming up the economy and largely to blame for decades of flat wages and weak productivity growth. They say gumming up the economy is a good way to describe it because we're getting competition itself is an economic lubricant. And the machines work more efficiently when the parts are moving freely. We get more output from the same input or the same output with less input. Take away the competition and it all begins to grind together, kind of like a internal combustion engine that you don't keep the oil changed in. Eventually, friction brings it to a halt, and sometimes a fiery one. Normally, companies grow their profits by delivering better products at lower prices than their competitors. It's a dynamic process with competitors constantly dropping out and new ones appearing. This has been described as what's called creative destruction, which sounds harsh, but is absolutely necessary for economic growth. Today, the creative destruction isn't happening. And as companies refuse to die and monopolies refuse to improve, we struggle to generate even mild economic growth. And I think we're seeing that across our entire economy at this point in time. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we just read off all those examples of all those companies that own everything, right? So I think especially when you get to the point where you're too big of a company to fail and it refuses to die, just like that article said, when you're at that level where you control over half of, some kind of domestic product, it's going to be difficult for you to fail, even if you wanted to. And then you end up getting the stagnation that we're seeing today.
Absolutely, yeah. They also talk about uncreative destruction. Creative destruction means companies go out of business and workers lose their jobs. Maybe a few competitors will hire them eventually, but they suffer in the meantime. Politicians try to try to help, but finding the right balance is hard. Greater blame should be assigned to the central bankers, not just the Fed, but its peers as well. For whatever reason, they kept short-term stimulus measures and near-zero rates for far too long. The resulting flood of capital bypassed the creative destruction process. A lot of this happened under the radar. You've probably seen stories about the Lyft IPO and other unicorns that will soon go public. Unicorns being a type of wishful company going public with very high IPO. The news. This is news because it's now so unusual. The number of listed companies is shrinking because A, cheap capital lets them stay private longer, and B, the founders and venture capitalists often exit by selling to a larger cash flush competitor instead of going public. An economy in which it's easier and cheaper to buy your competitors rather than out-innovate them is probably headed towards stagnation. And that's the problem that we had. We saw all through the 1800s, competition was being bought up constantly. The railroads, the consolidation in the auto industry in the early half of the 20th century. Anytime that you see competition just being eaten up by buying them out, you're not innovating at all when you buy. You just have companies that are so large they can buy out anybody that's competing with them. Facebook is doing the same exact thing now. Facebook has bought up 4 or 5 major competitors, all in different sectors of what they do, but they're buying their way to success, and that stifles innovation. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we talked earlier about that barrier to entry, right? That's one of the biggest things when you're looking at these monopolies. And if you're a small startup trying to compete with somebody like Facebook and they just offer you a blank check to just buy you out, it's hard to say no to that, especially if you know that you have no real hope of competing with them. And I think that the more they just, because when Facebook buys you out, they then also get more powerful because they have your workforce or your resources or whatever you had to offer, and they have less competition, so they only get more powerful. It's a win-win in the worst kind of way, I think, especially for consumers and the economy.
Yeah, and part of the problem that you have is because of this, you have companies that shouldn't be in business are getting bought out, and the technology they have is inferior technology, but you have larger companies buying them not because of the technology so they can integrate it into their own. They're buying their users. So you may have a company, I don't want to say Quibi, but a company like Quibi that spent all this money up front on advertising and we'll say technology, although it's not that revolutionary. But their whole goal was to basically get a whole bunch of people on the platform and then sell it. And in their case, they failed. In their case, they projected something like 70 million people signing on with this 1.5 billion budget or something that they had. They wound up getting 70,000 people actually subscribing to it, and they went out of business. That's the exception to the rule, whereas that should be the natural order of how business works.
Especially with capitalism. If you're not a good business, you should just fail.
Absolutely. But, instead you have companies that they garner this large following, and it could be because of certain people that might be on your service. One of the things that Twitter ran into was that when they banned Donald Trump around the time of the January 6th insurrection, their user base dropped off significantly because all of his supporters stopped using the service. That cult following is enough to start your own social network, bring all those people on board, and then sell those users. Even if the social network itself is outdated, the technology is 90 years old, they're selling eyes at that point in time. And that's generally not how business is done, because in most cases, traditionally, the consumer isn't the product.
Yeah.
The product is something you produce. Mm-hmm. But in the case of technology and social media today, the consumer is the product because that's where people are making money with all your information. So it kind of breaks the rules, and that's why we kind of have an upset balance here. So we're going to take our last break here, and we're going to come back and look at the future of regulating monopolies and why tech might be different.
Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Our husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom. We'll look at the interesting and obscure entertainment news of the week. We'll talk about theme park and pop culture news. We'll give you the latest and greatest on pop culture conventions. We'll give you a deep dive into Disney, Star Wars, and much more. Check out our video episodes at youtube.com/insights into things. Our audio episodes at podcast.insightsintoentertainment.com, or check us out on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Welcome back to Insights Into Tomorrow. We're talking monopolies, and we're going to talk about how to regulate today's monopolies in tomorrow's market. So when the global financial crisis slowly subsided in the spring of 2010, tech giants Google, Apple, Facebook, and Amazon, known collectively as GAFA.
I've never heard that before.
I haven't either. I didn't write the article, though. So. They were collectively valued at just under 450 billion euros by market cap. These companies were drivers of innovation that pointed the way forward, enterprises at the center of a flourishing technological ecosystem with a creative and technology-driven vision. Over the past decade, the transformation of society's relationship to those companies is unprecedented. We use the products of these companies to manage almost our entire professional and private lives. And during the coronavirus crisis, the value of the tech giants have increased even more. So when we put together the idea of the show, these were really the companies that we're talking about for today's modern monopolies. How do you feel about first of all, let me ask, do you use their products? I think that's probably the most important question to ask anybody.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of hard not to, right? At least like Google and Amazon, even if you don't buy things from Amazon, Amazon still controls a lot of web traffic too for their searches. So you're using them either way. But yeah, I don't think I have any Apple products anymore. I did though for a while. I was an iPhone user. I have a Facebook and Instagram account. I don't really use, but I still look at them. So they're getting, my eyes either way. And then Google, I use all their products and services. So yeah, I'm pretty far in.
Yeah, and I think one of the biggest things to keep in mind here is that these companies don't just influence the American economy. These are global companies that have a major impact on the world. So looking at the monopolies of tomorrow, I think we have to ask ourselves probably a few questions and kind of come to terms with a few things. Like, one is how we handle the U.S. monopolies today will dictate Europe's future and even to a certain extent the rest of the world, don't you think?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think that in our modern age, it's a global economy. It's not as isolationist as it used to be with things like Standard Oil and things like that.
Yeah, and I think the other thing is that even though, it's hard to envision, but the technological revolution isn't over. We're kind of still in the early phases of it. And I think one of the issues that we run into is that we don't make the rules as fast as the technology grows. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I mean, just in the last, 5-6 years, you had Snapchat show up, which blew up again and became another staple in the social media icon, on your phone that a lot of people use and is now a publicly traded company. So I think that we're definitely going to see it again. TikTok as well, also huge. Yeah. So I think that, every couple of years, it's, just how these things work. You'll get a whole new social media app or something along those lines.
Yeah, and I think one of the issues that concerns me is that the room for maneuvering needed to figure all this stuff out is shrinking. The time that we have to put measures in place now to govern these things is running out rapidly. If we want to know what to do next, it's vital that we gain some in-depth understanding of the mechanisms by which the tech monopolies operate. And I think part of the problem that we have is that the people in our country, at least, that are making these laws don't have a clue about technology.
Yeah.
I mean, they really have no idea how it works, how it progresses, the impact that it has, the security. There's a lot of talk right now about cybersecurity because of the pipeline hack and all these, the Microsoft Exchange hack and the SolarWinds, all this stuff, this cybersecurity is in the news. And our politicians are trying their best, really, to pay lip service to it, but have no idea whatsoever what the technology means. Like, for instance, my biggest question, sticking with the pipeline incident, they got hit with ransomware. Well, why in the world was your pipeline network even connected to the internet? Absolutely no reason for that. And yet there isn't a single politician who's asked that question yet because they don't understand. They just think the internet is some nebulous piece of technology that connects everything. And these are the people that are making the laws. What do you think about that?
I think that's definitely part of the problem. I think you saw it too back when any new technology, when it showed up, like TV, like blew people's minds and they thought it was going to give you the devil in you. So I think it's something like this too. And eventually they'll hopefully catch up. But I think the difference with modern technology is that it's progressing way faster than things like TV ever did. I mean, it's changing almost on a yearly basis what the norms are. So I think that the pace is much more accelerated.
Yeah. So let's take a second to take a look at what the current tech monopolies are and why they're different. So I think the biggest thing, and we've touched on this already, is that tech monopolies survive on data and algorithms. That's their product. You as the consumer are their product. They take your information and they sell it for advertising. They're not necessarily selling you anything. Amazon doesn't make any money off anything that it sells from its store. It's literally a break even. It's a loss leader for them. They make their money on their Amazon Web Services, which everybody hosts everything through their Amazon Web Services, which ironically was kind of an offshoot for their own needs. They had to build out their own network to support the Amazon store. And they found out that they could rent space on their cloud and make more money. But Google, you're the product. They collect your data. Facebook, you're the product. Amazon, you're the product. With Apple recognized this, and now in the latest version of Apple's operating system, they implemented this new privacy feature where applications have to ask if you want them to track your movement outside the application. Which, if you think about it, is almost a no-brainer. Like, no, why do I want Facebook tracking me in other apps? But Facebook is actually fighting this to the point that they're threatening legal action because they're saying that it gives Apple an unfair advantage. So Apple has access to that information, but Facebook doesn't. So therefore, Apple has an advantage.
I mean, I guess, but it's like, geez, guys. It's like just the two crazy billionaires yelling at each other for more money.
If you look at the companies in the 20th centuries, their wealth came from factories and machines and qualified employees and the stuff that they made that consumers purchased. So it was much easier to say, okay, well, you're not innovating cars fast enough. You're not innovating refrigerators or whatever it happened to be because you had an actual defined product. How do you tell when you're not innovating services enough if the consumer's the product? Like what's the answer to that question?
I mean, then we get into a question of privacy, right? Because the only way to innovate that is to become more intrusive in people's lives and to collect more data on them. And then that's a whole nother can of worms of where you draw that line of if it's just, you're purely just a product at that point and the human element is completely removed.
Absolutely. So over the past decade, the big tech companies have built a huge competitive advantage because they control the operating systems and the search engines and the browsers and all the cloud infrastructure. They also own the shopping marketplaces, the communications platforms, the networked household appliances, and the app stores. To return to our picture of the 20th century, tech monopolies not only have factories and machines, they also increasingly own the entire infrastructure of the value creation chain, including all the businesses and all the communication channels to the customer, which, being that ingrained and essentially owning control of the economy, makes it almost impossible to regulate them. Don't you agree?
Yeah, I mean, it's almost like it's too late. It reminds me of, and this is sort of related, but movies. There was a big Paramount decision in like the 30s because they owned distribution, production, and exhibition, which was like movie theaters.
Right.
And that's what this reminds me of. They're owning every single step of the chain, which is a monopoly. But in this instance, they're way too powerful to be stopped at this point.
Right. And, the capital that the big tech companies suck out of the system using this mechanism is fed straight back in undermining the competition or accessing new areas of business. Vendors on Amazon's marketplace are just as dependent on the goodwill of the platform as media companies are on Google and Facebook. This goodwill can only be acquired by consistently providing access to all content and data, thus continuing to feed the monopoly and making it more efficient. So even for competition to work, they have to cooperate with the big tech and provide the big tech exactly what they need to give the big tech the authority in the first
competition in quotes there a little bit.
Exactly. So the enormous profitability of the infrastructure services allows the big tech companies to invest in new fields of business on a very long-term basis. To do this, the monopolists are willing to accept high losses for many years in order to weaken the competition and build up market shares. It's ironic what Amazon is doing, because Amazon is doing online in the marketplace exactly what Walmart did. So Walmart had this reputation for buying everything in bulk and selling it very cheap with very little overhead. And they would come into a town and they would open up a mega store, and they put all the other small mom and pop businesses out of business because they couldn't compete. Mm-hmm. They didn't have the economy of scale to compete with Walmart. Amazon now shows up, and they started out selling books at first, and they changed the way we bought books. Well, it wasn't long before they started selling everything. Mm-hmm. And now, not only do they sell everything, you can get it delivered in 2 days for free if you're an Amazon Prime member. You can get it delivered the next day if you're in certain geographic locations. They basically are putting companies like Walmart out of business because they can sell it cheaper than Walmart.
Yep. And that's not even counting all the other services they provide too. Their video streaming services as a competitor to Netflix. I mean, they're omnipresent.
Yeah. I mean, they're literally everywhere. They're in the music.
Yeah.
They're producing their own TV shows. They're producing their own movies that they're putting up for awards. They're selling goods. There's several situations Amazon's been involved in where they've had people on their service, because you can sell through Amazon. So they've had people on their service that were selling, I think one was diapers.com. Mm-hmm. They were selling low overhead diapers through Amazon. Well, Amazon decided that they were now going to sell diapers, and they would buy their diapers in much larger bulk than diapers.com could, and they would sell them at below cost. They could take the loss because they had plenty of other profit leaders elsewhere that they could absorb it through. And eventually they got to the point where they put this company out of business. And that's a practice that they've done over and over again. And it isn't like diapers.com was bringing in so much money selling diapers that it was a threat to Amazon. So there was no reason to put them out of business. Amazon simply wanted to own that business, and now they do.
Yeah, I guess for them, even if there was a 1% chance that diapers.com could have taken over the diaper industry, they have to take that as an absolute certainty.
Yeah.
And they did.
And that's really what the scary thing is with these monopolies today, is that they have that ability. They could literally give their products away for 6 months and put everyone else out of business so that they're the only one left after 6 months. They could absorb that loss. And now that bottle of water that cost you $1 before now cost you $10 because you don't have a choice, which is kind of scary. So let's talk a little bit about where we think the future of monopolies is going, and we can sort of sum up this discussion. So I jotted down a few talking points here. I want to bounce them off of you. My first point is that technology moves faster than legislation. Is that something that you would agree with?
Yeah, we already talked about that in terms of, I compared it to television, but yeah, absolutely. Especially today, it's moving even faster than, people in charge of making laws and politicians can even fathom.
Yeah. And today's monopolies are more complicated than railroads and telephones ever were. There's more of an international impact from today's monopolies than ever before. What kind of impact do you think that will have on regulating these companies that are too big to fail moving forward?
I think we're going to have to change the notion of a product, right? Because it's not a tangible thing that you can get. It's data, it's information that's being sold. So I think that's going to be the first step in really making some serious change on how to stop these monopolies, is changing what we view as, the product.
Do you think from a domestic standpoint that the U.S. government should be regulating these, or do you think we should be turning that sort of authority over to the World Trade Organization or something on a bigger scale?
I think the U.S. government should step in and then do it, because these are United States-based companies, and I think that there's a degree of responsibility there. Now, in reality, that's probably not going to happen because they have really no reason to, especially because, like we've said a bunch of times, that these companies are already way too powerful to be regulated. But maybe if, but the World Trade Organization and the U.S. government, teamed up. I don't really know how that works in terms of law, but perhaps that level of force would get something done.
I could certainly see that. I could see, even if you go regionally with things like the European Union and stuff like that, where you might be able to regulate that. Let's talk penalties for a minute. So we already kind of talked about the fact that the penalties that are being imposed on these companies are really insignificant. How do you punish a company for monopolistic practices when they have economies larger than most countries in the world?
It's really hard to. I was thinking of something like when they broke up AT&T, but how are you going to break up Amazon, right? I mean, I guess you could do it where like they own Whole Foods, so Whole Foods would then become its own company again. Maybe something like that would work. Or all the different independent sellers that they've tried to acquire, like our diapers.com example, breaking those up and making them their own independent companies. But then logistically, they're not going to succeed because they're not on the Amazon app, which is what everybody's using. So it's a very difficult thing that, I'm not an economist, so I have no idea how you'd even begin. I mean, more money would be ideal, but like you said, they're bigger than some small countries. So how much money can you realistically find them?
Right. And the last thing that I want to throw out there is one that it seems to seep into every conversation that we have, and that's politics. You have governments that benefit too much from monopolies. The number of people that Amazon employs, the impact it has on the economy and the unemployment rate, and the amount of tax dollars that they get from these companies is vast. You have politicians whose constituents are benefiting by having, Amazon recently had a big competition about where they're going to put their new headquarters. And you had cities rather, that were vying for it, offering up, tax incentives and everything, almost like it was the Olympics, and you had people vying for the Olympics. They were politicians falling all over each other to try to get Amazon in their districts. When you have that kind of power, that you have politicians that are catering to you, and mind you, we talk about corrupt politicians and the fact that the United States has the best politicians money can buy all the time here. But when you have politicians that are falling all over themselves without you even gracing their palm with any money, just the fact that you're bringing that kind of business and economic benefit to their districts, how are you going to have these same politicians now regulate these companies and break them up and try to push some control over them? How do you get past the politics of it?
I mean, you don't really. I mean, this reminds me of we studied a lot of around the Sherman antitrust time, those politics of that time in high school. And there was a lot of cartoons of like a big octopus that was Standard Oil that would like have its tentacles in politics. And this is kind of what that reminds me of. Except that I think today, while everybody knows about Amazon's like how poorly they treat their workers and things like that, and the accidents that have happened on the company lines, I still think Amazon is still viewed publicly very positively because of their convenience, right? So I think that that's going to be a major step too, because the politicians associated with Amazon aren't like as nefarious as they were when they were associated with Standard Oil. So it's a matter of public perception of even having the pressure on the politicians in the first place to make the change.
I think you're right. I mean, I'm a Amazon user.
Yeah.
I'm a Google user. I'm a Apple user. I don't use Facebook. The show's on Facebook, but I don't manage that. I don't log into Facebook. And the problem that I have is I know these companies are problems, but I still use them, and I will continue to use them. They're not evil enough for me to not. Facebook is evil enough. Facebook to me is a cesspool, so I won't use Facebook. But these other companies provide benefit to me, and I don't personally feel the detriment that's associated with them. So it's very hard for me to even advocate breaking them up or cracking down on them or whatever. So unfortunately, I don't have any answers myself.
Yeah, it's an interesting moral question, right? And I think we get that with a lot of industries. If you really look into them, they're all evil in their own ways.
Right.
But it's a matter of your daily life. And what's one person going to do that? If one person were to stop using this product, realistically, how many products would they have to stop using?
Yeah.
You have to stop using the internet probably if you wanted to stop benefiting Amazon.
That's true.
You cannot buy Amazon products, but you're still going to benefit them in some way. It goes back to their omnipresence.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I think this is probably one of the first episodes that we've done where our future look didn't really have a path forward. I don't think either of us have an answer on how to solve this moving forward.
It's WALL-E. They're going to become by and large. We're going to have to fly off the planet because all the Amazon boxes are stacked up in the cities.
There you go. So I think that's kind of all we can add to this discussion today. I think that was all we had today. Did you have anything else you wanted to add?
Nope.
Well, thank you for listening, folks. Before we go, I would invite folks to subscribe to the podcast. You can get video versions of the podcast if you look for Insights into Things. That will give you video episodes of all of our shows. If you just want audio episodes of this show, you can look up Insights into Tomorrow. We're available on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Google, Stitcher, iHeartRadio, Amazon, Google.
Whoops.
Yes, all those evil people.
Yeah.
I would also encourage folks to contact us. You can give us some suggestions on what topics you'd like us to discuss, any feedback on the performance that we've done. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. We're on Twitter at insights_things. We stream 5 days a week, this week 6 days a week on Twitch at twitch.tv/insightsintothings. If you are an Amazon Prime subscriber, you do get a free Twitch Prime monthly subscription. We'd appreciate it if you threw that our way. On Facebook, we are facebook.com.
Should have plugged the shows in the beginning.
Yes, we are part of the problem. I understand that. We have no other, that's another byproduct of the monopolies. We have no other way to get our products out there without using them. But on Facebook, you can get us at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast. And on Instagram, we are at Insights Into Things, or you can go to our website at www.insightsintothings.com for links to all of those things. Anything else before we go? Any closing thoughts?
No, I think that's it.
All right. The world is owned by the monopolies. It's a good game, too. You should try playing it. That's all for this week, this month, or whenever we do another one. Any closing words?
No, we'll see you next time, folks.
That's it. Another one in the books. Goodbye.
Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Talking to real teens about real teen problems. Explore issues from braces to puberty, social anxiety to financial responsibility. Each week, we talk about the topics concerning today's youth. We look at how the issues affect teens, how to cope with these issues, and how parents, friends, and loved ones can help teens handle these challenges. Check out our video episodes on youtube.com/insightsintothings. Catch our audio versions on podcast.insightsintoteens.com or on the web at insightsintothings.com. Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network. Welcome to Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Your hosts, Joseph and Michelle Whalen, a husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics, are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom.
Welcome to Insights into Entertainment. This is episode 134, Busting on Bob. I'm your host, Joseph Whalen, and my stylish and fashionable co-host, Michelle Whalen.
Hi, everyone.
How you doing today, dear?
I am well. How are you?
I am doing well as well. So today is Thursday. We are past the midpoint of the week.
Oh, thank God.
Well on our way to a rapidly approaching weekend.
Yay! Of nothing.
No, I got to rewire the media rack downstairs.
Oh, yeah. Good luck to that. That was supposed to be a Christmas endeavor.
It's a long, drawn-out project.
Yeah, well.
Multi-stage.
Yeah. You'll get to it.
Someday we'll get it. I got all the parts now. I think
right.
we're
Now you have all the parts. So.
Well, I'm missing two more parts, but they'll be here by the weekend.
Good luck with that.
But that's not what we're talking about today.
Nope.
Today on our Disney Detective, Disney CEO Bob Chapek has a new strategy for Disney, but the fans agree. And guests show distaste for Bob Chapek at Magic Kingdom with giant signage. I can only imagine. Because, we all love Bob Chapek here.
We sure do. Almost as much as Ryan Johnson.
That's right. In our Tales from the Edge of the Galaxy, Disney, Lucasfilm, and First joined forces once again, plus Disney Plus's new Star Wars series, The Book of Boba Fett, hasn't caught on with the audience quite like The Mandalorian did. We have some statistics on that, which very revealing.
Mm-hmm.
Then for our entertainment news, Britney Spears fans have a new purpose, freeing Nichelle Nichols from her conservatorship. And news from this year's Golden Globes that was odd. just odd.
Yeah.
And as always, we'll finish up with our insightful picks of the week and some afterthoughts. Before we get to all that exciting stuff, I do want to appeal to our listening and viewing audience to subscribe to the podcast. We are listed, our audio versions are listed as Insights into Entertainment. Our video versions of all the network's podcasts are listed as Insights into Things. You can find us on Google, Apple, Spotify, Stitcher, Amazon, etc., etc. I would also invite you to contact us, give us your feedback, give us your pop culture shows and not tournaments, conventions, tournaments too. If you have
any tournaments, why not?
You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. You can find us on Twitter at insights_things. We are on the Accursed Evil Facebook at facebook.com/Insights Into Things podcast. Big fan, by the way.
Yeah, I can tell.
We are also on Instagram, only slightly less evil, at instagram.com/Insights Into Things.
All part of Meta.
Or you can find links to all those and more on our official website at insightsintothings.com. Are we ready?
Yes, we kind of are.
All right. I love the confidence. Here we go. Go for Disney Detective.
So it seems that Walt Disney Company CEO Bob Chapek sent out a memo to Disney staff members on Monday that outlined 3 new strategic pillars for the company, according to The Hollywood Reporter. And the 3 pillars that he outlined were storytelling excellence, innovation, and relentless attention to the audience. What he said was, I believe our mission for this year is clear. Set the stage for our second century and ensure Disney's next 100 years are as successful as our first, he said. Right now, their behavior tells us and our industry that the way they want to experience entertainment is changing, and changing fast thanks to technology and the pandemic. Chapek wrote, we must evolve with our audience, not work against them, and so we will put them in the center of every decision we make. Chapek also thanked employees who had worked from home offices, studios, or theme parks, and those working who had been working from the offices, the studios, and the theme parks, and those who were working from home while balancing childcare needs. Chapek added that long-term goals to provide greater flexibility, suggesting that the company could adjust its in-office plans in the future. But the reaction from most Disney fans' mission kind of left them a little skeptical. According to Inside the Magic, for example, some said that they were offended by the focus on the audience when Disney has obviously been increasing prices all over the place. And this is something, there have been a couple of different articles that have come out talking about the price increases, and we're not even talking about just the theme park tickets. People now are noticing that the food prices within the parks have gone up. Now, granted, maybe in some cases it's only gone up 25 cents, but for other items it's gone up $2 or $3. So, a churro was already kind of pricey at $6 and now it's $7 for a churro. Or a bottle of soda is almost like $6 for a little, one serving where you could go and buy a 2-liter, for the same price outside of the park. So it'll be, the intentions are great that he wants to put the guests first, but unfortunately, as we've been talking about for a while now, I've lost count of, it seems like he's lost sight of the guest and the guest experience.
Well, I look at the 3 pillars. So we have storytelling excellence, innovation, and relentless attention to the audience. And I think of that 3rd pillar, and I can't help but think of like a thief, a burglar.
Yeah.
And the first thing that they do is they case the place that they're going to hit. They follow the victim. They learn the victim's pattern so that they can steal their money or steal their valuables and get away with it. And I can't help but think that, well, this is really what Chapek's talking about, is relentless attention to the audience is, let's figure out how we can take their money as pleasantly as possible and make them like us for it.
Right.
Because that's exactly what he's doing.
Yeah.
So, and I can't help but look at the, picture that they put up on the website here and think, wow, he looks remarkably like Kingpin.
I was going to say Lex Luthor.
Or Lex Luthor. I mean, he looks like a villain. He looks like a superhero villain.
He doesn't, yeah.
And I think his actions speak volumes to support that.
that
feeling too. Anyway, let's stop busting on Bob and go to the next story to bust on Bob.
Yeah, so this was kind of funny. So a guest showed some distaste for Bob at Magic Kingdom with with a giant sign. So let's try this again. While Walt Disney World, Disneyland, and the international Disney parks are incredibly fun and immersive places to spend a vacation, this doesn't mean that the most magical place on Earth is free from controversy. So, as has been covered by the Inside the Magic website, and many other Disney guests have, talked about how passionate and, they are for, things about the attraction and products and restaurants, that they just don't approve of. And obviously, most notably, is the new Disney Genie and Genie Plus and the Lightning Lane services, as many of the guests don't want to pay what it costs to use these new services, and they actually prefer the older ones better. So one of the most controversial things happening within Disney's company right now is obviously Bob Chapek. He took the role of Chief Executive Officer in February of 2020, right before the entire world shut down due to COVID, and obviously many guests just don't approve of him, as they see him as a profit-driven, penny-pinching corporate guy rather than an imaginative and exciting visionary. While many blame Chapek for the problems Disney World and Disneyland are both facing, like the Galactic Star Cruiser and the closure of the NBA experience at Disney Springs, it is important to remember that a lot of these issues were already taking place or were developing while former Disney CEO Bob Iger was in charge. Chapek has even come out saying that he does not like being called a cost cutter and does not see himself as one. Regardless, many Disney guests do not approve of him and his approach to the Disney parks. And that, as we've mentioned, they have been, they have the petition to try and get rid of him. So now guests even notice a public display of disapproval at the Run Disney Marathon event that happened over this past weekend. In a tweet by Imagine Ears, a sign saying, "You run Disney better than Chapek" could be seen as runners were passing by down on Main Street. It's important to note that signage like this is actually prohibited at Walt Disney World, and that the sign was most likely removed from a guest very quickly. But enough people got pictures of it, and then we're posting it all over the place. And obviously, another controversial event taking place is in the Disney sphere, and this is what we've been talking about, is that the Galactic Star Cruiser, that it's the hotel experience that's over $5,000 for just 2 nights. So we're getting close to the launch of that. So that'll be interesting to see how that happens. But it was kind of funny that at the marathon, that the runners could run Disney.
Good for them.
Better.
Good for, what? Give them hell. That's the only way that you can make change.
Absolutely.
You have to let Disney know that you're unsatisfied with the direction that he's taken the company.
Yeah.
They're nosediving the company. And it's not even like they're taking it into uncharted territory. They're doing exactly what they did back in the 90s. Mm-hmm. And why, after that abject failure of a decade, would they continue to want to go back down that path? Mm-hmm. They finally got to the point where people were coming back. They were enjoying things. They were making money hand over fist.
Right.
And now they're going to go back down that route because, Lex Luthor wants to run the company into the ground.
That's a new name now.
I mean, it's a sin, because you have so many people that were dedicated fans of the company that are now so turned off by it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah.
The other thing that's really disappointing is everyone and their brother is now busting on Chapek and Disney, and I don't have much ammunition to really even get into and get worked up over on the show anymore.
Because you agree with everybody
I do.
now.
It's like, okay, I got an army of people out there now that I've recruited that are going to do my bidding for me.
Instead of being part of DVC, now we're part of the
anti-DVC.
The anti-Bob.
That's right.
VC or whatever.
The busting Bob cartel or
something like that. I'm sure we'll have a name soon.
we'll send that over to the marketing department.
There you go.
So that was all we had for our Disney Detective for this week. Mm-hmm. We'll be back in a minute with our tales from the edge of the galaxy. For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com. And yeah, let me push the button because I didn't push the button because I didn't flip the screen.
Oh my goodness.
I was too busy patting myself on my back for my script writing to do my job. Sorry. Anyway, this week in our Tales from the Edge of the Galaxy, as soon as I find my mouse cursor here, I got 6 screens here, so I lose it frequently. Anyway, Tales from the Edge of the Galaxy. Disney, Lucasfilm, and First joined forces once again. This comes from StarWars.com. For over 3 decades, First has been building a movement to introduce millions of young people to STEM, science, technology, engineering, and math, preparing them for the future, developing confidence, and inspiring them to be the leaders of tomorrow. And for more than 20 of those years, Disney has been a proud sponsor of First, further providing today's youth with inspiration, access, and opportunity through STEM. This year, Disney and First will continue to bring more hands-on learning opportunities and mentorship to youth, empowering them to not only think big, but to develop the skills needed to become the next generation of heroes and innovators, and lifting them up as forces for good. Now, Disney, Lucasfilm, and First. Are you okay there?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Okay, you gave me a weird look.
No, go.
Okay. Now, Disney, Lucasfilm, and First are proud to announce Build the Future, powered by Star Wars Force for Change. Build the Future will give First teams around the world an opportunity to amplify their unique stories as thinkers, innovators, and forces for good, and to demonstrate the use of their STEM skills, gracious professionalism, and global citizenship while off the field. Most impactful stories will be featured in an upcoming First multimedia campaign together with Disney and Lucasfilm. We're thrilled to be shining a spotlight on First students and their stories through Build the Future, said Linwin Brennan, Executive Vice President and General Manager at Lucasfilm. Our future technologists, engineers, and change makers, today's students, hold the promise of enacting real change and creating a brighter future for all. Their creative, groundbreaking ideas will help our society confront increasingly complex challenges, from health and hunger to climate and clean water. Chris Moore, the Chief Executive Officer of First, goes on to say, "We're grateful to have innovative partners in Disney and Lucasfilm helping to grow our impact. Disney has provided our organization with invaluable financial and creative support for more than 2 decades. Their call for us to be forces of change, combined with our deep commitment to the First core values, has inspired our community to build a better future through innovation and inclusion in their hometowns and around the world. With Build the Future, we look forward to sharing our students' incredible ideas and stories." As a First strategic partner focused on reducing barriers to underrepresented, underserved youth, Disney and Lucasfilm, through the Star Wars Force for Change philanthropic initiative, provide financial support as well as mentorship and storytelling opportunities to inspire, strengthen, and diversify interest in science and technology careers. Their commitment to providing opportunity to more youth worldwide has expanded, with the new investment now reaching more regions than ever before, including Japan, Chile, Turkey, South Africa, Germany, and more. In 2021, with funding provided by Disney, FIRST will be able to deliver STEM program access to more than 51,000 students in underserved and underrepresented communities. Now, this one kind of hits home for us because
absolutely,
our daughter is a avid STEM student as well.
Yep.
Now, I don't think her school is part of any of the FIRST programs at this point in time.
Right. Yeah. I don't know. Yeah.
But there's a number of different organizations out there that support, STEM education. And I think all of them are worthwhile because that's really where the future of our students are. It's these programs that help to not only educate the kids, but to inspire them. And as much as I bash on Disney, I can't help but compliment them on their support for these things.
Yeah, if you go to the website, there's a nice little video with a bunch of different Star Wars actors basically talking about the program and saying, hey, apply and send your ideas and you could be, one that's picked for this. So it was nice to see. And again, because our daughter is very much a STEAM kid.
Well, and it's funny because one of the things that she had done as part of a science and engineering project previously was how to apply math in careers. And you had to pick, I think, was it 5 careers or 10 careers or something like that?
Something like that.
And how you would apply math to it. And I thought that was really a great way to get kids to understand that you're not just sitting in class churning these numbers. These numbers mean something in the real world.
Right.
So let's figure out what they mean and what kind of career you can have. And one of the careers that she had picked to profile was Disney Imagineer.
Yep.
And we went through, and I think the example we used was a roller coaster and how you're going to use math to calculate the forces and the angles and the speeds and all that stuff.
We also happened to be on vacation in Disney at the time, too.
It definitely did help.
So it kind of helped, yeah.
But, it's things like that that it's the inspiration. It's not just the knowledge, because if kids aren't into what they're doing and they don't want to learn, they're not going to learn. They'll remember things because you're going to drill it into their head. But the spark of inspiration has to be there for them to really want to learn.
Yeah.
And it's organizations like FIRST and in their partnership with Disney to really do that. And they do a very good job with that.
Yeah.
So next we have a story about my insightful pick from last week. And sounds like other people seem to share my opinion of it. So Disney's new Star Wars series, The Book of Boba Fett, hasn't caught on with audiences as quickly as The Mandalorian. This one comes from the Business Insider. Disney's latest Star Wars live-action series, The Book of Boba Fett, debuted on December 29th. In the nearly 2 weeks since then, it is yet to catch on with audiences the same way that Disney Plus's first live-action Star Wars series, The Mandalorian, did during the same time period. Parrot Analytics provided audience demand data for both series, showing that while they had similar pre-release demand, The Mandalorian significantly increased in popularity following its debut compared to The Book of Boba Fett. Now, audience demand accounts for the engagement with and interest in or overall popularity of a TV series. During their first 11 days of availability, demand for Mandalorian was 75.5% higher than The Book of Boba Fett in the U.S., according to Parrot Analytics. Globally, the demand for the former was 101% higher than the latter. The Mandalorian, which premiered in November 2019, was the #1 most in-demand show both in the U.S. and globally during this time period. The Book of Boba Fett has been the 12th most in-demand show in the U.S. and 18th globally. Disney's developing a dozen new Star Wars shows for its streaming service, including Obi-Wan Kenobi, while its theatrical movies have gone on hiatus. A planned Rogue Squadron movie from Wonder Woman director Patty Jenkins, which we talked about on this show, was scheduled for release next year and has been delayed. It's a far cry from Disney's initial plan to move of a movie per year when it first relaunched the franchise with Force Awakens in 2015. It's safe to say that the future of Star Wars is TV, and the definition of success for the franchise in its new streaming age could evolve. The Book of Boba Fett has enjoyed rapid success.
Hasn't.
The Book of Boba Fett hasn't enjoyed rapid success in the way The Mandalorian did, but demand for it is still in the top 0.2% of all shows, according to Parrot Analytics. And to think, I actually did a read-through of this earlier, too. You think I would have gotten this.
Yeah.
Anyway, tough day. The Mandalorian was helped by the Baby Yoda character, which grew into a viral sensation, of which we partook. The Book of Boba Fett stars a fan-favorite character from the original Star Wars film trilogy, but that might not be appealing to newer casual fans of the franchise who subscribe to Disney+. The Mandalorian also had the benefit of being a launch title for Disney+, and was its only blockbuster original series for more than a year. Reviews for the Book of Boba Fett have been solid. The show's first episode received 83% critic score on Rotten Tomatoes, and its second has a 100% score. The third episode actually debuts today. The Mandalorian has an average 93% critic score for its first 2 seasons, which is exceptionally high for a television show. On a macro level, it's not storytelling. It's not telling the most compelling story. But the show is packed with enough charming little details and moments that it's enjoyable to watch, the AV Club's review of the Book of Boba Fett said. And I think these numbers and that review kind of support my thoughts from last week. It's a show about a character that was endeared to a lot of people from the original series. But the character had a very conclusive ending to his story.
Right.
And has been resurrected. And I think a lot of people were confused about why he was resurrected. I think part of the problem with the first 2 series is it's not telling a compelling story.
Right.
The first 2 episodes give you so much. I mean, it's 70% flashbacks.
Right.
And they're flashbacks that could have been told as part of The Mandalorian when he shows up in The Mandalorian. Part of the problem I think they ran into is they did so much foreshadowing in The Mandalorian because they introduced Boba Fett in the first season when you see him walking up the Fennec Shan.
Right. But you don't know that it's him, but you know it's him.
So they kind of hyped and hyped and hyped and hyped.
Right.
And then in the last episode of The Mandalorian, you get a cutscene with him taking over Jabba's empire. And even for a diehard fan like me, it left me scratching my head.
Right.
Like, you're a bounty hunter. Why do you want to be a crime lord? You don't have an organization. You have one assassin friend of yours. You don't know how to manage. Like being a crime lord is not, I don't want to.
You don't just fall into it.
Right, it's a tough job, You go to school for that, You need a 4-year degree, But it's more complex than just waking up one day and decide that I'm going to be a crime lord.
Right. You don't just go and take out especially when you haven't been around
exactly
in so long. You've been in the shadows. Now, I will say we have not the third episode dropped yesterday. We have not watched it yet, but I've seen various people.
Oh, that's right. Today's Thursday, not Wednesday.
Yeah. Various people with the hashtag not my Boba Fett.
Yeah.
So a lot more people, I think, after this week's episode are like,
I had a couple people in my Star Wars guild watch it and kind of not give spoilers away, but basically say it was the worst one yet.
Okay. So and I think, basically like you said, and what they were talking about, I think with The Mandalorian, the biggest thing with that was we didn't know who anybody was.
Right.
Everybody was a surprise. And then the end of the first episode, freaking Baby Yoda.
Yep.
And, you know, and they admitted that they didn't want to release toys beforehand. They wanted to wait. And, you know, and that was so smart of them. And I think the problem with Book of Boba Fett is everybody knows everybody.
But you see, and I would even go so far as to say, even if Mandalorian didn't have Baby Yoda, it would have been as successful.
Oh, absolutely.
Because right up until that point, you introduced a brand new character. Nobody knew anything about it, and everybody instantly fell in love with it.
It could have been a baby whatever.
Right.
The package could have been...
Well, and nobody was expecting it to be a baby because they tell you right off the bat that he's 50 years old.
It's 50 years old. It could have been, you know, whatever.
But that opening scene of the show.
Right.
Where it was the spaghetti western music. He walks into the cantina.
The guy gets chopped in half.
The guy gets chopped in half with it. I mean, like, it clicked on all fronts. And you automatically have this just rugged, badass looking guy who, you know, it was that Han Solo, sorry about the mess, throw a coin on the bar type thing.
Right.
And it was everything that you wanted. You know, right down until he teams up with the assassin droid, and he's on the E-web, and he's blasting the door. Like, everything clicked.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden, they just went over the top with Baby Yoda and won over everyone else.
Right.
So I think no matter what, it would have been successful without it, because it was a new character. You knew nothing about him, and now you're going to go on his journey and take that journey with him.
Right.
Everyone that he met in that first season was somebody new that you never knew. You met them, and they added to the story.
Right.
Boba doesn't need a series.
Right.
Boba never needed a series.
And the only thing I can think of is with all the flashbacks and whatever, that's going to lead up to why he decided to be a crime boss. I don't know. It just...
I'll tell you right now, if they want to save this season, okay, they need to have a flashback with him fighting Vader. That is the only way that you can even bring Luke Skywalker back for this, and it's not going to cut it. He needs to have a flashback of him fighting Vader, and that gets him to some point to make him want to be a crime lord.
Okay. Well,
that's it. If Vader doesn't show up, this season is a failure.
Okay.
So.
All right. Well.
Anyway.
We'll have to watch and see.
I'm glad to see that I'm not the only one who's questioning the motivations of the show.
Yep.
That's it for our Tales from the Edge of the Galaxy. We'll be right back with our entertainment news of the week.
Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Talking to real teens about real teen problems. Explore issues from braces to puberty, social anxiety to financial responsibility. Each week, we talk about the topics concerning today's youth. We look at how the issues affect teens, how to cope with these issues, and how parents, friends, and loved ones can help teens handle these challenges. Check out our video episodes on youtube.com/insightsintothings. Catch our audio versions on podcast.insightsintoteens.com or on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Go for entertainment news.
So it seems that Britney Spears fans now have a new purpose, freeing Nichelle Nichols from her conservatorship. Coming to us from BuzzFeedNews.com, the article talks about how a bunch of protesters actually were out saying, we're going to do whatever we can to make sure that there's a lasting change for not just Britney, but for Nichelle, and for everyone who is trapped in this corrupt system. The chants outside the downtown Los Angeles courthouse were familiar, but this time they weren't talking about Britney Spears. Free Nichelle Nichols. Isolation is abuse. Hey, hey, ho, ho. The conservatorship has got to go. So on Monday afternoon, a group of just about a dozen Free Britney supporters and fans of Nichelle Nichols, who became a Star Trek legend for her portrayal of Uhura, marched around Stanley Mosk Courthouse to raise awareness about the 89-year-old actor's situation. Since 2018, Nichols has been living under what they believe is another abusive conservatorship that has allowed her son, Kyle Johnson, to take control of her life and finances and decide who she sees and where she lives. We're going to do whatever we can to shed light on the issue and to make sure that there's lasting change, not just for Britney, but for Nichelle, but everyone else who's trapped, said the Free Britney LA organizer Kevin Wu, who spoke with BuzzFeed News. Known for her trailblazing role as Lieutenant Uhura in the original series that first aired in the 1960s, Nichols is now living with dementia, a condition that has made her susceptible to exploitation. Johnson claimed in his original petition to place her under the court supervision, but her longtime friend, Angelique Fawcett, a producer and actor, had argued that Nichols was able and is able to manage her affairs with help from an assistant, and that Johnson is not acting in her best interest. So instead, Fawcett says Johnson moved his mother out of her Woodland Hills home to New Mexico against her will, sold her property against her wishes, and isolated her from her friends. She points to the troubling 2019 recording of Nichols screaming at Johnson to get his hands off of her, and a disposition from a former conservator who raised concerns about him having control as proof that he is unfit to take care of his mother. "You're trying to get rid of me," Nichols cries at her son in the recording. "You just can't come and take somebody's home and money just like that. Hey, it's mine. Sorry, you're old. You're almost dead anyway, so I'm taking it," Fawcett had told BuzzFeed News. "Look at all these amazing old people who are out there doing things. They're living the life till they last drop, and that's really what I'm fighting for Nichelle." So during a hearing on Monday, a Los Angeles County Court judge overruled Fawcett's objections to Johnson's final accounting report from his mother's conservatorship, which is now under the jurisdiction of a New Mexico court, finding that she did not have standing to lodge her complaints, that they did not pertain to a specific line item in the report. So the article goes on and talks about the different lawyers going back and forth. And basically, at this point, it's kind of up in the air. They had a couple of different fans that showed up, and the one person said, that being the fan who happens to be Black and Latina said, growing up, this was someone she could look up to, a powerful, Black woman in a powerful role on television, and that, she just doesn't feel that she's getting a fair case, that she's kind of being a slave, in this situation, and that, people should take this to heart and care about it. So,
well, it's funny. This kind of took me by surprise, because I didn't realize that she was under a conservatorship. Mm-hmm. Nor do I really understand what the purpose of conservatorships are, mm-hmm. or the legal ramifications. But if the allegations are true, it's unfortunate.
Right.
She's a groundbreaking legend mm-hmm. in her industry and the things that she's done. And if she's really being treated the way that the allegations state that she is, mm-hmm. that's a shame, and something needs to be done about it.
Right.
But I don't know. I mean, if she is living with dementia, how far gone,
right.
is she at this point in time, and can she support herself?
Exactly.
And,
but
I guess my point is if anything, the system itself needs to be revised to the point that you have more qualified people making independent analysis mm-hmm. on an ongoing basis.
Right.
Making a ruling once and having it stand for decades probably isn't the best way for something like this. There has to be a review process.
Right.
I mean, hell, even people who are in jail get are up for parole periodically and get reviews.
Right.
It's the least that you can do.
Right. And that's the whole thing. What it kind of sounds like is with these conservatorships, until somebody fights against it, it's kind of like there forever. It almost
sounds like that's really where the problem is with the system.
Like it almost sounds like it's a power of attorney type.
Right. And I'm sure that there's a legitimate purpose to these. I mean,
or else they wouldn't have them.
If you look at what was happening to Britney Spears when she came on the conservatorship, I don't think there's very many people in the world that would say it probably saved her life.
Right.
So, but it's one of those things that, okay, I'm young and stupid now.
Right.
In 10 years, maybe I'm mature enough that we need to reevaluate. But is it every 10 years you evaluate? Is it every year? Like, there has to be something in there to protect people.
Right.
Anyway, let's talk about something even more odd than conservatorships, the Golden Globes.
Yeah, so until Sunday night, I had no idea that they were even going on. So live from Twitter and press release blasts, it's the 2022 Golden Globes. So with no live stream or cable broadcast, victory-lapping celebs, cringe-worthy host jokes, completely pointless performances, red carpet peacocking, or even press, the show, somewhat, still went on. So despite a scandal regarding its lack of diversity, the Hollywood Foreign Press Association went forth with announcing winners for the best in TV and film on Sunday, eschewing the normal chaos for a toned-down live announcement, mainly since no network would air the spectacle. That means a very small number of people who typically watch, last year's ratings were actually abysmal, were forced to simply imagine Ricky Gervais's smack-talking and A-list cleavage while spending yet another pandemic night in. Things may look a little different this year, read a very understated tweet from the official Golden Globes account, as its private affair at the Beverly Hilton in Beverly Hills, California began. So the film, The Power of the Dog and West Side Story scored top honors for the night, winning Best Motion Picture in Drama and Musical or Comedy. Nicole Kidman won for Being the Ricardos. Will Smith won for King Richard for Best Actor and Best Actress. And this was Smith's first Golden Globe win despite being nominated 6 times. In the drama category, Rachel Zegler won for West Side Story, and Andrew Garfield for Tick, Tick, Boom in a musical or comedy categories. As for television, Hacks and its star Jean Smart were victorious with Best Television Series, Musical or Comedy, and Best Actress, which marks her first Globe win, and Jason Sudeikis won for Ted Lasso for Best Actor. In the drama category for television, Secession won Best Television Series, and its star Jeremy Strong scored the win for acting. And Pose actress Michaelina J. Rodriguez made history as the first trans actress ever to win a Golden Globe, and it also marked her first win.
Wow, that's very interesting.
It's amazing how normally when the Golden Globes are on, it's like a 3-hour show, and it took me less than 5 minutes to go through all of that. So really, they could have just tweeted, every minute.
I'll be
I know
perfectly honest
you don't
with
care.
you. I don't.
I know.
I couldn't muster enough care to even go through and read that before the show.
Good thing you didn't have to.
I kind of feel the same thing about all award shows.
I know.
These actors, I think they're pretty well compensated. Mm-hmm. They probably don't need any more glad handing or people patting them on the back at this point.
And that's what it kind of makes you wonder now during all of this. What's the point of it?
It's basically to make really rich people feel better about themselves. And I'm sorry, but there's other thing. There's paint drying that needs to be watched that deserves more attention than these shows.
Sure.
And we have grass that grows that deserves to be watched more than these shows do. So.
Sure.
And, it's probably, toxic for me to say something like that on an entertainment
podcast.
But,
right.
I'll be happy to watch the movies and review the movies.
Mm-hmm.
I just can't get into award shows. I really can't.
Well, and I think part of the award season is for those that, I didn't see that, but it got, it won for the award. Maybe it's something worthwhile to
So all I need is a
see.
list.
Right.
You can have your award show, have your dinner, do all that stuff.
And that's what they did. They
don't preempt my TV shows in order to do it.
And they didn't this time.
And that's what's perfect.
Right. So
I'm
this
perfectly
was
happy with this format.
Right. So this was your perfect way of doing it.
Yep. This is ideal.
Okay.
Keep it on Twitter or some other social network that I don't worry about, and that's perfect for me.
Sure.
And that's all we had for our entertainment news. I busted on the Golden Globes more than I busted on Disney today. That's pretty bad.
Well, because you agreed with all the busting of Disney. So
that's true. Yeah. Anyway, we'll be right back with our insightful picks of the week. Go for your insightful pick.
So speaking of tick, tick, boom. That was pretty good, right? I was like, no, it's over there. No, it's over there. Of Tick, Tick, Boom. This happens to be my insightful pick of the week. I actually had watched this during the holiday break. It was something that popped up on Netflix, and I had heard about it, and I was like, okay. So on the brink of turning 30, a promising theater composer navigates love, friendship, and the pressure to create something great before time runs out. Based on the autobiographical musical by playwright Jonathan Larson, it's the story of an aspiring composer in New York City who is worried he made the wrong career choice while navigating the pressures of love and friendship. So, Tick, Tick, Boom is a 2021 American biographical musical drama directed by Lin-Manuel Miranda in his first directorial debut. Written by Stephen Levinson, it is based on the stage musical by the same name by Jonathan Larson, a semi-autographical story about his writing a musical to enter the industry. So to give a little background of who Jonathan Larson is, anybody that's into theater would know him. He is the writer and composer of Rent. And unfortunately, he passed away within hours of Rent opening up on Broadway. He spent, most of his life trying to get a Broadway show, to get something. He wrote a couple of different things. And the idea behind Tick, Tick, Boom is he's trying to get this one show produced, and they go through the workshops, and then unfortunately it doesn't work, but the ideas that he kind of has for it are, move on to the next show. And basically this becomes this and this becomes this. So you can see if it's something where you've ever watched Rent or saw Rent, you can see different pieces, of his life that kind of became it. And he kind of feels like, if he doesn't have something by 30, he's never going to be successful. Unfortunately, he didn't live much past 30, but he did become successful. It's very interesting. Andrew Garfield is spectacular in it. He does the singing and the dancing and stuff like that. Would have never thought, Spider-Man, did this. And there's tons and tons of Easter eggs throughout the movie. You can actually, go on YouTube and look for the Easter eggs of all these different Broadway stars who kind of, lend their little cameos to it. One of the interesting cameos is one of the characters is Stephen Sondheim, and they have an actor playing him in it. But at the end of the this was when Stephen was still living, and he had talked to Lin-Manuel, and he said, "Oh, we're gonna do this voicemail thing or whatever. Would you like to do it?" So it's actually Stephen Sondheim leaving the voicemail, and he actually told Lin-Manuel Miranda, I wouldn't say it like this. And he rewrote the script for it and did it. And then, unfortunately, not much after that, he had passed away. But he saw a preview of the movie and loved it and everything. So it was kind of nice to have the blessing, because for Jonathan Larson, Stephen Sondheim was like his idol. He wanted to be like him. So it was very, very nice to have that intertwined in the movie. So if you're a theater type of person, this would definitely be a movie that you'd be interested in seeing.
Okay, good pick.
Thank you.
So my pick this week, full disclosure, is one that I'm not finished with yet. I'm about 86% through, according to my Kindle. And that's Leviathan Falls, the 9th and final novel in the Expanse series by James S.A. Corey. The biggest science fiction series of the decade comes to an incredible conclusion in the 9th and final novel in this Hugo Award-winning Expanse series with Leviathan Falls. The Laconian Empire has fallen, setting the 1300 solar systems free from the rule of Winston Duarte. But the ancient enemy that killed the gate builders is awake, and the war against our universe has begun again. In the dead system of Adro, Elvia Kuye leads a desperate scientific mission to understand what the gate builders were and what destroyed them, even if it means compromising herself and her half-alien children who bear the weight of her investigation. Through the wide-flung systems of humanity, Colonel Eliana Tanaka hunts for Duarte's missing daughter and the Shattered Emperor himself. And on the Rocinante, James Holden and his crew struggle to build a future for humanity out of the shards and ruins of all that has come before. As nearly unimaginable forces prepare to annihilate all human life, Holden and a group of unlikely allies discover a last desperate chance to unite all of humanity with the promise of a vast galactic civilization free from wars, factions, lies, and secrets if they win. But the price of victory may be worse than the cost of defeat. So, the books, if you're a fan of, because we profiled the Expanse television series on here as well. So if you're a fan of that, but haven't read the books, you're going to find there's deep similarities between the novels and the books, but they diverge at certain points. The current season of Expanse gets you up to about book 5, I want to say. 4 or 5, somewhere in there. This is book 9 in the series. This is after a large time gap. And it builds on the foundation of everything that came before it, and they do a very good job. I can't put this book down. Every chance I get, I'm picking it up to finish this book because it's such a well-written novel. And the heartbreaking thing is it's the last one in the series. It's been such a great series. I've read all the other novels, and it's just probably one of the best-written science fiction novel series I've seen in a very long time. And looking on the screen here, even George R.R. Martin writes, interplanetary adventure the way it ought to be written, and nothing can really summarize it better than that. Mm-hmm. The character development, the storytelling, the reinforcement of foundational things that happened back in book 1, and you don't have to go back and reread the books because they have these reoccurring themes, and it's such a well-supported book series on its own that it's definitely worth a read. And so far, it's a fitting finale to the 9-book series. Leviathan Falls available in hardback, digital ebook, pretty much anywhere you can get books now. And that's it for my pick. Mm-hmm. We'll be right back with stuff, but not the same stuff that we always do. So that's all we had today. We were going to do afterthoughts, but we didn't have anything new, so I didn't want to bother people with that. As we get closer, our first show coming up is going to be in March. As we get closer to that, we'll talk about that a little bit more, and we'll have more added to the calendar. But before we do go, I would want to once again invite folks to subscribe to the podcast. You can get audio versions of this podcast listed as Insights into Entertainment. Video versions of all the network's podcasts can be found listed as Insights into Things. We're available on Pandora, Castro, Stitcher, Podbean, any place you can get a podcast these days. I would also invite you to contact us, write in, hit us on social media. You can get us on email at comments@insightsintothings.com.
On Twitter at twitter.com/insights_things.
We do stream on Twitch 5 days a week at twitch.tv/insightsintothings. If you are an Amazon Prime subscriber, you do get a free monthly Twitch Prime subscription. We'd appreciate it if you threw that our way.
You can find us on Facebook at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast.
You can find audio versions of this podcast on the web at podcast.insightsintoentertainment.com.
You can find us on Instagram at instagram.com/insightsintothings.
Video versions of the podcast can be found at podcast.insightsintothings.com.
And for links to all of our various places where you can find us, and even some information about each one of the hosts, you can go to our official website on www.insightsintothings.com.
And that's it. Another one in the books.
Have a good week, everyone.
Bye.
Bye. Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Our husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom. We'll look at the interesting and obscure entertainment news of the week. We'll talk about theme park and pop culture news. We'll give you the latest and greatest on pop culture conventions. We'll give you a deep dive into Disney, Star Wars, and much more. Check out our video episodes at youtube.com/insightsintothings. Our audio episodes at podcast.insightsintoentertainment.com, or check us out on the web at insightsintothings.com. Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network. Welcome to Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Your hosts are Joseph and Madison Whalen, a father and daughter team making their way through the challenges of the teenage years.
Welcome to Insights into Teens. This is episode 135, Dealing with Class Clowns. I am your host, your ghost. Oh, no, wait, that's the wrong podcast. I'm your host, Joseph Whalen, and my funny and intelligent co-host, Madison Whalen.
Hi, everyone.
How you doing today, Maddie?
I'm doing all right. How about you?
Doing all right. So you were back full-time in school this week. How'd it go for you?
I don't really like it because I don't want to be around people.
Yeah,
but
I can't say I blame you. I'm sure we'll muddle through this like we have so much during these difficult times.
Yep.
I feel like Winston Churchill. Anyway, so what are we talking about today?
Today we're talking about class clowns.
Yes, we are. So what does it mean to be a class clown? And why do kids play the class clown? What can parents do if their kids are labeled as class clowns? And how should other students deal with class clowns? That is what we're talking about on this week's episode of Insights into Things. But before we get into that, I do want to invite our listening and viewing audience to subscribe to the podcast. You can find audio versions of this podcast listed as Insights into Teens. Video versions of all the network's podcasts are listed as Insights into Things. And you can find us anywhere you get a podcast: Apple, Spotify, Google, Stitcher, etc., etc. I would also invite you to write into us, give us your feedback, tell us how we're doing, give us your own suggestions on what you'd like us to talk about here and what topics you'd like us to cover. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. We're on Twitter at twitter.com/insights_things. On Facebook, you can find us at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast. We're also on Instagram at instagram.com/insightsintothings, or you can get all that and much more on our official website at insightsintothings.com. Are we ready?
Yes, we are.
Right. So what is a class clown? Now, the pure, strict dictionary definition from Merriam-Webster says that a class clown is a student who tries to make other students laugh. And that really sums it up, but I wanted to dig a little bit deeper into the definition, and I did a little bit more research. And according to a website called thoughtco.com, class clowns are often natural-born leaders. They are individuals who really want and need attention, and therefore dealing with class clowns centers on a way to channel their energy and need for attention into more positive attitudes.
So, what does it mean to be a class clown? This comes to us from understood.org. So kids act like a class clown in a lot of different ways, which can include giving joking answers when their teacher calls on them, wearing clothes that are extremely loud, silly, or even offensive, making a noisy entrance when they come into the classroom, or dropping things and making a big deal out of picking them up. When kids act this way, it doesn't necessarily mean that there's a problem, but it can often create problems. Goofing around all the time can disrupt class and annoy the teacher. It can lead to being disciplined and can impact grades as well. Being the class clown can also affect your child's social life. Sometimes other kids think it's funny and want to be around your child, but often kids are turned off by clownish behavior and think it's weird or annoying and not funny.
So why do kids play the class clown? So there's a lot of reasons why kids clown around like this. If they're getting a positive response, they might just like the attention. And I in my experience, I find that to have been a lot of the things that motivated class clowns. But that's not always the case. Kids who have trouble with self-control may have a hard time resisting the urge to do or say something they think is funny. And that's often true with kids with attention deficit hyperactive disorder or ADHD. If the thought enters their mind, they act on it without stopping to think about the consequences. Some kids act up in class not to draw attention to themselves, but away from things they're struggling with. They clown around to hide challenges. Some of the things that they might try to cover up are anxiety, bullying, learning differences or difficulties, trouble with focus or organization, being impulsive or hyperactive, trouble with social skills, stressful situations at home, or even low self-esteem. Kids aren't usually trying to be difficult. They're just trying to cover up their weak spots. It's better to loudly burst through the classroom door and have everyone laugh than to be laughed at because you lost track of time and are always late. Clowning around is often a way to get ahead of criticism. So, okay, that's a very good definition of what we're going to refer to as class clowns. Do you, and don't name any names, but do you know any class clowns that you have to kind of experience in your day-to-day activities at school?
Well, I definitely think everyone kind of has to experience class clowns during high school, and I definitely have my fair share of people who I've met or people who are in my classes that definitely fit the definition of a class clown.
Do you think you're a class clown?
Probably not, because I don't really like the attention, and I never really try to crack jokes all that much, especially not to interrupt class.
Okay. Do you find that you ever have a need to cover up any of these things like anxiety or bullying or trouble with social skills or anything like that? Do you find that you're ever in a situation where there's a need for you to cover those up for a comfort level?
I mean, like, I would tell jokes to my friends to kind of just cover up a bad feeling I'm feeling, but, like, I don't really do it in front of a whole group of people. It's usually just a couple friends. I make a slightly dark joke, but that's kind of it.
Okay. Well, what happens if something embarrassing happens to you? Like, I know, a lot of times we'll make mistakes and goofs and miss lines on the podcast and stuff, and I'll kind of, go along with those, go with the punches and laugh about them and kind of highlight them out of fun. And you tend to not like to do that. Why is that?
I don't know. I just don't really find, like, humor as a way to cope with that kind of stuff, or at least it's not the first resort I have. The first resort for me is kind of just to curl up into a ball and just pretend that I didn't exist.
I'm not sure that's any healthier, to be honest with you.
I know. It's probably not the most healthy way to deal with it, but a lot of the times I just kind of want to walk away from the scenario and just forget about it.
Right. Well, and I'll be honest, I don't think I was ever a class clown, but I was not above injecting humor into situations. One of the things with me is there's a rush of adrenaline when you can make someone smile or make someone laugh. And I think that's sort of what drives me to do some of the things that I do is I like entertaining people, right? I think most people kind of get a rush from that. And usually what happens a lot of times when I employ my sense of humor, it's a very self-deprecating sense of humor. And part of that is to kind of diffuse situations. I'm a big guy. People look at me and they either are A, intimidated by me, or B, outraged at my size, or whatever it is. And having been a big person my entire life, people always made fun of me. And there's a certain point in time in your life where you let that sort of thing get to you and you worry what other people think. And then there's another point in you reach in your life where if you beat them to the punch, then you diffuse anything that they say. So a lot of times my self-deprecating humor is really that. It's me diffusing the situation before someone has a chance to try to capitalize on it. Mm. And that's what I do with our mistakes here. If we miss a line or I flub something or I hit the mic, make fun of it, enjoy it. Don't try to hide it, embrace it. We're all humans. We all make mistakes. So there's nothing wrong with it. And when you kind of turn it into a comical situation, people can laugh about it, enjoy it. It makes you look more human.
I guess the reason I'm probably not a class clown is that I don't really find myself particularly funny.
And I think that was why I wasn't a class clown either. Like I had about a 30% hit rate on jokes. I would say something that was funny and I might get a laugh out of people. And then I'd always try to follow it up. And there's a line that you shouldn't cross where you're working the crowd too much. And in my youth, I had a nasty habit of crossing that line. And it wasn't inappropriate or anything. It was just, you cross that line and it just wasn't, the joke falls flat and it's not funny anymore. So it's very situational a lot of times. But nowadays I know I'm not funny, and that's what's funny about some of the stuff that I do. I'm a master of the dad jokes.
Yeah.
So anyway, So that's what we're talking about with class clowns. I think there's definitely a place for class clowns. We had several of them when I was in school. And they all kind of fit into the categories we talked about here. Do you have a lot of class clowns in your school?
I mean, like, there's always kids that, like, try to crack jokes and make everyone laugh, so... And, like, yeah, there are definitely kids that kind of just act out to a point where, like, yeah, they can definitely be considered class clowns. So, yeah, I'd say there's a decent amount in my school.
Yeah, it was funny, like, going through school myself, there was always the joke class clown person. Then you had the props class clown person. You know, the kid that would bring in the hand buzzer or the plastic poo and stuff like that and get jokes that way. And then you had, like, the physical class clown, you know, the kid that was always falling down or falling off chairs or leaning back. And, you know, so you kind of had an array of class clowns, and they were all almost like different performance artists. And they kind of all had their own little thing. And some of the kids who were class clowns were in, like, drama club and stuff like that. So it was almost like a Broadway show where each person has their own talents, kind of. It's a shame that, like, they never would coordinate or anything like that together. And I always only had one in any class. You never had more than one. And you may have. I didn't think I noticed it, but I think you probably didn't, just because you didn't want one showing the other up. Because they're attention hounds. They go for all the attention. So anyway, so it could possibly be a problem. There are some downfalls to it. So we're going to take a quick break. We're going to come back, and we're going to talk about what you could do as a parent if your kids are class clowns. So we'll be right back. For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com.
Welcome back to Insights into Teens. Today we're talking about dealing with class clowns. And now we're going to talk about what you can do as a parent to deal with your kid who's a class clown. So when your child acts out to get attention, there are ways you can work on the behavior. Some of these include: keep an eye on your child's behavior and look for patterns. Share what you're seeing with the teacher so you can work together. Ask your child how things are doing at school. Identify your child's strengths and give them positive praise. Help improve your child's self-esteem and find activities your child enjoys and is good at.
You can also kids sometimes need help understanding the consequences of their behavior. They may not see the effect of their clowning around it's having. Or they may feel embarrassed by their behavior, but not know what to do instead. During a calm time, talk to your child about how others are reacting and what would be a better way to act. If your child's been clowning around to cover up challenges, you might get similar behavior when you try to talk about it.
You may have a couple of shorter conversations instead of just one. Space them out so your child has time to think about what you've said and how to do things differently. And if you think your child might be struggling at school, talk to your child's teacher. The teacher may be able to tell you about challenges your child is having.
And that's one thing I have to say that I've been very impressed with your school this year, is that the teachers are very supportive of the students. And, you know, obviously we're not in a situation where you're a class clown or it's affecting your your schoolwork or anything, but it's important to keep that communication open with your teachers no matter what. I mean, you even had specific incidents earlier this year where that line of communication proved to be very helpful. Do you see the teachers in school doing much to kind of curb any of the behavior out there that's coming from class clowns?
I mean, like, a lot of the times they kind of, like, try to curveball, like, after the class kind of laughs, so they kind of just curveball it back to the lesson so everyone can kind of still continue with the lesson. They might sometimes try to get the class clowns to participate so they know, like, they're doing it right. I mean, even today, like, they were, like, I've had specific instances where two of the students who were in this scenario today had been class clowns, and like they were kind of on their phones, which like, yeah, you probably shouldn't be doing that. And my teacher basically kind of just took the phones and basically just asked them what they were doing, what we were basically learning, and so that, you know, they were able to be kept on track.
Right. Now, do you find that kids that are class clowns are disruptive in class?
Kind of. I feel like sometimes they go for opportunities. This one specific class clown, like, every time someone asked them a question, they when the teacher normally asks them a question, they kind of use it as an opportunity to make people laugh. I've had, like, a lot of instances in my history class where this class clown was asked a question and kind of tries to make other people laugh.
Now, do you think they're trying to compensate for something or cover something up? Do they know the subject matter they're talking about, or is it, you know, just they want the attention?
I think, like, they might somewhat be covering it up because, like, a lot of the times, like, the thing is, I know that there are people in my history class that will try to cover up the fact that they don't really have an answer to they basically, like, would just try to, like, make people laugh and, like, instead of making... And kind of like how we mentioned earlier, how instead of people laughing at them for not knowing the answer, they'd basically kind of, like, make fun of... They'd, like, turn that into a joke and, like, kind of redirect the situation.
Now, does the school, you know, do they do any kind of discipline on class clowns? Like, do the teachers crack down on them or anything?
I mean, like, I think, like, they probably would, but I think, like, they kind of are somewhat subdued enough to the point that, like, it doesn't require incredibly harsh discipline. Yeah.
Well, and that's the thing, you know, teachers are really experts at handling class clowns. That's kind of part of the job. By necessity, teachers have to play a key role in dealing with class clowns, both from the perspective of helping their students grow and improve, and also from the functional need to maintain some level of order in the classroom. There are things that teachers can do to help that have proven effective in helping students who have the need to be class clowns. Now, one of the things they do is they get the student involved from day one. Give them a role in the class and keep them involved in the lesson. Don't give them any downtime. If they aren't confident in math, don't give them something to do in front of the class that they can't do. That's, you know, one of the things they're going to do from a defensive standpoint is be a class clown, like you said. Mm-hmm. Start with a role like passing things out or taking attendance or writing down answers on the board to problems that others are giving them answers to. That way, when when there's mistakes, he or she has a hands-on visual of why. As they get more comfortable, they can get them doing more.
Another thing teachers can do are that there is a ton of moving parts in the classroom. Just assign them tasks. They will love it. Even the students you think won't, will. They all want to feel like they are important and being counted on. Here are a list of tasks for your class clown and that will soon become one of your favorite students. Take attendance at the beginning of every class so they don't get distracted early. Pass out papers. Write for you on the board. Control the smartboard or mirroring system. Pick which student answers the next question. And pass out calculators or anything else that needs to be distributed.
So do you find that your teachers tend to do any of these things to try to keep the kids involved and keep them distracted from being class clowns?
I know that, like, my math teacher would kind of, like, have us do extra credit, have people answer questions. My history teacher also kind of, like, tries to get people to answer and normally kind of aims for the people that kind of joke around more.
That's a very good point. That was kind of leading into my next question. You know, you're a straight A student. You're a good student. You like to participate and raise your hand and give answers. Do you find in classes where you have these class clowns that the attention shifts away from the good students? Do you feel like you're being neglected or there's a detriment to you as a good student because of these class clowns?
I mean, like, in terms of at least being called on, I would say some of my teachers kind of noticed that the smart kids keep answering questions and thus try to redirect it to other students, and it hasn't entirely been the most detrimental, but when they don't have the answer and you, like, kind of have to keep relying on them, it gets to a point where it is somewhat detrimental. And the closest example I can really come up with is during virtual when we were on AutoCAD. My teacher, like, wanted kids to participate, but certain kids weren't going to be giving the answers, and we're basically saying that they didn't have the worksheet, they didn't have the work, they didn't do it. I was kind of just, and, like, my teacher was kind of determined, like, to get them to work, and in a way it was somewhat detrimental, and I'm pretty sure my other friend, who probably feels the same way about this, can also kind of attest to it.
So do you think that the class clowns are disruptive in your school?
I mean, like, in certain ways they can be. Like, sometimes they can say, like, a stupid response that, like, is meant to be laughed at, and, again, distracts from the fact that they might not actually have an answer.
Right.
Or they might ask a dumb question, or something like that, just to make people laugh. And, like, at times, like, they don't do it to an excessive point, to the point where it's like, okay, like, can we get class going? Like, there are instances where that has happened, and I'm just like, okay, can we move things along, please? But I guess in the whole of it, it's not entirely the worst thing.
Do you find them funny or entertaining at all?
Not really. The thing.
Everybody's a critic.
I'm sorry. It's just like their attempts at humor just fall flat for me. Like, they just. I'm sorry, but the one class clown basically asks the most stupid stuff, and, like, it happens over and over again, and at this point I'm just like, this sounds stupid. Why do people find this funny?
So you're seeking more highbrow humor than anything.
And the thing is, this one particular class clown who is still in my classes, in 5th grade we literally had a notebook where someone would write down everything stupid that he said. In 5th grade, yes. That existed.
Okay. So he's consistently been a class clown then.
Yes.
Okay. Interesting. Well, we're going to take our last break here, and then we're going to come back, and we're going to talk about how students deal with these class clowns. Might be very interesting.
Yay.
We'll be right back.
Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Our husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom. We'll look at the interesting and obscure entertainment news of the week. We'll talk about theme park and pop culture news. We'll give you the latest and greatest on pop culture conventions. We'll give you a deep dive into Disney, Star Wars, and much more. Check out our video episodes at youtube.com/insightsintothings. Our audio episodes at podcast.insightsintoentertainment.com or or check us out on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Welcome back to Insights into Teens. Today we're talking about dealing with class clowns. And now we're going to discuss how to deal with a class clown as a student. And this comes to us from wikihow.com. So while you may get annoyed at a class clown for being annoying and disrupting class as a student, there are ways you can manage your physical and verbal response to a class clown. Instead of allowing them to get a reaction out of you, try some of these tips. The first tip we have is to calm and center yourself. Annoying class clowns tend to bring out the worst in us. When you feel yourself getting frustrated and overwhelmed by the actions of those around you, take a moment to compose yourself. This is important to ensure that your mind is clear and to avoid any irrational responses. Take a long, deep breath in, followed by a slow exhale. Continue to take deep breaths until you feel in control of your words and actions. It might help that, while you're breathing, focus on one simple mantra, instead of your annoying classmate.
I think that's safe advice anytime you get angry at anything.
Yeah.
The other option you have is to choose to remain silent. When an annoying classmate intentionally or perhaps unintentionally pesters, teases, or provokes you, the only thing you have control over is how you respond. Don't fuel their negative behavior with poor behavior of your own. Choose to remain silent. Silence is not equivalent to weakness or cowardliness. Rather, it can be the mark of a strong individual who has control over their emotions. While some situations benefit from inactions, others do require our attention. If a classmate is bullying you or others, stand up for what is right. And when we say stand up, again, we've talked bullying here. We're not saying go jump into the fight or get into the fray, but do what's right. Get a teacher involved, get an authority involved, let somebody know that something is happening, and get the help that's needed. Don't just turn the other cheek and walk away and let it continue to happen.
Mm-hmm. You should also check your nonverbal responses. In addition to expressing our annoyance with witty remarks and spiteful comments, our bodies also convey our annoyance with eye rolls, mutters, and disgruntled faces. If you are truly going to ignore your annoying classmate, you need to limit or minimize your physical response to their behavior too. Don't groan, sigh, or roll your eyes when they do or say something that gets on your nerves. And I probably need to take this advice because that does happen to me. I'm not going to lie. So you should also put the incident in perspective. At the moment, it's easy to fixate on the annoying behaviors of others. The quirks can consume our thoughts and drive us mad. To prevent ourselves from overreacting, you must ask yourself this. Does their annoying behavior negatively affect my life beyond this moment? Most of the time, the answer is no.
One of the most obvious things you can do is just pay no attention to the class clown. Jokers or class clowns devote their time and energy to providing comic relief for the classroom. When you're in the mood for the class clown's antics, their jokes are hilarious. And when you're not in the mood, their attempts at humor can drive you mad. Since class clowns thrive on the reaction from their crowd, the best way to ignore a joker is to have no physical or verbal reaction to their jokes. Class clowns aim to please and are highly sensitive to criticism. If you can't remain silent, a choice remark could put a temporary end to their comedy bit. If you get in trouble for something the class clown did, don't overreact. Remain calm and ask the teacher to speak with you after the class. When you're speaking one-on-one with the teacher, explain your side of the story and apologize for any inconvenience you may have caused. And work with your teacher to develop a plan on how to avoid situations like this in the future. And, basically the overriding sentiment here is be the bigger person, be the mature person, be the rational person in this case, right?
Mm-hmm.
You mentioned the one about, no eye rolling and nonverbal responses. How do you think these things would help you to deal with the class clowns you have to deal with?
I mean, I know I know that you and I have actually had talks about this. When I come home complaining about annoying classmates, you normally just say the best way is to not give them a reaction. And this is basically kind of what this is saying. Like, don't really give them a reaction. They just don't really deserve it.
Yeah, and in the grand scheme of things, you're responsible for your own actions. And if someone eggs you on and gets you to react, then you're kind of losing that control, right? You're letting them control you at that point. And I don't know, from my perspective, I always found that to be very unsatisfactory to me when someone can provoke me into a response like that.
Mm-hmm.
I think self-control is a little bit more satisfying to me. But, people get on your nerves. And knowing how to deal with that is going to help you in life. Because trust me, I haven't been in school in a long time. And there are a lot of other people annoying in my life that I have to deal with on a regular basis, day in and day out. Between work or customers or people in the store or rude drivers. So the techniques that they teach you here really are good techniques that work in just about any situation. How do you control when someone provokes you or elicits an emotional reaction from you? How do you usually deal with that?
I normally at least try to push it off, and occasionally I will do the eye rolls and just groan slightly. I try not to get a huge reaction. I try not to make a huge reaction. I don't try to scream at them. I kind of just mutter to myself saying, man, this person's really annoying.
Yeah, I have this gaming group that I talk to, where we do voice chat a lot. And there's one or two people that get in there that can be very annoying for different reasons. And I used to let it get to me, and I used to get angry. And when I got angry enough, I would just log off and not even play the game anymore. And I've kind of gotten to the point that I'm determined to not let other people make those decisions for me. I want to play the game. I enjoy playing the game, so I'm not going to log off so someone doesn't annoy me. I'm just going to ignore them. And this one particular person who always puts a jab in. Every time you say something, you get some kind of smart remark back from them. And they do that strictly to get a reaction out of you. And for the longest time, they were getting reactions out of me. And then, I don't know, a week or so ago, I was tired of dealing with them. So I'll make a statement in chat answering someone's question. They'll throw that jab out there and they'll wait for me to respond. And I don't. And then there's dead silence on the chat channel. And it makes this individual's comments stand out as highly inappropriate when that happens. Mm. And they felt very foolish at that. So it's one of those things where they'll crack a joke or a smart remark and you get nothing. You don't even get crickets chirping. And it shuts them down immediately. And that same technique works in most social situations.
I just wish other kids were kind of like that.
Well, and that's the thing. The problem is that class clowns are class clowns because they get an audience.
Yeah.
And as long as they continue to get an audience, they'll be class clowns. And the reality is a lot of kids want some kind of distraction in class, especially if it's a long class or you're doing a lot of work and you're kind of deep into the class at this point in time. Kids all want a distraction. So they kind of welcome that. Even if they might not find it funny, it's that chance to sort of come up for a breath of air,
Yeah, and that's why I feel like I'm not a class clown. In fact, I'm probably the exact opposite of a class clown because I want class to continue, and a lot of people probably see me as a complete bore. I've even had people who make comments about the fact that, we're just trying to have fun, geez. And then it's okay, well, this isn't really the place for it, but fine.
Right. And again, that's not just a school thing. You're going to find in professional life, you'll be sitting in meetings and you'll have meetings that drag on and drag on. And I'm usually the type of person in a meeting who tries to crack a joke and get people to react to it. that's more to wake people up than to entertain them at that point in time. Because sometimes we're in some really long meetings, and I've seen people nod off in our meetings.
Wow.
So, they're coping mechanisms. We all have different coping mechanisms for different triggers. They could be stress triggers. They could be anxiety. They could be insecurities. And we all do something, right? You have your own way of coping with things that you're not comfortable with. But your ways tend to not impact others, do they?
Not really, no. In fact, I try not to bother people for the most part. I've learned from those mistakes.
Yeah. So, and that's really where the problem with class clowns come from, is that they can be that disruptive presence. It's okay to have fun once in a while. It's okay to crack a joke in school once in a while and maybe lighten the tension a bit. But when it's allowed to continue on too far and it starts being a detriment to everyone learning, then you kind of have to step in. The teacher really has to step in at that point in time and kind of bring some control back to it.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that was all we had to talk about today.
Alrighty.
We will take a quick break. We'll come back and we'll get your closing remarks.
Alrighty.
Go for your closing thoughts.
Alrighty, so to everyone out there, I just wanted to say that while class clowns aren't the most problematic student, they can definitely become quite problematic very quickly. And I definitely think we tried to cover pretty much every outlook, whether it be the parent of a class clown, the teacher of a class clown, or the fellow student of a class clown. I definitely know I'm going to try to take some of this advice when dealing with class clowns on my own, and I would definitely recommend all of you who have to deal with class clowns to take as much advice from us as you can. And it definitely helped me to kind of bring a different perspective on this, and I hoped it also helped you to bring a different perspective on this as well.
All right. Excellent advice. Great take on it. And maybe after this, you'll be a little bit more tolerant of class clowns as long as they don't get too carried away.
Yeah.
So I think there's a place for them out there. They certainly do help from time to time.
Yep.
Before we do go, I would want to once again invite folks to subscribe to the podcast. You can find us listed as Insights into Teens for our audio versions or Insights into Things for our video versions. We're listed on Pandora, Castro, Stitcher, Podbean, Buzzsprout, Amazon, any place you can get a podcast, really. I would also invite you to subscribe or to reach out to us, rather, and email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. We'd love to hear from you. We're also on Twitter at insights_things. We do stream 5 days a week on Twitch at twitch.tv/insightsintothings. If you are an Amazon Prime subscriber, you do get a free monthly Twitch Prime subscription. We'd appreciate it if you threw that our way. Audio versions of this podcast can be found on the web at podcast.insightsintoteens.com. Video versions of this podcast can be found on the web as well at podcast.insightsintothings.com. Or you can get links to all those and much more on our website at insightsintothings.com. And you.
And don't forget to check out our other two podcasts, Insights into Entertainment, hosted by you and Mommy, and Insights into Tomorrow, our monthly podcast, hosted by you and my brother Sam.
Excellent. That's it. Another one in the books.
Bye, everyone.
Bye. For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com.
Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network. Welcome to Insights into Tomorrow, where we take a deeper look into how the issues of today will impact the world of tomorrow. From politics and world news to media and technology, we discuss how today's headlines are becoming tomorrow's reality.
Welcome to Insights into Tomorrow. This is episode 15, Battleground Afghanistan. I'm your host, Joseph Whalen, and my co-host, Sam Whalen.
Hello, everybody.
How you doing today, Sam?
Doing okay.
Anything exciting going on?
Not much. Just prepping for the school year, getting back in the swing of things. Just counting down the days.
Yeah. Days until you start or days until it's over?
Yes.
So today we are talking about one that's pulled directly from the headlines, and that is what's going on in Afghanistan. So after 20 years of military operations, over $2 trillion spent, an estimated 160,000 lives, which include 50,000 of which were civilian, 2,445 American service members, almost 4,000 U.S. contractors, and over 60,000 Afghan National Military Police. There was also almost 1,200 Allied service members, 44 aid workers, and 72 journalists. And that doesn't even count the 50,000 Taliban and other opposition fighters. The United States is finally pulling out of Afghanistan. While that's an exceedingly high toll to pay for America's longest war ever, those numbers are just a fraction of what the long-term consequences will cost. In today's episode, we're going to take a look at the long war in Afghanistan, the history surrounding the disputed country, how we got there, what went wrong, and what the future holds for the country, the region, and the world as a result of what happened there. But before we do that, I would invite our audience, both our listening and our viewing audience, to subscribe to the podcast. You can get audio versions of this podcast listed as Insights into Tomorrow. Video versions of this and all of the network's podcasts can be found listed as Insights into Things. We're available anywhere you can get a podcast: Apple, Spotify, Google, Stitcher, and so forth. I would also invite our audience to write in, give us some feedback, give us some topics you'd like us to talk about, tell us how we're doing. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. You can find us on Twitter at insights_things. We're on Facebook at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast, or Instagram at insightsintothings, where you can get links to all those on our website at www.insightsintothings.com. Ready to get started?
Yes, sir.
All right. Never get involved in a land war in Asia. The phrase has been attributed to several sources, including British General Bernard Montgomery and American General Dwight Eisenhower. It was even a popular phrase from the cult classic The Princess Bride as kind of a joke. But it was Douglas MacArthur offering it to President Kennedy in a private meeting the two had at the Waldorf Astoria in New York in April of 1961 that really rings true. Today, the phrase has become part of our popular vernacular as a warning to avoid starting the conflict that's too large or onerous for you to properly resolve it or to achieve victory. It's an expensive lesson the French learned in Vietnam, a lesson the United States had to relearn during more than a decade in the same country, continuing that conflict. It's a lesson the Russians learned during what was termed their own Vietnam and Afghanistan between 1979 and 89. But again, a lesson the United States seemed to fail to heed and wound up getting itself into and having to learn on its own. We're talking, of course, about the 20-plus years that the United States has spent embroiled in the war on terror, as it's been called, in Afghanistan, that we're now pulling out of with what can generously be described as disastrous consequences for the country. Why is it that the United States seems incapable of learning from other countries' mistakes and so intent on blundering into themselves? Is it arrogance? Is it pride? Does the United States think that we can somehow be successful where other countries have had dismal failures? What do you think?
I think it's a combination of all three of those things. Excuse me. I think that America, especially when it comes to our military, we are extremely confident. And I think that we have the desire to make that confidence known throughout the world. And I definitely think that this is a symptom of that, or a result of that confidence and that overextension. Absolutely.
Yeah, and it's funny you mention that, because when we were going into, or when we were coming out of, I should say, World War II, we had that same level of confidence that we could do anything. And then we wound up getting mired down in the Korean conflict, where we were using the same techniques, the same tactics and so forth. And that led us into blundering into Vietnam, where we thought we owned the world. And we really got a lesson out of that. And by the time we got out of Vietnam in the 1970s, there was a lot of lack of confidence in our military. We wound up building it up through the 70s and 80s. And in the 90s, we decided to flex our muscle again in the Middle East. So it seems to be kind of a recurring theme for us. Is there a way to stop this cycle of violence and waste?
I mean, people always say history repeats itself, right? I'm repeating myself by saying that. I'm sure I've said that on this show before. But I think some way to at least start is to, which we'll probably do here today, is to make those parallels between something in the modern world, like what's going on in Afghanistan, with something like Vietnam. And when you look at how similar these things are, there's lessons to be learned from that of what not to do. And if we can remember 30 or 40 years from now, when we might find ourselves in a conflict like that again, maybe we can avoid, getting stuck in the mud again.
Yeah. And I've always been a fan of, it's better to learn lessons from other people's mistakes than your own and avoid making those mistakes. Unfortunately, our country doesn't seem to look at it from that perspective. They look at other people's mistakes and somehow think that they can do it differently.
The challenge.
Yeah, I guess that's a valid point.
Yeah, I think that ties into we were just talking about it, but the pride and the arrogance. I think we tend to see ourselves as infallible, especially when it comes to the global stage like this. And I think that we've proven at least twice now that we are not infallible.
Right. Well, and we also assume that the entire world should live the way that we live, that our policies and our politics and
our culture too,
our culture and our morals. And it doesn't work that way. So, but let's talk about how we got here, where we are today.
So the United States' most recent involvement in Afghanistan was a product of the War on Terror, which itself was a response to the September 11th terrorist attacks on the United States. It is impossible to address this subject without talking about those attacks and ensuring that the War on Terror that followed. For many of us, the events of September 11th are burned into our memory. Not me. I was only 1 year old at the time, but for I'm sure many of our listening audience, that's true.
All the documentaries that'll be coming out, I'm sure it'll burn it in.
Yeah. But for comparative purposes, we need to talk about some of the details of those events. So 4 California-bound jumbo jets originating from 3 different airports across the eastern United States were hijacked mid-flight by a total of 19 al-Qaeda terrorists. 15 of the terrorists were citizens of Saudi Arabia, 2 were from the United Arab Emirates, 1 was from Lebanon, 1 was from Egypt. that's going to be important shortly. It's worth noting none of the terrorists originated in any of the countries targeted in the war on terror. And I think that is extremely important to remember, especially when we look at the course of history that followed September 11th attacks. American Airlines Flight 11 and United Airlines Flight 175 targeted the Twin Towers of the World Trade Center in Manhattan, New York. American Airlines Flight 77 hit the Pentagon. United Airlines Flight 93 crashed en route to its intended target, which was supposed to be the White House or another D.C. building, when passengers on the plane, alerted by cell phone of the other hijackings, were brave enough to step up and stop the attackers and crash the plane. In total, 2,996 lives were lost, including the 19 hijackers. More than 25,000 are estimated to have been injured.
So that's another interesting statistic, just those numbers alone. So just shy of 3,000 lives were lost in that attack. And if we take a look back at the numbers we threw out at the beginning of the show here of the number of American servicemen, so we had almost that number of servicemen killed in Afghanistan alone. We had more than that number, almost 4,000 U.S. contractors killed. So the death toll of Americans who died in Afghanistan now almost doubles what the death toll was during the attacks on 9/11. Does that have any resonance with you?
Well, I think when we're looking at these numbers, they can get lost in the weeds very easily. I think personally, it's when you look at these statistics, it kind of desensitizes you to the loss of life in general. I think if even one life was lost, that's a problem.
Sure.
But I think that it's difficult to compare because the 9/11 attacks these people were seemingly randomly just taken out, out of nowhere. Whereas we're comparing the lives of soldiers that they know what they're stepping up for, and they know the risk of what they're volunteering. Is that the right word? I guess just signing up for in general.
Sure, yeah, their enlistment.
Yeah, so and they have that duty that they want to protect. I mean, you look into the civilians that were killed; they also had no idea what was going to happen to them. But it's difficult to even fathom those numbers from 3,000 to 50,000.
Yeah, and you make a valid point. Our military, when you enlist in the military, there's a certain assumption that there's a risk you're taking on yourself. I think our government should be first and foremost looking to mitigate that risk as much as possible. Mm-hmm. And I think for the most part they do. I don't think we lightheartedly put our troops in danger, or do it in situations where it can't be warranted or justified. Mm-hmm. But the number of dead that happened in Afghanistan is still a staggering number compared to 9/11 and our response. That was our response to 9/11. Mm-hmm. So on September 16th, 2001, then President Bush, George W. Bush, coined the phrase war on terror to describe the United States response to the terrorist attacks on the United States. This includes the following: targeted strikes against al-Qaeda insurgency in Yemen, which the United States had been involved with already since 1998. American-led, quote, intervention in Afghanistan, which started in 2001. The Iraq conflict, which started in 2003 on, at best, dubious evidence of terroristic activity, as well as the pursuit of Osama bin Laden into Pakistan starting in 2004. On May 23, 2013, then President Barack Obama announced that the global war on terror was over, saying U.S. military and intelligence will not wage war against a tactic, but will instead focus on a specific group of networks determined to destroy the U.S. So that's great. 2013, the war on terror is over. Everybody can come home, right? No. On December 28, 2014, the Obama administration announced an end of the combat role of the U.S.-led mission in Afghanistan, despite the fact that the U.S. continued to play a major role in the war on Afghanistan. I think we're giving a little bit of lip service there to try to get some votes, maybe. Mm-hmm. Then in 2017, President Trump significantly expanded the military presence in Afghanistan after the war on terror was over and our military mission in Afghanistan was over. We're sending more troops back in 2017. I'm thinking the messaging here that we're getting really is kind of inconsistent with the reality here. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, definitely. I think that this war on terror has been used as a political tactic since it started, right? So you had President Bush Jr. on the American battleship with the mission accomplished.
Yeah.
There was that. There's what we were talking about here with Obama. It's always if we can end the war on terror, right? That's a way to get bonus points with the people. And I think that that's really all it is. It's never sincere, right? And I know we talk about politicians and they make insincere claims all the time. And I think that this is just a prime example of that.
Yeah, I think the problem that we run into is every politician wants to be known for winning a war, but not fighting a war. Mm-hmm. Because when you fight a war, it's dirty. Lives are lost. It costs a lot of money. There's a lot of carnage. You get a lot of bad press when bombs are going off and civilians are dying and American troops are dying. But when the war is over, and I think this was the kind of the product of the Gulf War in the 90s, it lasted so short a period of time and was such a resounding victory for the United States that George Bush, the first Bush's presidency, skyrocketed in popularity after that. Of course, it didn't help him win re-election, but everyone wanted to get that jump in popularity, so everybody wants to declare this war is over. I don't think you can really do that in the middle of a war if you still have troops on the ground, still fighting, still dying, still, bullets flying.
Yeah, and jump in here if I'm misspoken here, but the war on terror wasn't a declared war, right? So they didn't have to go to Congress or anything like that.
Right.
That gives them a lot of options for how they want to wage this war.
Right.
So that's just something
the war on
about.
Terror was literally just a marketing term.
Yeah.
That was also when we got our axis of evil terminology as well. And, we didn't declare war on a country, which is what Congress is authorized to do. We pretty much had carte blanche
to do whatever you want.
To do whatever you want.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's kind of talking about why we got here, sort of. We're going to take a little break. We're going to come back, and we're going to talk a little bit about the withdrawal from Afghanistan. We'll be right back.
Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Talking to real teens about real teen problems. Explore issues from braces to puberty, social anxiety to financial responsibility. Each week, we talk about the topics concerning today's youth. We look at how the issues affect teens, how to cope with these issues, and how parents, friends, and loved ones can help teens handle these challenges. Check out our video episodes on youtube.com/insightsintothings. Catch our audio versions on podcast.insightsintoteens.com or on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Insights into Tomorrow. We are talking about the withdrawal from Afghanistan. In the first segment, we talked a little bit about the past, and now we're dealing with more present topics. So on April 14th, 2021, President Biden announced the full U.S. troop withdrawal from Afghanistan by September the 11th this year, which would be the 20th anniversary of the September 11th attacks. President Joe Biden said the war in Afghanistan was never meant to be multi-generational, as he officially announced the drawdown of all remaining 2,500 U.S. troops beginning May the 1st, and like we said, concluding on September the 11th. The president noted that only the citizens of Afghanistan have the right and responsibility to lead their country. This announcement was made after consulting with, quote, our allies and partners, with our military leaders and intelligence personnel, with our diplomats and our development experts, with the Congress and the Vice President, as well as with Afghan President Ashraf Ghani, I'm probably mispronouncing that, and many other around the world. The United States met its objective 10 years ago with the assassination of al-Qaeda leader Osama bin Laden. Biden added, quote, our reasons for staying have become increasingly unclear. which is a little too self-aware, I think, for president. But it's worth noting Bin Laden was killed during the presidency of Barack Obama, during which Biden was the vice president at the time. More than 2 years passed during the Obama administration after Bin Laden's death, in which the objectives in Afghanistan were not clarified, nor was a planned withdrawal put in place. Biden notes in his remarks that over the past 20 years, quote, the terrorist threat has become more dispersed, metastasizing around the globe. It could be argued that this was a direct result of the U.S. effort to wage a conventional-style war against nation-states when their true enemy deployed asymmetric guerrilla warfare tactics, much like in Vietnam. It's important to note that while still in office, Donald Trump negotiated a deal with the Taliban to withdraw U.S. military personnel. The deal was done without the participation of the current Afghan government and without their consent. It promised a U.S. withdrawal by May 1st, 2021. This agreement was still in effect when Joe Biden revised the timeline to September the 11th and when he started the pullout in August. So it's more than this current administration. This is something that's going back years through multiple presidencies.
So just a couple of things that are worth pointing out here. Why in God's name would anybody pick September 11th for the date to pull out of Afghanistan, a conflict that was triggered by a terrorist attack on September 11th? Did nobody mention to Biden that date was kind of important and you probably didn't want to paint targets on the backs of our soldiers for that? I
could see the reason for going for it for like patriotic reasons, because 9/11 is obviously like a very hot button topic for, to stir up patriotism and fervor for that. And it being exactly 20 years, I could see him wanting...
So you figured it would look better for us to tuck tail and run on the anniversary of September 11th?
Well, yeah, it's not a good look either way.
I mean, the optics there are terrible.
Yeah.
Like, who's advising him on these things? I mean, someone clearly must have mentioned to him that September 11th isn't the best time, so he pulled it back to August 31st, which doing it in a shorter period of time, I don't think was really a good idea. I think
clearly it didn't work out.
No, clearly it didn't. I would have pushed that deadline a little bit further forward. But the other thing that's interesting here is they note that there's only 2,500 troops in country right now to do this evacuation. Now, this announcement came on April 14th. Why on, August 1st are there still people even in country? Because there are American civilians that are still in country. I saw one article in which there was a school trip. First of all, who the hell goes to Afghanistan on a school trip?
What, like college or like high school? Or?
I didn't read the details on it, but
either way,
I'm thinking that's a terrible senior trip at that point. I mean, you need to talk to your tour director or something there. But why are people even in country at this point in time when the United States has announced a hard deadline for a pullout?
Couldn't tell you. Honestly, it's maybe bureaucratic reasons, red tape, people can't get out. If they work with the embassy, maybe it's a visa issue, getting out of country, global travel restrictions because of the pandemic. I don't know. I'm just spitballing.
And probably is a combination of all of those. But it just seemed a little strange that we knew we were pulling out and we didn't do things to expedite that withdrawal of civilians.
Yep.
And the fact that we've only got 2,500 troops in there who can't handle the security of this withdrawal itself. They had a general on the news just this week, and they asked him what he was going to do to help get Americans who aren't at the airport out of the country. And he basically came out and said, I don't have the resources to extend my operations outside the airport at this time to do rescue missions. So basically they're screwed. It's every man for himself.
I can't even imagine what it's like for those people in the country. It must be terrifying. It's like the end of the world for them.
Yeah, I agree.
I saw a bunch of articles of the people in Afghanistan preparing for the Taliban takeover, and it's difficult to watch. These people don't have a choice. They're just accepting that this is their new way of life, and it's difficult for us to grasp.
Absolutely. The fact that we're still there 10 years after we've achieved our goal of, we assassinated bin Laden. That's really what we did as a country. We assassinated this man. And we did that 10 years ago, and for some reason we're still there, and nobody can explain why we're still there. So something should have happened 10 years ago that we shouldn't even be there on Biden's watch. So I'm kind of hesitant to blame Biden for everything, especially given the deal that Trump had had cut, basically. I mean, Trump cut a deal with terrorists to hand the country over to him and didn't bother to ask the Afghans if that was okay with them. I mean, and I don't want to get too political here, but I can't really expect a guy who's disloyal to his own country and tries to overthrow the government is going to be loyal to an allied government either. So I'm not surprised by that. I'm surprised that the United States was still bound by that agreement after he left office, though.
Yeah, I definitely think for me personally, it's definitely a bipartisan issue. And I know definitely there's a great deal of fault on Trump here. But I think there's a fault going back to Bush as well, Bush Jr.,
sure.
Then Obama continuing it with being determined to get bin Laden, and now, again, Trump, and then now Biden. I think it's both parties have a significant amount of fault in this.
Yeah, you've got four administrations, 2 Republican, 2 Democrat, that are directly responsible for this catastrophe that's happening in Afghanistan right now.
Yep.
So let's look at the immediate aftermath, okay? So it's estimated that as many as 15,000 Americans, at the time of the writing of this, which was a few days old now, it's estimated that as many as 15,000 Americans remain in Afghanistan after the Taliban's takeover of the country. More than 20,000 Afghans who aided the United States in the past 20 years qualified for special immigrant visas, but also remained in the country after the Taliban takeover. The United States military officers, including Marine General Frank McKenzie, have admitted lacking the resources to secure the perimeter around Kabul airport. He also emphasized, like I said, he did not have the resources to venture into the city to evacuate anyone or provide safe passage. The Taliban indicated they would allow foreigners access to the airport for evacuations, but new accounts suggest this isn't a policy that's being enforced with any level of consistency.
Yeah, of course it's not.
Right. They're terrorists. What do you expect? The Biden administration initially indicated there was no expectation of an immediate takeover by the Taliban after the U.S. pullout, which clearly wasn't the case. I mean, and we'll talk about why later. But whatever idea Biden had that the country was going to stand was completely wiped out within the first week of the pullout start. The U.S. has also trained and equipped more than 300,000 Afghan military personnel who were expected to maintain their territory and fend off the Taliban. And clearly they didn't. So some questions have to be asked. So with an announcement on April 14th of the firm deadline to pull out, why were there still so many Americans in country? We asked that. We don't have an answer. Why were qualifying visas for the allied Afghans not pre-processed before the withdrawal? You've basically painted the target on all their backs. Why didn't you ensure that you can get them out of the country first? No answer to that. Why was an evacuation of the Afghan allies not started before the withdrawal? You knew they were going to be the number one targets. There's lists of them already circulating around within the Taliban who they want to. They're basically death lists. No answer to that. And finally, the next question is, why did the Afghan military fall so quickly and let the Taliban take over? That, to me, is probably the most significant question here. And we'll talk a little bit more about that. But what are your thoughts on this? Like, give me your thoughts. I can't even formulate a question at this point in time. I'm so flabbergasted.
It just seems awful. Like, I don't know how else to put it. It just seems like a really unfortunate situation for those people, and there's nothing. It just seems like no one's coming to save them, and that's awful. And like I don't know. Yeah. There's nothing you can do, you know?
And you look at some of the early images of the evacuation, and you've got hundreds of people, standing room only, packed onto these C-17s that are just astounding the pilots of the level of people. You had people climbing on planes, trying to hold on, falling to their deaths as these planes were taking off.
Yeah, that footage was, I don't know if our listeners have seen it, but the footage of the people falling off the planes was difficult to watch.
Yeah, I mean, that's how desperate these people are. There's pictures of people on the perimeter of the airport handing their children up to people over the wall to at least try to get these infants out of the country because they know they're not going to be able to get out of the country.
And it's impossible not to compare it to the fall of Saigon, right? Like the evacuation
absolutely.
of Saigon, people, helicopters going down, people scrambling. It's
what makes it not impossible to talk about that is because Biden said you're not going to have another Saigon.
Yeah. And then they did.
And you do.
Yeah.
I mean, the images of the fall of Saigon where helicopters are landing on the American embassy to get the last few people out. You have, there were accounts during Vietnam that you had South Vietnamese pilots that were stealing aircraft, evacuating their neighborhood. One particular pilot actually flew his entire family out to a ship that was waiting in the Gulf of Tonkin and unloaded them hovering over the ship because the helicopter could not land. And then he had to ditch in the sea and be recovered.
Yep.
You're seeing that level of desperation now. Only you don't have all those outlets because you're in a landlocked country.
Yeah.
And the other countries, surrounding countries, are closing their borders down. They're not letting refugees out. And you've got the Taliban are not allowing Afghans out of the country at this point. It's a tragedy that should have been stopped 10 years ago. Should have never been started 20 years ago.
Yeah, and I said it before, it's like for these people, it's like the end of the world. Like there's nothing they can do. And it's for us in the comfort of our own homes to watch their worlds fall apart. It's, I don't know. It's,
yeah, I mean, life was difficult before in a war-torn country which Afghanistan's been for the last, 40 years. But to lose everything, what little bit you might have accumulated, what roof you did have over your head, and then to be hunted down by this terroristic regime that is trying to impose a draconian system of law on you that you might not adhere to, believe in, that the rest of the world doesn't adhere to. It's a tragedy that's been long in the making, but one that we've contributed to as a country far too much.
Mm-hmm.
So we're going to take another quick break. We're going to come back, and then we'll talk about what went wrong. What are some of the things that went wrong that we can immediately playing Monday morning quarterback and talk about. For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Insights into Tomorrow, Battleground Afghanistan. So, taking a look at what might have gone wrong, or what did go wrong. First, looking at the country and its citizens. Countries have made the mistake of trying nation building in Afghanistan for over 100 years. The Afghans are fiercely independent and incredibly resilient people. They're accustomed to enduring hardships after so many years. This is mostly or somewhat due to the harsh landscape, makes unconventional warfare nearly impossible with its rugged mountains and lack of adequate infrastructure outside of the cities. A lot like Vietnam, except without the mountains.
Ironic, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's just cooler.
So looking at the United States, primarily the result of an overall lack of guidance and strategy or objective to our presence in Afghanistan, incompetence or ignorance on the part of the intelligence agencies. As a side note to that, there's evidence that diplomats in country had warned the administration and intelligence establishments of the strong possibility of a rapid Afghan fall, which were ignored. Loss of interest in the conflict on the part of the American people. 20 years on, we thought we accomplished our primary objectives with things like the death of Osama bin Laden. The war was extremely expensive. Casualty rates of any level were considered unacceptable. The lack of or prevention of further terrorist attacks put the original purpose of the mission largely out of people's minds.
So you mentioned briefly the parallels between this and Vietnam. And I think a lot of it, there's too many to not sort of dwell on, I guess, here. So you have the country and its citizens, So you look at the hardships that the Afghans have dealt with in what's been a war-torn country for decades now. It's very similar to what the Vietnamese went through. They were never a particularly prosperous or decadent country. Either of them were. So it's difficult for Americans to realize the hardships that they live with every day and the thought that that's something that would drive them to a peaceful resolution of things is not even logical. Would you agree?
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's such a different way of life that I don't even think we can comprehend it.
Yeah, and I kind of draw a parallel to movies like Red Dawn, right? So you see a movie like Red Dawn where there's this theoretical invasion of the United States, and these high school kids, change their way of life and go live in the mountains, and my daddy taught me to hunt, so I'm going to go shoot bad guys and stuff like that. And it's a fantasy. Mm-hmm. Like Americans can't even really empathize with that sort of picture. But that's how the Afghans have lived. They've lived off the land. They live in harsh environments. They live in clans of warring tribesmen. It's not like people look at a modern country like the United States when you live here and you think, oh, well, you've got police and you've got low crime rate and oh my goodness, the crime rate's soaring and we've had 20 people shot. Well, 20 people shot here is an evening in Afghanistan sometimes when there's a raid. And it's like the standards that we live by here don't even compare to Afghanistan. And for us to think we're going to walk in there and impose our way of life on them is dangerously naive, I think.
Yeah, and I think that's really the thing, right? The people that live in these places were, if they maybe not content, but they were, alive and they were undisturbed. Right. Sure, they had their own internal conflicts, but when we thrust them onto the world stage and make them part of our proxy wars, things get a lot worse for them in the long run, almost 100% of the time.
Yeah, and one of the problems that we run into is the proxy war that we have in Afghanistan. There's much like Vietnam, there's no clear objective. Mm-hmm. In Vietnam, it was about numbers. The better numbers we could spin on the news each evening, the more domestic support you would get for the fight. Well, you weren't even getting that in Afghanistan. You got to the point where the only thing that you saw in Afghanistan was when Americans were killed or maimed or whatever, or you saw the aftermath of soldiers that did their tours in Afghanistan and came back and had PTSD or were crippled or partially paralyzed because of injuries sustained over there. And it became a very graphic representation of our presence in Afghanistan when there was no corroborating reason given by the government for us to be there.
Yeah, and I think, still comparing these two things because you just can't help it, then it was a war on communism, right? And communism was a global fear, really, for everyone that wasn't a communist. But now it's the war on terror, and I think we're just subbing out these words, like a war on an idea, right? And it makes it nebulous so that you can do whatever you want. You don't have to make it a declared war. And I think the war on communism might have had a little bit more traction than the war on terror does now, because terrorism, we don't seem to have a way to stop it, right? And right. Like with communism, you can sway the political leanings of a country. With terrorism, there's not a whole lot you can do.
Well, and terrorism, to a certain extent, is a self-fulfilling prophecy. Why are there terrorists? Because they hate us. Why do they hate us? Because we interfere in their way of life.
Yep.
We impose our way of life in areas that don't want it. Mm-hmm. And as a result, terrorists rise up, insurrections rise up, they attack us, they fight you off, they commit to these asymmetric wars that we've never learned how to fight. we've got special forces, you've got Green Berets and SEALs, and they can go in and do all this special stuff. But the United States as a military cannot fight a guerrilla war. They just, morally they can't do it because the bad guys do that, right? Mm-hmm. The bad guys are the guerrilla warfare guys. They're the ones that are going to go kill civilians to deter people from doing things. America can't do that. We never could do that.
We just
done
use
it.
drones.
Well, the problem is we've done that.
Yeah.
And whenever that's done, there's war crimes trials about that. So America doesn't want to be that group. But if you're not going to play by the same rules as your opponent, you're never going to achieve victory. And if we're unwilling to play by those rules, which we should be unwilling to play by those rules, then you can't engage in that kind of warfare.
I don't know. I think there's a decent argument to be made that drone strikes are our version of guerrilla warfare because civilians die by the hundreds in those, and the cost of those armaments, I just think it's different than the boots on the ground approach where it's, instead it's a plane taking out, the amount of civilian casualties for one insurgent to be taken out is,
And that's a valid point. When people see drone strikes, it's almost like a video game.
Yeah.
You don't see Americans in there slaughtering women and children. You see a shot from 20,000 feet. You see a brief flash, and then you see an explosion. Mm-hmm. And it's almost a sanitizing way for us to do terrorist bombings.
Yeah.
That's a very good point. So the next thing that went wrong here is one that I think can't be ignored, and that's the Afghan military. I mean, let's face it, they collapsed like a cheap lawn chair. Maybe it was incompetence, indifference, cowardice, whatever it was that caused the Afghan armed forces to simply cave. We don't know what it was. But given the rate at which cities were being captured, I think you had a lot of Taliban sympathizers. The fact that the Afghan government was relying on warlords in outlying districts to get their personal armies to